I want to just go through the silent prayer, kind of for about 5 or 10 minutes, and give you, the folks who have not done it, a hint of how to do it. God said that when you pray, to be still and know Him. Go into your prayer closet, shut up, and know Him. When He said go into your prayer closet, He means go within you. Be still and know within yourself. He means go within yourself. When He talks about go in your prayer closet, be still and know God. You got to go within. So what I'm going to have you to do is sit up and just kind of relax first. Just sit straight and relax. I encourage you to sit up and pray, because what happens once you let go, your whole mind and body going to relax. You're just going to relax, and all the stress that you've been carrying is going to fall away, and your body may want to go to sleep. Your mind and body will want to go to sleep because you're in a state of relaxation and not stressed out and worried and thinking. So it's best to do it sitting up until you mature, get past all this stress. Then at some point, if you want to lay down and do it, you can. But I highly recommend sitting up. So I want you to sit up and just let everything go for a minute. Then what I ask you to do is to relax. Just close your eyes and just relax and let your eyeballs just fall back in the socket. So you can have your hands hanging, or you can have them on your lap, whatever's comfortable for you, because you're going to let go of everything. Not your will, but God's will. So just close your eyes and relax. Be still and know God. Of ourselves, we can do nothing, and of ourselves, we know nothing. So when you pray out with words, you don't know what to pray for. You're just repeating what you've learned. Oh, Lord, help me, give me this, give me money, show me this and show me that. You're just repeating what you're learning. But we have the Holy Spirit inside of us, and He will intercede on our behalf, and He knows what to pray for. So I want you to just sit straight up in your chair. You have your hands hanging or on your lap, whatever's comfortable, and just relax. Totally let go. Let go and let God. Let God's will be done and not yours. He knows exactly everything that you need, want, and desire, the perfect things that are for you. So you got to learn to let go. And just allow your eyeballs to fall back in the socket and just relax. Your tongue, relax in the throat. Just relax. And your whole body just melt. Just kind of become aware from your head and travel down to the tip of your toes. And you may feel a warmth in your body. You might not. Whatever's happening, just let it happen. Allow yourself to breathe. You were created to breathe naturally. You don't have to force yourself to breathe. So relax and just let yourself breathe. All right? Just totally relax. And just be aware of your inside, just from your head to your neck, to your shoulders, all the way down your chest to your stomach, all the way down your legs. Just be aware of that without any effort. No effort. Let go and let God. Let yourself breathe. And I want you to be aware of the noise that's happening around you. Or if it's nothing but silence, be aware of the silence, the quietness. There's beauty in the quietness. It's mind-blowing. But if there is noise playing around you, people talking or music or whatever, the train going by your house, just be aware of that, because those things are happening in the presence of God. It's happening right now, not in the past and not in the future. And you want to be aware of the present. He says, come into my present. I am right here, right now. Not in yesterday, not in tomorrow. Don't think about yesterday. Do not think about tomorrow. You got to learn to be present with God, and all will be well at all times. And so with your eyes closed, right in the center of your forehead, where thoughts travel, without opening your eyes, without looking up, I want you to just become aware of the center of your forehead, right above your eyebrows.
Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Dave.
My goodness.
I used to make some movies.
Oh.
Welcome to Louder with Crowder. I am not Crowder, but I'm louder.
Oh.
I have no idea what that means. It's good to be here.
All right.
Today we will be covering the Atlanta shooting, the media hate crimes. Well, I said that wrong already. 2 seconds in.
You're doing good.
Today we'll be covering, it's such a serious topic to mess up on as well. Very tragic, what happened in Atlanta, but we will be talking about how Donald Trump is kind of blamed for those crimes.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course, yeah.
Yep. St. Patty's Day gets woke. Rage Against the Machine.
Oh.
Are they commie trash?
I think they are.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Well, you'll see. Stephen performs a double mask workout with his interns. And from Mug Club only, Papa Crowder is here to tell a story of Hagler versus Hearns.
Nice.
In the studio today, we got Jer Bear.
What's going on?
Hey, Gibby electric guitar.
I like it.
I like it.
How you doing, Tiny Tim Tim?
Oh.
No? You don't like Tiny Tim?
No.
Not going to work.
What about Rin Tim Tim?
Yeah.
We go Rin Tim Tim?
Yeah. Yeah.
We got Quarter Black.
What's up?
I just
What's
go
going on?
Quarter B.
Yo, I like that.
QB.
I like that too.
Sound good to me?
Yeah.
And then we got Papa Krause.
Let's get this train wreck started.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's drive this mofo into a wall. All right.
100 miles per hour.
Going pedal to the metal. Daddy's not coming home for dinner. I'm not the only person who's going to say that on St. Patty's Day. What happened? Oh, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Happy
Anybody
St.
else
Patty's
getting
Day.
a text from Stephen?
Yeah.
Now? Like, guys.
I even got a little bear on my shirt.
Ah.
And he's
Oh,
green, and he's drinking. He's drinking out of a solo cup.
Must be
How
water.
you lush.
Yeah. Well, I used to drink on St. Patty's Day.
Not anymore.
I once picked up a guy dressed as a leprechaun. No joke, from a bar. I didn't pick him up like a date. He needed a ride home. He was a friend, and then, well, a friend of a friend, and he burned my back seat.
Ah.
The entire back seat with a cigarette.
With one cigarette?
Rookies.
One cigarette, because a leprechaun passed out in the back of my car. Oh. Yeah, it was a bad day. Not kidding.
What is wrong with my internet?
Malibu, 2008 Malibu.
Those leprechauns, you can't trust them.
They're garbage.
They really are.
I'll say it.
I apologize.
They live up in
My fault.
trees.
They don't even exist. Okay.
No, they're not even
Screw
real.
'em.
Oh, they exist, Quarter Black. The Georgia State Legislature.
And wait, one quick thing too. And
Yes.
of course, Steven isn't here today because he's in Phoenix. He's getting some
right.
tests run.
Yeah.
So we can find out what's happening with his heart.
So thoughts and
Alright.
prayers is, let's remember that empty slogan.
Or positive energy. Whatever
Yes.
that
Yeah, whatever
means.
Good vibes.
Yes.
As he gets a orangutan heart put in to replace the one that God cursed him with.
He's sitting in a backless gown right now watching this unfold.
Yeah, he's
watching
very
his
upset.
brand go into a wall.
What do you think he's more upset about, the backless gown or this show?
This show right
Right now? He's like,
He's a
what?
little puckered up.
What have I done?
Should have never left.
Why? Well, the Georgia State Legislature passed a bill to limit absentee voting and require ID. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
That's great.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
You know Stacey Abrams.
I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've seen her?
Of course.
Yes. She
Lurking
had
around in the swamp.
Yeah, she had a special elephant in the room. It's Patrice O'Neal's joke. All right. You'll never guess how Stacey Abrams and the media are framing it.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in D.C., he called this effort by Georgia Republicans, quote, racist, plain and simple, unquote. Do you agree? And is there any way for Democrats to stop these efforts?
Well, first of all, I do absolutely agree that it's racist. It is a redux of Jim Crow in a suit and tie.
Wow, I don't.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's thinking that making people show an ID is Jim Crow.
Yeah, I think you should have to show an ID to vote.
I don't think there's any reason you shouldn't.
Call
You're
me
a
old.
radical.
I am. I'm a hippie.
But in the Democrat Jim
What-
Crow South, there was a different time when the Democrats ran the South. So
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
we
true.
harkened
They
back.
had like a litmus test, right? You had to do.
You're
some
saying
kind of
MAGA?
testing to be able to
Yeah.
vote. Yeah.
All right.
Pretty much.
I just want to make sure.
It didn't take long for Papa Crowder.
No.
He's
What is
gone.
the apple doesn't fall far from the
Calling them as I
tree.
see 'em, fellas.
Just like diner sit-ins of the civil rights movement, Abrams supporters staged this protest at the World of Coca-Cola Museum.
My goodness.
Activism.
Yeah.
Is that Pepsi? No.
Oh, Pepsi wouldn't do that to you.
This is the Pepsi challenge.
That's right.
Hey, was it Pepsi or is it opioids?
It's like a frat party happened on campus and people just passed out on the lawn.
It does look like that.
But I'm just protesting.
There's a protest. How many people showed up? That was like 14.
That's pretty good.
The Coca-Cola Museum.
That's protesting Coke for.
I have no idea. And today's St. Patty's Day. You're going to protest Coke while somebody with green beer spilled on their shirt is plowing into a family pulling out of a Denny's.
I don't know how you did it, but that was almost funny.
I tried.
It's amazing.
It's because I'm against drinking and driving. I'll say it.
Of course.
Yeah,
and
I mean, unless you have to get home.
That's a hot take.
That's right.
But yeah, there's no. And I've been in trouble with DUIs. I'm in recovery.
Listen,
because-
both are wrong. Drinking and driving, eating at Denny's. We're not going to judge.
Well, both do end up looking like a body laying on a lawn. That could be a drinking and driving experiment where Mad comes to your school. You remember that? And they were like, "Hey,
this is what happens.
This is what's going to happen to you on prom night. All you are going to die."
That's real.
Nobody had that.
Everybody had that, right?
You didn't have that at your school?
No, they brought the wrecked car and put it.
Yeah, they bring the wrecked car, and
hey,
the students are covered in blood, and they're like, "Have a good dance."
And they're like, "You see right there? There's braces melted to the frame. You don't want those to be yours.
Exactly.
Those to be yours."
Right. No, we had the blood on the asphalt video at driver's
Oh,
training.
yeah.
Before seatbelts and headrests, so that was a different time. I harken back to a simpler day.
Have you ever seen the old like baby seats for cars? Well, you probably remember
Oh, man.
them, where they're just like two metal hooks that will just turn into meat hooks if there's an accident.
We just stuffed Steven between the dashboard and the windshield. We kind of stuffed him in.
Oh, yeah.
Swaddled him and stuffed him in. He was
I used to ride the back seat there. Sure. Back in the
Oh yeah, I was
Same
in the middle
spot.
back seat where if there was an accident, I would have just flown into a mountain
Exactly.
of cigarette butts that my parents had.
You
in
lay
the
long
ashtray.
ways in the dash. Yeah.
You'd have worn the hood ornament going off the hood.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't even realize until the other day, as a car guy, I was like, "Oh, hood ornaments are so you know where the front of the car is." Right. I was like, I just thought it was something that I stole in 8th grade.
Turns out there's a purpose to those. I still have my collection, but
Who knew? What? All right, so go down to the Coca-Cola Museum and lay on the grass because it does nothing. So congratulations to
Makes you feel
everybody.
good about yourself.
Yeah, be good. I'm gonna go down to the Pepsi plant. Where's the Pepsi plant? Coke's in
I
Georgia.
don't think they have a museum anywhere.
They don't.
Probably not. Yeah.
Ba, 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 ba. I'm not loving it. Is that McDonald's? All right. Merch shop. Don't forget to go to our merch shop.
Yeah, check out
It's
the
a live
photos.
show Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. Mug Club /live and chat. And how can you make sure that we get seen? Comment
Yes.
below.
After the
comment.
After the live stream.
Yeah.
After the live stream
What's up?
comment.
They say some really bad things during the stream. We don't want to see those.
Do they?
I mean, yes.
They may say
Everybody's-
some today, I think.
Everybody's been so friendly.
Well,
I've had
so far.
nothing but compliments
they're
on Twitter.
detractors.
They're like, you are good.
You weren't really convinced of that,
Leave
were
it
you?
at that.
Yeah. I just have my filter set to compliments.
Oh, okay. It's a good filter.
It's not a bad one. I'm like, what's good?
Yeah, I could get like a tweet a week or so with that filter.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like to get one nice thing said as I try to fashion my my hotel shower curtain into a noose. So that's for me, by the way. Let's be clear.
Save you from
Myself, because I'm bipolar. Bear. Coca-Cola. You think Coca-Cola will have a bipolar bear just to make it woke?
Yeah.
Where it's like, I mean, I like this, but I don't like life.
Yeah, just for the holidays.
Yeah, it's inclusive.
Maybe he likes all of the other bears.
Yeah, it just starts
Double
melting
meaning.
because it's global warming, so he just slowly dies.
Well, or slowly
sounds-
floats.
That's a double.
He would
That's
have
a
to-
twofer right there.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have
Inclusive.
to try
Yeah.
to die.
Mm-hmm.
Polar bears just float. So
Do they
true.
float?
yeah,
They do float. They
They have
can't
hollow
sink.
hairs, so
Anyways.
they got to really want it.
I was at the Detroit Zoo. I was at the Detroit Zoo and I saw a floating polar bear and I thought it was dead until just now.
Wow, see?
I was just standing there with my son going like, why aren't they fishing out this dead polar bear?
I should do something about this.
Like, it is
Fishing 'em
Detroit. I mean, I don't know.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It's
a furry manatee.
it was a white manatee. The sea cow.
The bottle Coke.
Yes. Let's talk about, you guys know Elliot Page.
Yeah.
Used to be Ellen Page, now goes by Elliot. She had herself a little surgery.
That's a
She also, she had her, how do you say it medically?
That's a he.
He. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to misgender. I'm dead serious. Don't get all pissed off.
Listen, it's a recent development.
That's right.
Give us time to adjust.
It is. She played Juno, yes?
That's right.
Correct.
Yes, there you go.
He.
Oh, yep.
He.
That's
Well, at the time,
Is that how it works? If they did, like, at the time, can you call him, like, let's use somebody else. Bruce Jenner versus Caitlyn Jenner.
I'm
Jenner
not
won
sure.
the decathlon.
Won medals. Caitlyn Jenner didn't.
Bruce Jenner killed a guy and then disappeared.
That's
As a woman.
Yeah, I don't know. Caitlyn is
gorgeous.
Just,
Is that what you
that's
wanted
the
to
word
say?
I'm looking for.
Stunning.
I was trying to think
Yeah.
of
Woman of the year.
Bold,
Woman of
brave.
the Year. Yes,
I wish we could see Dave's, like, filter right now. He's like, this word,
It's-
this word, this
I'm telling you, it is pumping. Normally, I have no filter.
The hormones are supposed to change the voice, though, but
Do they?
Jenner's never. It's always kind of scratch right down here.
Well, if you've
There's
seen,
never been a change.
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, he's always been a little, She's always.
She.
Oh, it is. Doesn't
Stop.
she?
We better move on.
Landmines
Otherwise,
everywhere.
I know. I'm in
We're already
trouble already.
canceled, don't worry.
I know. I got canceled yesterday. Now I got to worry about her penis. So Elliot Page does surgery. Doesn't Bruce Jenner have? He didn't go all.
He did. She did go all the way.
she did go all the way. She committed.
I'm not really a bad. I don't know the. I'm working on it. I'm trying to come to you.
You're working on you.
She.
Now it's he.
He for Ellen Page. That's why I'm getting
Elliot,
confused.
yes.
Elliot Page. Elliot Page has had his first interview after a transition, and he has revealed he got top surgery.
That's the thing.
It's the beginning.
Is that so? He got a double mastectomy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did.
No, that sentence adds up.
Totally makes sense.
He
Follow the science.
Yes,
Yes, follow the science.
I'm following it.
He had his breasts removed.
Yes, he had his breast removed. Could honestly, as a movie star, you couldn't have just waited until the end of COVID to not make it about you.
Right.
Like I'd say, "Oh, I'm me."
He's a movie star, so
Yeah, he's a
Yes,
movie
had to
star.
go directly
So
back to them.
yeah, we have to make sure that our movie stars, who are our superiors, are taken care of.
of course.
It's good.
Let's see some of the. Oh yeah, Ellen Page has said, "I'm fully who I am. It has completely transformed my life."
Elliot Page.
Elliot Page. I'm not even meaning to do this.
The landmines are everywhere.
It's really hard.
It's just landmines. There's no
Nothing
ground.
but landmines.
Right. Especially right after it happens. It's just really difficult.
It's just skipping through a landmine patch. All right, so I'm going to say it again. He says, "I'm fully who I am. It has completely transformed my life."
Or at least my chest.
Yes.
That's right. Not the
Great.
bottom yet, but partially, completely.
The breast will be auctioned off on eBay.
Very popular in Asia, if I remember correctly.
You can get them out of a vending machine. Well, good for Elliot. I hope that Elliot feels more himself now
Yes.
and is
Well
able
wishes and
Well wishes,
positive vibes
sure.
and energy.
positive vibes and energy.
Healing.
Speedy
Okay, heal up.
recovery.
As
Yes.
Steven is in Phoenix getting his breasts put on.
That's the transfer.
No relation.
That's how
From
Steven
Elliot.
comes
Donor.
back. He's like, "What do you think?" They're A-cups. They could have just pushed him down really hard.
Nice rack, Stephen. Nice rack.
That's a beautiful set, Steven. Mouthwater. I'm going to slurp.
Don't do that.
G-Man, go to you.
You don't have to do this.
Let's tell us a bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Texas. What do you mean, where am I from? You know where I'm from.
Well, maybe
Great
the
state of
audience
Texas.
doesn't.
The great.
Oh, sorry. Gibby's pointing at his watch. Which
Oh,
means,
jeez.
why don't you just call me a dick?
Why don't you have the balls to say it,
Pardon me.
Gibbon?
Thought it was my show for an hour. Didn't realize it was the Gibby hour. All right. Let's talk about this. Captain
There you
America.
go.
Speaking of LGBTQ, Marvel has reimagined Captain America to be a gay man. I don't know if you guys.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if you've seen the picture of him. He looks like a twink, which I don't get. Couldn't he just be gay and look like Captain America always looked?
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm
It's got to be a
surprised.
stereotype.
Yeah.
Does he have to look like he sells ecstasy outside of a rave in the year 2001? Like he looks like he hacked up Angel Melendez and threw him in the river.
Oh.
You remember that guy?
That's too soon. Yeah.
Party. Come on, you guys remember
Not
the
too
Party Boys? So what were they called?
Lost on me.
You don't remember?
kids.
Come on, let's think back to the raves we went to in the 90s. Papa Crowder.
I was there.
It was the murder. The guy murdered his friend.
Yeah.
They were all ravers.
Okay.
They used to dress a bit in drag.
Okay.
The movie Party Monster was based on it, starring Macaulay Culkin
What?
from Home Alone.
I think
Seth Green. Wilma Valderrama played Angel.
Wow.
an angel was killed.
Angel was killed. The guy Macaulay Culkin plays went to prison.
Ah.
And then right when he got out, he like OD'd on fentanyl 8 minutes later.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's because he ran into Harry and
rascals.
Marv. So
What?
he ran into Harry and Marv in prison. That's why.
Well, you run into Harry and Marv, you're in trouble. The sticky bandits. I guess in prison they'd be the wet bandits.
That's right.
Are you making me hurry also?
No, that's not me.
We've got a lot of ground to cover.
You're right, we do. We do have a lot of ground to cover, and we do have to talk. Well, congratulations to Captain America.
Yeah.
He's now a gay man. But Louder with Crowder has obtained some exclusive new story details. Cap's main conflict is not with the Nazis. No, but instead he battles against complications arising from sharing his super serum needles. Well, that won't get
That's
anyone in
just
trouble.
dark. That's dark.
Listen,
Are we looking for landmines?
I think so.
yeah,
We're planning our own landmines.
Captain America brought AIDS into this office. Marvel is really playing catch up since DC actually did this first with AIDS to Superman. Did you know that?
Steven.
Yeah.
Oh, guys.
I even got a little bear on my shirt,
Ah.
and he's green, and he's drinking. He's drinking out of a solo cup.
Ah, must be
How
water.
you lush.
Yeah, well, I used to drink on St. Patty's Day.
Not anymore.
I once picked up a guy dressed as a leprechaun. No joke, from a bar. I didn't pick him up like a date. He needed a ride home. He was a friend, and then, well, a friend of a friend, and he burned my back seat.
Ah,
The entire back seat with a cigarette.
with one cigarette.
Like
One cigarette because a leprechaun passed out in the back of my car. Oh, yeah, it was a bad day. I'm not even kidding. He never paid for it.
No.
Malibu, 2008 Malibu.
Those leprechauns, you can't trust them.
They're garbage.
They really are.
I'll say it.
I apologize.
They live up in
My fault.
trees.
They don't even exist. Okay.
No, they're not even real. Oh, they exist, quarter black. The Georgia State Legislature.
And hey, one quick thing too, and of
Yes.
course Steven isn't here today because he's in Phoenix. He's getting some test run, so we can find out what's happening with his heart.
So thoughts and prayers let's remember that empty slogan.
Or positive energy, whatever that means.
Good vibes.
Yes.
As he gets a orangutan heart put in to replace the one that God cursed him with.
He's sitting in a backless gown right now, watching this unfold.
Yeah, he's
watching
very
his
upset.
brand go into a wall.
What do you think he's more upset about, the backless gown or this show?
This show, right?
Right now, he's like,
He's a
what?
little puckered up.
What have I done?
Should have never left.
Why? Well, the Georgia State Legislature passed a bill to limit absentee voting and require ID. I don't know if you guys heard about that.
That's great.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
You know Stacey Abrams?
I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've seen her?
Of course.
Yes. She
Lurking
had
around in the swamp.
Yeah, she had a special elephant in the room. It's a Patrice O'Neill joke. All right. You'll never guess how Stacey Abrams and the media are framing it.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer in D.C., he called this effort by Georgia Republicans, quote, racist, plain and simple, unquote. Do you agree? And is there any way for Democrats to stop these efforts?
Well, first of all, I do absolutely agree that it's racist. It is a redux of Jim Crow in a suit and tie.
Wow, I don't.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's thinking that making people show an ID is Jim Crow.
Yeah, I think you should have to show an ID to vote.
I don't think there's any reason you shouldn't.
Call
You're
me
a
old.
radical.
I am. I'm a hippie.
But in the Democrat Jim
What-
Crow South, that was a different time when the Democrats ran the South. So
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
we
true.
haven't-
They had like a litmus test, right? You had to do.
You're
some kind of
saying
test to
MAGA?
be able to vote.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty much.
I just want to make sure.
It didn't take long for Papa Crowder.
No.
He's-
What
he's
is
gone.
the apple doesn't fall far from the
Calling them as I
tree.
see 'em, fellas.
Just like diner sit-ins of the civil rights movement, Abrams supporters staged this protest at the World of Coca-Cola Museum.
My goodness.
Activism.
Yeah.
Is that Pepsi? No.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Pepsi wouldn't do that to you.
This is the Pepsi challenge.
That's right.
Hey, was it Pepsi or is it opioids?
It's like a frat party happened on campus and people just passed out on the lawn.
It does look like that.
But I'm just protesting.
There's a protest. How many people showed up? That was like 14.
That's pretty good.
The Coca-Cola
Good
Museum.
turnout.
That's
Protesting Coke for?
I have no idea. And today's St. Patty's Day. You're going to protest Coke while somebody with green beer spilled on their shirt is plowing into a family pulling out of a Denny's.
I don't know how you did it, but that was almost funny.
I try.
It's amazing.
It's because I'm against drinking and driving. I'll say
Of course.
Yeah,
And
I mean, unless you
Denny's
have
for
to get
sure.
home.
That's a hot take.
That's right.
But yeah, there's no. No, I've been in trouble with DUIs. I'm in recovery.
Listen,
because-
both are wrong. Drinking and driving, eating at Denny's. We're not going to judge.
Well, both do end up looking like a body laying on a lawn. That could be a drinking and driving experiment where Mad comes to your school. You
Yeah,
remember that?
yeah.
And they were like, hey,
This is what happens.
this is what's going to happen to you on prom night. All you are going to die.
That's real.
Nobody had that?
Everybody had that, right?
You didn't have that at your school?
No, they brought the wrecked car and put it.
Yeah,
in
they
front
bring
of
the red
school,
car
like,
and
hey,
the
this is-
students are covered in blood and they're like,
Yeah.
have a good dance.
No, like you see right there, there's braces melted to the frame. You don't want those to be yours. Those
Exactly.
are yours.
No, we had the blood on the asphalt video at driver's
Oh,
training.
yeah.
Before seatbelts and headrests, so that was a different time. I harken back to a simpler day.
Have you ever seen the old like baby seats for cars? Well, you probably remember
Oh, man.
them. Where they're just like two metal hooks
That's right.
that will just turn into meat hooks if there's an accident.
We just stuffed Steven between the dashboard and the windshield. We kind of stuffed him in.
Oh, yeah.
Swaddled him and stuffed him in. He was
I
good.
used to ride the back seat there.
Sure.
Back in the
Oh yeah, I was
Same
sat in the middle
spot.
back seat where if there was an accident, I would have just flown into a mountain
Exactly.
of cigarette butts that my parents had.
You
in
lay
the
long
ashtray.
ways in the dash. Yeah.
You'd have worn the hood ornament going off the hood.
Oh, absolutely. I didn't even
Medallion.
realize until the other day, as a car guy, I was like, oh, hood ornaments are so you know where the front of the car is. I was like, I just thought it was something that I stole in 8th grade.
Turns out there's a purpose to those. I still have my collection, but
Who knew? What? All right, so go down to the Coca-Cola Museum and lay on the grass because it does nothing. So congratulations to
Makes you feel
everybody.
good about yourself.
Yeah, be good. I'm going to go down to the Pepsi plant. Where's the Pepsi plant? Coke's in
I don't
Georgia.
think they have a museum anywhere.
They don't.
Probably not. Yeah.
Ba, 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 ba. I'm not loving it. Is that McDonald's? All right. Merch shop. Don't forget to go to our merch shop.
Yeah.
Check out
It's a
the
live
stickers.
show Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. Mug Club /live and chat. And how can you make sure that we get seen? Comment
Yes.
below.
After the video.
Comment.
After the live stream.
Yeah.
After the live stream
What's up?
comment.
They say some really bad things during the stream. We don't want to see those.
Do they?
I mean, yes.
They may say
Everybody's-
some today, I think.
Everybody's been so friendly.
Well,
I've had
so far.
nothing but compliments
they're
on Twitter.
detractors.
They're like, you are good.
You weren't really convinced of that, were you?
Yeah, I just have my I have my filter set to compliment.
Oh, okay. It's a good filter.
It's not a bad one. I'm like, what's good?
Yeah, I could get like a tweet a week or so with that filter.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like to get one nice thing said as I try to fashion my my hotel shower curtain into a noose. So that's for me, by the way. Let's be clear. Myself, because I'm bipolar. Bear. Coca-Cola. Do you think Coca-Cola will have a bipolar bear just to make it woke?
Yeah, it's funny.
Where it's like, I mean, I like this, but I don't like life.
Yeah, just for the holidays.
Yeah, it's inclusive.
Maybe he likes all of the other bears.
Yeah, it just starts
Double
melting
meaning.
because it's global warming, so he just slowly dies.
Well, or slowly floats.
That's a double.
He would
That's
have
a
to-
twofer right there.
Mm-hmm.
He'd have
Inclusive
to try
and- yeah.
to die.
Mm-hmm.
Polar bears just float, so.
Do they float?
Yeah,
They do float.
They have
can't
hollow
sink.
hairs, so
Anyways.
they got to really want it.
I was at the Detroit Zoo. I was at the Detroit Zoo, and I saw a floating polar bear, and I thought it was dead until just now.
Wow, see?
I was just standing there with my son going like, why aren't they fishing out this dead polar bear?
I should do something about this.
Really?
Like, I did
Fishing 'em
Detroit. I mean, I don't know.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
It's
a
like,
furry manatee.
it was. It was a white manatee. The sea cow.
The bottle of Coke.
Yes. Let's talk about, you guys know Elliot Page.
Yeah.
Used to be Ellen Page, now goes by Elliot. She had herself a little surgery.
That's
She also, she had her, how do you say it medically?
That's a he.
He. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to misgender. I'm dead serious. Don't get all pissed off.
Listen, it's a recent development.
That's right.
Give us time to adjust.
It is. She played Juno, yes?
That's right.
Correct.
Yes, there you go.
Oh, yep.
He.
That's
Well, at the time,
Is that how it works? If they did, like, at the time, can you call him, like, let's use somebody else. Bruce Jenner versus Caitlyn Jenner.
Bruce Jenner won
sure.
the decathlon.
Won medals. Caitlyn Jenner didn't.
Bruce Jenner killed a guy and then disappeared.
That's right.
As a woman.
Yeah, I don't know. Caitlyn is
Gorgeous.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Stunning.
I was trying to think
Yeah.
of
Woman of the year.
Bold,
Woman of
brave.
the Year. Yes,
I wish we could see Dave's, like, filter right now. He's like, this word,
It's-
this word, this
I'm telling you, it is pumping. Normally, I have no filter.
The hormones are supposed to change the voice, though. But
Do they?
Jenner's never. It's always kind of tracks right down here.
Well, if you've
There's
seen,
never been a change.
yeah, he doesn't. Well, he's always been a little, She's always.
She.
Oh, it is. Doesn't she?
We better move on.
Landmines
Otherwise,
everywhere.
I know. I'm in
We're already
trouble already.
canceled, don't worry.
I know. I got canceled yesterday. Now I got to worry about her penis. So Elliot Page does surgery. Doesn't Bruce Jenner have? He didn't go all.
She did go all the way.
she did go all the way. She committed.
I'm not really a bad. I don't know the. I'm working on it. I'm trying to come to you.
You're working on you.
She.
Now it's he.
He for Ellen Page. That's why I'm getting
Elliot,
confused.
yes.
Elliot Page. Elliot Page has had his first interview after a transition, and he has revealed he got top surgery.
That's the thing.
It's the beginning.
Is that so? He got a double mastectomy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did.
No, that sentence adds up.
That totally makes sense.
Follow the science.
Yes,
Yes. Follow the science.
I'm following it.
He had his breasts removed.
Yes, he had his breast removed. Could honestly, as a movie star, you couldn't have just waited until the end of COVID to not make it about you.
Right.
Like I'd say, oh, I'm me.
He's a movie star, so
Yeah, he's a
Yes,
movie
had to go
star.
directly
So
back to them.
yeah, we have to make sure that our movie stars, who are our superiors, are taken care of.
of course.
It's good.
Let's see some of the. Oh yeah, Ellen Page has said, "I'm fully who I am. It has completely transformed my life."
Elliot Page.
Elliot Page. I'm not even meaning to do this.
The landmines are
That's
everywhere.
It's really hard.
There's just it's just landmines. There's no
Nothing
ground.
but landmines.
Right. Especially right after it happens. It's just really difficult.
It's just skipping through a landmine patch. All right, so I'm going to say it again. He says, "I'm fully who I am. It has completely transformed my life."
Or at least my chest.
Yes.
That's right. Not the bottom yet, but partially, completely.
The breasts will be auctioned off on eBay.
Very popular in Asia, if I remember correctly.
You can get them out of a vending machine. Well, good for Elliot. I hope that Elliot feels more himself now.
Yes.
And is able.
Well wishes and positive vibes and energy.
Positive vibes and energy.
Healing.
Speedy recovery.
Mm-hmm. As Steven is in Phoenix getting his breasts put on.
That's the transfer.
No relation.
That's how Steven comes back. He's like, what do you think? They're 8 cups. They could have just pushed him down really hard.
Nice rack, Steven. Nice rack.
That's a beautiful set, Steven. Mouthwater. I'm going to slurp.
Don't do that.
G-Man, go to you.
You don't have to do this.
Let's tell us a bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Texas. What do you mean, where am I from? You know where I'm from.
Well, maybe
great
the
state of
audience
Texas.
doesn't.
The great.
Oh, sorry. Gibby's pointing at his watch. Which
Oh, jeez.
why don't you just call me a dick?
So, why don't you have the balls to say it,
Pardon me.
Gibbon?
Thought it was my show for an hour. Didn't realize it was the Gibby hour. All right. Let's talk about this. Captain America.
There you go.
Speaking of LGBTQ, Marvel has reimagined Captain America to be a gay man. I don't know if you guys.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I guess I don't know if you've seen the picture of him. He looks like a twink, which I don't get. Couldn't he just be gay and look like Captain America always looked?
Yeah, I was about to say. I'm
It's got to
surprised.
be a stereotype.
Yeah.
Does he have to look like he sells ecstasy outside of a rave in the year 2001? Like he looks like he hacked up Angel Melendez and threw him in the river.
Oh.
You remember that guy?
Yeah.
Party. Come on, you guys remember
Not
the
too
Party Boys? So what were they called?
Lost on me.
You don't remember?
Kids.
Come on, let's think back to the raves we went to in the 90s. Papa Crowder.
I was there.
It was the murder. The guy murdered his friend.
Yeah.
They were all ravers.
Okay.
They used to dress a bit in drag.
Okay.
The movie Party Monster was based on it, starring Macaulay Culkin.
What?
From Home Alone.
I think
Seth Green. Wilma Valderrama played Angel.
Wow.
and Angel was killed.
Angel was killed. The guy Macaulay Culkin plays went to prison. And then right when he got out, he like OD'd on fentanyl 8 minutes later.
Well, it's because he ran into Harry and
rascals.
Marv. So
What?
He ran into Harry and Marv in prison. That's why.
Well, you run into Harry and Marv, you're in trouble. The sticky bandits. I guess in prison they'd be the wet bandits.
That's right.
Are you making me hurry also?
That's not me.
We've got a lot of ground to cover. So.
You're right. We do. We do have a lot of ground to cover, and we do have to talk. Well, congratulations to Captain America.
Yeah.
He's now a gay man. But Louder with Crowder has obtained some exclusive new story details. Cap's main conflict is not with the Nazis. No, but instead he battles against complications arising from sharing his super serum needles. Well, that won't get
That's
anyone in
just
trouble.
dark.
No, that's dark.
Listen,
Are we looking for landmines?
I think so.
yeah,
I think we're planning our own landmines.
Captain America brought AIDS into this office. Marvel is really playing catch-up since DC actually did this first with AIDS to Superman. Did you know that? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's real.
That's a real ad
real ad.
in France to prevent AIDS. Because it's not just kryptonite that affects Superman. It's also three letters that brought him to his final resting place, TLC.
Superman is like a gym. Very,
And Wonder Woman.
Yeah, together.
Where did Wonder Woman? Where did Superman get it to give it to Wonder Woman? That's my question. He's like, no, I've just been going to the gym.
That's where he got it.
Yeah, you're not
Kryptonite?
getting, you don't look
AIDS.
like you're any more muscular. You waddle a lot. In further comics news,
good.
Zack Snyder is cut out of Justice.
It's a Zack Snyder cut.
Yeah.
It's the cut of Justice League is what I meant.
Yeah.
Because if there's anything I want to see, it's more of Zack Snyder's directing.
Exactly. That's what I always say.
What a talent.
National treasure.
From 300 to The Watchmen to garbage. All right. But it's coming out on HBO Max tomorrow, and they have made some changes, including improving Steppenwolf CGI and reshooting some pickups, and they also have reshot Superman.
Oh, no.
It's Elliot Page.
Elliot,
No.
though. That's a big up.
Look at that. Good for Elliot.
Not intimidating.
Fully
at all.
transformed.
Fully transformed. Let's talk about this. What is your favorite Irish? Okay, just want to make sure I'm at the right place. They wanted to make it seem organic, and I think I did make it seem organic,
It was perfect.
like an urban farm ran by a white hippie.
Just to be.
What is your favorite Irish cultural appropriation? Anybody? Because that's what we're going to talk about. Can you culturally appropriate the Irish? I am half Irish, so I want to talk about. I am. My pops was Irish.
There you go.
Had a Hebrew last name, but was Irish. A lot of family stuff going on there.
Yeah.
But
interesting.
yeah, it's just a little bit. I'm part Irish, part Italian.
I went to Notre Dame, so that qualifies me.
You do. You're a
It's
fighting
little bit.
Irish.
I'm fighting Irish, which is apparently a racist term, but that's okay. Let me know in the comment section. Remember to always comment on these videos. Let me know if you think that is possible to appropriate or if Irish should be fighting.
Yep. Comment your favorite Irish appropriation. And right here's a scar I have from when an Irish man punched me in the face. No joke.
Oh.
I called him Dad. No, I'm kidding. It was my friend Aaron.
Take it with you every day.
It's my friend Aaron, and I was bleeding everywhere because he thought I let air out of his tires, and I didn't. And I was bleeding, going, I still didn't do that.
You use
My brother
Landau, you use Landau for those Hollywood points.
Yes. My brother's a ginger. We haven't spoken in years. No, I talked to him.
He has no soul, so it's okay.
No, he had to put his dog down yesterday.
Oh,
that's sad.
I know. Oh, man.
It was Irish, a setter. So comment. Your favorite Irish stereotype. We're not doing the 7+1 yet, then?
That's later on.
Later on.
I just wanted to make sure because we were talking about Irish stereotypes. The Atlanta shooting, let's talk about that. It is a shame. There was several massage parlors that were shot up by a guy who...
Actually, really sad.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, it's disgusting. So, but let's start with some fast facts here. And they did catch the guy. We're not going to show him unless he pops up on CNN. That's my little secret. But the guy does look like he's upset because he has this really awful beard, and I think he was mad at the Asians because he could only grow a beard that resembled the shopkeeper from Gremlins. So, fast fact number 1: Stop Asian Hate is trending today because of a shooting in Atlanta last night that killed 8 people, including 6 Asian American women. So that's it really is sad.
Terrible. Yeah.
Like why a massage parlor?
3 massage parlors.
Yeah, why?
It's like a spree.
I don't know.
It is a spree killing.
Yeah. So we've got the Coca-Cola protest.
You have the Coca-Cola protest.
3 shootings.
3 unhappy endings.
Same time,
yeah. Oh, so why is this being...
We thought Detroit was bad.
And there I go being canceled for the 5th time.
Dave, it was nice having you on the show.
It was.
I really appreciate you.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's sad, and I think that I hope this guy gets prosecuted.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I hope he meets the wet bandits in prison and the steady bandits. So why is this being made into such a...
Well, Steven's talked about this before.
Steven has talked about this before,
the Asian hate crimes. And...
Yes. Thank you, Gibby. I needed that.
So in reality, the attackers aren't a bunch of white guys in MAGA hats or Jesse Smollett's personal trainers.
Well, this time.
The vast
You're right.
majority are black or Arabic. Just to be clear. And in case you didn't believe us, I have a video montage. But here's what's interesting. I have a video montage for you that were taken from sources. If you go to the articles that include these videos, don't mention who's committing the crimes in the videos. Here you go.
This surveillance footage shows a 71-year-old Asian grandmother violently shoved to the ground, her purse stolen. Just one of several attacks in California's Bay Area recently. A 91-year-old man pushed in Oakland's Chinatown, one of 3 attacks that day. 84-year-old Thai American Vijay Ratanapakdi knocked over while out for a walk. He died a few days later from his injuries. His family saying they believe it was rooted in racism.
The guy should not be let back on the street. He should be charged with murder. If you see the video, there's nothing non-intentional about it.
Asian American leaders say these attacks are a trend, not isolated incidents.
We have been reporting on the growing number of attacks on Asian Americans across this country. And tonight here in New York, a vicious and brutal attack. The suspect allegedly stabbing the victim from behind.
The 36-year-old victim, seen here in security camera video, now being reviewed by police, was walking alone when Salman Muflihi allegedly stabbed him in the back with this 8-inch knife.
Police are investigating another attack on an Asian American person in Northern California.
The video was taken in a laundromat. He's going to lose his Jack Kids sponsorship.
February 23rd.
I hate Asians.
My heavens. Salmon. Leaky.
Salmon.
The reaction from the left is to blame Trump.
Of course.
Yeah, just watch this video from Bloomberg columnist Tim O'Brien.
Why do you keep calling this the Chinese virus? There are reports of dozens of incidents of bias against Chinese Americans in this country. Why do you keep using this? A lot of people say it's racist.
It's not racist at all, no.
It was a very uneducated statement. I think you have to be
She's fresh out the shower.
When you choose terminology to give people
Is that a meeting reminder?
an idea of what to picture, what to visualize.
I'm fine with what she's wearing.
A name and make people who would find any reason
He's
to
been in nothing.
blame somebody else.
But I loved him in all of them.
Sort of,
yes.
Yeah.
You know, fuel for it. Fuel for that kind of hatred.
Yeah, for the moment.
Oh, the bad guy from Rush Hour.
For the moment, it gives you some gratification.
No, I think literally. I think he's right, actually.
He is.
However, you have to remember that
the last guy, no.
Having this blanket statement is more...
Cut it. We get it.
Oh, my God.
Blankets.
There's like 5 more of those.
Are there really?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Really? Asian actors? All right.
We're that deep in the bench? That's pretty good.
I think we're doing pretty well in this country.
Actually, yeah.
It's not so bad.
You think about it. This isn't actually the first disease to be named after a geographical region. I don't know if you guys know that. Just off the top of my head, West Nile virus, Spanish flu, Ebola virus, MERS, which is Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, Lyme disease, norovirus, and Zika fever, which was also a dance back in the 70s.
Just off the top of your head, Dave?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
Well,
I just
you had him right there.
Well, I may not be smart.
Right off the dome right there.
We also know why Trump called it the China virus.
Yeah. Let's see why he called it the China virus.
Why do you keep using this? A lot
Because
of
it
people
comes
say
from
it's
China.
racist.
It's not racist at all, no, not at all. It comes from China. That's why. It comes from China. I want to be accurate.
Let's enunciate very clearly. China.
I appreciate his accuracy.
Well, he was blunt. I think we can admit that.
Yeah.
If anything you can say about Trump is he was blunt.
Yeah.
So
in
why
that
is
first clip that we watched, one of the Asian actors, they said, "Hey, like people are calling it this just because they need a name." And like, yes, we need a name. That's West Nile virus, Spanish flu, Ebola virus.
That's how it works.
These things need names.
Yeah, on my my old show, which I might end up being back on. We had shown videos as late as as early as October of 19, where people in China and Wuhan were kind of dying of a mysterious ailment, and I think that's where it came from. If we sent them, American disease, they could call it.
Sure, it has nothing to do with the people of China.
Right?
No,
it's where it came from.
They'd be like, "We got the
Being
U.S. of AIDS."
Jeez. That's true, though. That's a true statement. That's not our bad, though.
No, but I mean, I don't think. I mean, I get that people don't want to be associated with a virus.
Yeah.
I mean, I can sympathize with that. But if it came from there, they were calling it that.
Actually, patient zero for AIDS was a French-Canadian
flight attendant.
Really?
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Yep.
Yeah, just traveled around, little Johnny
Yeah,
Appleseed.
he traveled around like Johnny. He was. Who thought a male flight attendant would be gay?
No.
So why is Trump blamed? Stewart. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Is that what they're called? now? Stewarts?
Politically
Flight
correct.
stewards. What?
Excuse me, Stewart. Is your dad proud of you?
Yeah.
So why?
well, kind of the first point. We didn't blame Bernie Sanders for Steve Scalise shooting, right? When they were shot on the ball field, we didn't blame them, right? There's avid supporters of those people, and we're not going after them every time. But now we see Donald Trump blamed for all of these crimes.
Yes.
No matter what the reason happens to be, right?
Well, and it's strange too because he's not in office, but we're still reaching back to try to blame
course.
him for everything that's going on right now.
Well, they're obsessed with him. It's his fault that the COVID-19 relief package wasn't done on time. It's his fault that vaccines are fantastic, I guess, apparently. It's his fault.
There's the guy. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Just with the beard. He looks more Islamic, and maybe we're not going to show him a whole lot.
No, he looks like a stupid white guy with a dumb beard.
I know, but the beard,
like a hillbilly.
Look at his haircut. It's just like mine.
That's poor choices.
What an idiot.
Yeah.
Why do you just
throw the book
stay at home?
If he did it, if that's the guy that did it, throw the book at him and be done with it.
If.
Bury him under the
He's
courthouse.
going to be very popular.
Oh,
yeah.
I like your beard.
Yeah. I hear you like Asians.
And here's Professor X on the case. Get me my chair. I can read your mind. He did it.
I don't know what happened. I was at the Coke protest.
Yes, I was laying down, pretending to be dead from something not related to Coke.
Can you imagine that being the highlight of your protest career 30 years later? You're telling your kids, flipping through an album, that was me, body number 5.
Yeah.
Really made a difference.
Behind that one, I'm on the other side.
Yeah, see this guy being sprayed with a fire hose and this woman who wouldn't move to the back of the bus? Well, that's me laying in a field with 12 other jackasses.
We got lunch after. It was nice. It was a good day.
Do you remember the massage parlor massacres? Well, I was at the other event.
Remember when something terrible happened? I was where something whatever happened, doing nothing. Kind of like I do now, which is why your mom left. St. Patrick's Day is trending this morning, but not entirely for the reasons you'd think. The U.S. Irish Embassy called out Matt Walsh for sarcastically claiming white people's culture couldn't be appropriated.
Could be appropriated.
That's right, Gerald.
Yes.
What do you think?
I don't think I think it should be able to be appropriated.
Well, the Embassy of
Just
Ireland tweeted this yesterday. Cultural appropriation is not
appreciation.
Right.
Appreciation.
Well, I think cultural appropriation is appreciation. That's what my shirt says. Cultural and my lower back tattoo. Cultural appreciation is not cultural appropriation. Ireland, the land of Siad Millet Folit, 100,000 welcomes, and all are welcome to celebrate St. Patrick's Day with us tomorrow. They tweeted that out yesterday, by the way. They're not drunk and forgetting it's today.
Did they? Yeah. Did they? They had our June appropriation month. Did they see our thing?
Yeah, dude.
Appropriation is appreciation. I think that's what they basically just said.
Well, I honestly do believe that. I think America's a melting pot, and if everybody's here to share their different, recipes, if you will, of their homeland, I think that's the cool thing about living in America. Is you get to sample all the flavor.
It's unique to hear, and it works.
Yeah.
Multiculturalism can't work.
Yeah, I don't think it's hateful to enjoy other people's culture. I think it's the opposite.
Well, look, if you can appropriate the tramp stamp, that certainly we can drink some beers.
If by appropriate you mean invented it, Jared.
Were you the first white guy in Michigan to have a tramp stamp?
Probably not. I'm sure there's 400 that say Kid Rock.
It's the first to have a catchphrase.
Mm-hmm.
It's first to have the
It's a
arrows
motto, really.
pointing down, I think. That was the real Turner.
Yeah, it's and hooch. All right, so that got us thinking we really need to recognize the contributions of the Irish, me being part Irish, and reflect on how their culture has been appropriated. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 7 plus 1, Irish culture.
You forgot the fan in the chamber.
We always forget it. Every time.
Every time.
Always.
Number 7, Crowder Dad.
I don't see number 7. I can't even read.
Did we not give him one?
Oh, I don't know. How about I take number 7?
You take number 7.
You told me he was illiterate.
The Irish have given us starvation.
Yes, they have.
Oh, nice.
The potato famine.
Yes.
Yes.
It's good history.
Potato babies. Number 6, deadbeat fathers.
I could have read that. You looked my way. I thought you were cueing me.
Oh, do you have them in front of you now?
I don't.
Oh, okay. I thought you learned to read in the
I
last
can't
4 minutes.
participate.
Number 5, normalizing sexual harassment with "Kiss Me, I'm Irish" buttons.
Oh.
My underpants say the
Disgusting.
same.
Oh.
I got them at Victoria's Secret.
Oh, no.
They say pink.
Right below your tramp stamp.
Yep.
Yeah.
They do say pink on
Juicy.
everything there. The other day I walked by there at the mall and I was like, look at those mannequins. How much for one of those? Number 4, quarter black.
Beating women.
That's correct. He can say
It's
that.
part of culture.
Number 3, Ronald McDonald.
He's Irish?
Yes, it's Ronald
It's
McDonald.
McDonald's.
Ah, the Mick part.
He's
sorry.
got red hair.
He has red hair.
I know. I just never thought of him as Irish.
Could have been Scottish, I guess.
He could be just like, third generation American and just carry over the name.
Well, that still would make him an Irish-blooded clown.
Irish American.
Yeah. He has a ball pit. I don't know if that's Irish.
I don't think they gave us that.
Number 2, riding after sports games.
Oh, the most fun.
Oh, yeah. I lived in Lansing for a while. We definitely appropriated that. Win or lose, somebody's lighting a dumpster on fire. Number 1, Gibby.
Beating children.
Beating children.
Wow, you said that with gusto.
Yeah,
of
that's
violence.
2 beatings.
Man.
And number 1, the thing we've appropriated the most, thanks to Scorsese, the Dropkick Murphys. Remember when you first heard the Dropkick Murphys and you were like, wow, this is pretty good. And then the third time you're like, please stop putting this in
Don't
the
ever
movie.
play it again.
This is... And ladies and gentlemen, that is 7 plus 1.
You forgot the fan in the chamber.
You always do that.
Can't we just call it 8? 7.
Yeah, but it's plus
just
one.
do the
It's got
math.
the one in the, it's a
Chamber,
seven-round
just
chamber
like,
with a plus one.
Okay.
Well,
Fine.
if you want to be all technical. Rage Against the Machine is commie trash. Rage Against the Machine, yes. They put out a crazy anti-white, anti-capitalist video to teach people how they should feel about being white.
Wow.
What would happen if a black... never mind.
No, I don't think we even realize that for all this time, we too have been living in this white cage.
Okay, so
The
that's a
whole point
cross.
is,
Yes, it's smoking
Foreshadowing.
cross.
Yeah.
Buffalo were here for thousands and thousands of years. White people show up, and within a couple of centuries, they're gone.
I never really realized I was white just because I didn't have to deal with it.
Let us not forget that the history of whiteness has put something in all of us. When you fight racism, you can never fully get rid of it because it's in you. It's been planted there. And we're going to have to keep doing the work to make sure that we stay strong.
You ain't black.
What if there was a black kid there, just like, hey, I thought we were roasting marshmallows.
Just walking past like,
Guys,
what are you guys?
what's going on?
What kind of camp is this? Welcome to Camp I Hate
we're here
White
for you.
People.
We're your allies. We're trying to do a
Yeah.
demonstration.
What, you don't like it? It's just because we side with you. It's why we burned the cross. Are we doing it wrong?
Am I a white ally? Incorrect.
Yeah, I'm one of your allies, so I lit this cross on fire. Well, welcome to Camp Honky. What happens at the end? Do they just shoot all the white kids?
Yes.
Also, who's sending their kids here? Like, what are you going to do? Oh, we're going to follow a counselor into the woods and light crosses.
Wow.
Okay, is there any... do you do archery?
Yeah.
Is there arts and crafts of any kind? Well, we do
Rowing,
build the
canoeing.
cross.
Shoot a
And
bow.
cover it in pitch.
Yeah.
Light it.
Do we learn to canoe? Well, that would be a cultural appropriation. So instead, we're just going to talk in the woods with a guy with a chalkboard. All right, let's address a few of their specific claims.
Yeah.
Number 1 being that white is bad and we have to reject whiteness.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they're indoctrinating little kids.
You think of supremacy, you know what that is. It's a belief that you're better than somebody. But what I want to ask about is the other word. I want to ask about white.
And what was the first time that you realized that you were white?
Just now when the camera crew was in my room. When my bedroom was the size of 8 New York apartments.
Does it upset you?
That's disturbing.
Why would it upset you?
No.
You have everything. Look around.
It's disturbing that my mom has asked me these weird questions, put me on the spot.
You're the only apartment on this floor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was crazy that I'm Curly Sue.
Yeah, this camp is teaching kids that being white is bad, inherently bad.
Yes.
By the way, which I don't know if that's a good.
Well, it is wrong. Why are you teaching a kid they're bad?
Yeah.
Let them do something bad, and then let them
Then
pay.
you tell them.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with being who you are, and maybe they're not. Why don't you talk about their heritage?
It's nothing the first wave of reparations won't fix.
No,
Hey, I'm
I
waiting for
agree. I am
Waiting
waiting.
for that stimmy.
I believe they got deposited into some accounts today.
Ooh.
Yep, or various
Those weren't
check-
reparations checks.
Yeah. Oh, those are stimulus.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Reparations is a lot bigger.
I got mine Western Unioned.
Just for the...
They took 83%.
Delivery charge.
Wikipedia actually defines whiteness studies as the study of the structures that produce white privilege, the examination of what whiteness is when analyzed as a race, a culture, and a source of systematic racism, and the exploration of other social phenomena generated by social compositions, perceptions, and group behavior of white people.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm
Isn't that
so
crazy?
ashamed.
They're being racist.
Well,
while
yeah.
saying other people are racist.
According to the Shawshank Redemption, I thought white was all the goodness. What's that movie? Oh, no, it's Malcolm X with Denzel Washington, where they're like, white is like bright goodness and dark they were saying was bad.
Yeah.
Did they? But this is Wikipedia, not Webster's.
That's true. I think we flipped it around a little bit. Yeah, it's racism, and we're trying to figure this out. Like, why is it not racist to classify an entire group of people instead of by what they've done, instead of by their character or their accomplishments, by just their skin color?
Yeah.
Saying, oh, you're all bad because you're white. This is starting to sound strangely familiar to me. I can't quite place it, though.
Well, they're trying to peg your behavior, too. They don't care about refrigeration, electricity, the automobile, flight. They care about these things you've done.
And Henry Ford loved Jews.
That's right. That's right.
Documented fact.
I mean,
They don't care about accomplishments.
Yeah, he was always like, and then there's Thomas Edison. I mean, that guy, he worked as a patent clerk and stole every invention ever.
That's why he had so many.
What a dick. Like,
He
when you
was.
come in with
Someone needs to
anything,
make that movie.
they really do. Like, I invented the light bulb. He's like, no, I just did.
He's like China before China, right? Like, oh, that's a nice phone you got there. Let me check that out.
Yeah,
Okay, thank
he's
you very
basically
much.
the Equate Walmart brand.
Yes.
It's like, no, I already made that. You can't claim it. You're quite the inventor. Yeah.
I am.
Well, Thomas Edison. That's what I do. And it categorizes people, I think, based on their skin color, this whole thing, which is... Anyway, claim 2. The USA is one of the, quote, most brutal countries in the history of the world.
Living in the States, you're living in one of the most brutal societies in the history of the world. You know,
Wow.
a country who inherited the genocide of the Native American peoples, a country which participated in chattel slavery. Any society or any government or any system that is set up solely to profit a wealthy class.
What is that room usually used for? Picnics?
I don't know. Yeah.
Just 2 benches in the white shame hall? Go ahead, kids. Go in the white shame. Also, he is, we discussed it, he's European and Mexican. I always thought he was quarter black for reals, though.
No, like real black. I thought he was...
Yeah, which we talked about the lead singer of Counting Crows, Adam Derwitz.
That's a wig.
Yeah, like I always thought he was a black guy, and a long December later, we find out.
You ain't black.
No.
Turns out Biden was right.
Is it Mrs.
All the
Jones?
time.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
I don't even remember who he's singing to. I just know Outkast was Don't Worry, Miss Jackson. I'm for real.
I'm sorry.
I never meant to pretend that I'm black, but I'm the lead singer of Counting Crows. I wonder what local bar they'll be playing next. Really, without his hair, he's nothing. Why would you get rid of that? Everybody was coming to see the hair, and they're like, why is this guy?
Yeah.
He looks like a truck driver or something.
Who's the skinhead playing at the show now?
Is there a Jewish Nazi singing Mrs. Jones? Truth 2A. There was no genocide of Native Americans. Native Americans and Europeans clashed and fought over land, as all socialites and tribes did. Is this true, Gerald?
Societies did this, yes.
Yeah, all societies
absolutely.
did
What did I say? Socialites?
Socialites did
Like
Paris
Paris
Socialites,
Hilton?
yes. Socialites. I will fight over that land.
Yes, I'm a debutante.
Yes.
Paris Hilton and Nicole Richie star in Socialites that fight over or whatever. Most of the natives' deaths were caused because of diseases brought over by Europeans. That is a fact.
Yeah,
the Europeans also brought diseases back to the old world, like tuberculosis and syphilis.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Syphilis. Isn't that what gave old Miss Lincoln her craziness?
Syphilis?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
Because if I'm not sure, didn't Honest Abe, diddle a lot of whores?
Oh, really?
I think so.
I didn't know.
I don't think that's a fact.
Well, I'm not saying it's a fact.
I'm just saying.
I'm just starting a rumor.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, old Abe Lincoln.
Yeah.
Didn't Abe Lincoln just shoot up 8 massage? All right. Well, because of the beard.
I see.
Well, the hat doesn't match. So
The hat?
No. Top hat version.
Or the beard color.
I think we're sure that Mrs. Lincoln was a bit of a goofball.
Yes.
That's a fact.
Yes.
Sally
That's the
Field
next
played
story.
her and was like, my headaches won't go away.
You love me.
Mom, it burns my head from the syphilis you gave me.
Yeah.
Slavery actually dates back to Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia.
Well, before we go on to that, we gave the Native Americans a bit of a pass here, right? So if you're idolizing these people as just being these peace-loving, wonderful people who had the buffalo and they lived in concert with nature, they actually scalped people, they enslaved one another, and they also practiced cannibalism.
Not all.
So, you know, the nice...
Not all.
No, I'm saying that this is what they did that we know of, right? So these aren't just all wonderful people with rainbows and butterflies.
Exactly.
And
like everybody's done bad stuff. Throughout history. Like you can't say America is the worst culture ever. Like all cultures across the world forever have had slavery, have had bad times, have killed people. It's not special here,
right?
And we're trying to correct that, and we've done that through the Western culture.
Yeah, but you've also just done something that they're refusing to do, right? You stopped and said, hey, make sure it's not everybody, not all Native Americans did that, right? But all white people are racist.
Exactly, yeah.
Every single one of them. I'm not saying that
it's ingrained in you, child.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Like we're doing something that they refuse to do.
Yeah, bring back Chief Wahoo.
You've heard the argument, though. I mean, at some point, contact would have to be made.
Yes.
At some point. I mean, whether it was the Europeans or somebody was going to come, look at this continent. This is a nice piece of property, right? Somebody's going to come over here and clash with a society of pantheists that couldn't possibly advance.
Well, they didn't have
their
the
world
wheel.
couldn't advance. And so somebody was going to make sure that that happened.
Well, yeah, I think it's... I'm going to stay out of it.
Listen, the funniest line is that it's their fault for being on our land before we got here in the first place.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about Mesopotamia slavery. It has been practiced in nearly every country in the world, though. Slavery still exists today. And even when we're talking about, slavery is a huge problem in this country. It still exists, and I think we kind of tiptoe around real problems today. So there is still slavery in the world. There is slavery going on in America right now. It is still an issue, and, it's tragic.
Absolutely.
And you can't blame one color for it.
It's not that African slavery was not bad, right? It's totally horrible.
Of course.
But we ended that. Now let's move on. Let's focus on the stuff that's happening right now. Like you're saying, there's sex slaves now. There's sex trafficking right now, and let's focus on that kind of stuff.
It's a huge problem in this country, and definitely needs to... It's strange to me, because even through the pandemic, I walked around New York City every day, and it's like, oh, everything's closed except human trafficking parlors.
Yeah.
They're like, it's fine, bring them in.
Jeez.
It's just crazy. So let's talk about... Of the 12.5 million slaves captured in Africa, only about 300,000 came to the United States.
That makes a lot for the rest of the world.
Where else did they go?
Yeah, I don't know.
Spain, Portugal, Brazil, Great Britain, Netherlands, France, Denmark, the Baltics.
Great Britain had a ton.
Well, those are at least aren't all white.
Yeah.
The countries that have had no impact on the world.
That's true.
And so that's why we're a target.
Did they say Norway?
No.
Oh, good.
What about Sweden?
But Russia.
Sweden?
Denmark and the Baltics. But I mean, you look at this in like Spain, Uruguay, Portugal, Brazil, Great Britain. These had more than 1 million, right? 1 million, 5.8 million, 3.2 million. Netherlands is next with 500,000. USA comes in at 300,000.
Wow.
France had 1 million too. So
well, they had colonies around the globe.
That's right.
So they were shipping them off to different places, and so I think that's why. Well, look, and many of them were actually captured and sold by enemy African tribes, right? So it's like the worst thing. You're like, we don't like these guys over here. Well, I got some guys coming in boats. We'll take care of them. We'll just be like, they're witches. Take them away, right? It's the same thing that we've done. Can you imagine being the guy that's like, just take them and enslave them?
The first slave owner in America was African.
Colonel Sanders.
Correct.
What?
Was the first slave owner African in America? Is that true?
Yeah.
Who was it?
I can't remember what his name is, but he owned 2 white slaves and 1 black slave.
Oh.
And supposedly, after
we
7
gotta
years...
Google this. I'm calling
look it up. After 7 years...
Yes. After 7 years, you're supposed to let your slave go, and the slave was like, hey, I served my time, could I go? And he's like, what are you talking about? Oh, so you're a slave now forever. Read your Bible, 7 years, get out of here. It's time to get out of here. 12 years a slave. Oh. So the film you're making very good. Yeah, I agree. Look it up. I just don't know if that was about that. I'm just learning. So sorry if I'm saying I didn't know that was a fact. I didn't know it was Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson, that's right. A black man is the first person to own slaves in the United States. I've never heard that before in my life. Isn't that strange? It is weird. All right, I assume this film talks about one of the largest slave owners. Yeah. Well, hang on. Can we just look at this equation they're using to prove white supremacy? Overlay O. Did I skip ahead? No. Good. It's somewhere in there. Gibbon was too busy looking up. Oh, I was looking at that. It's the letter that looks like a Cheerio. Why? First of all, it's chalkboard on a hill. I mean, even if it's chalkboard, it's the worst place you can put it. And let's see the equation. It says math and P is greater than O. Well, that is true. Whites are racist. What are you writing for? It's writing there. Circle P is greater than P. O. Like, P is greater than O. That is. I don't like those neighborhoods. What does that mean? I have no idea. But I think he also had a dollar sign written on there as well. Yes. See this photo of the dollar sign?
Where are white people from? Europe? Okay. Some Anal? Okay, where else? Okay, Europe's a pretty typical answer, right? You come from England, Scotland, Ireland, Russia, Germany, France, right? What if I were to tell you that there were no white people who came from any of those places, and they came from England? What do you think they called themselves? The English were British, right? But they came from Britain, so they called themselves. That's right. At what point did these people who had never, ever really thought of themselves as one big happy family, in fact, they've been killing each other for years, when did they decide that they were guys? So they looked around, and a handful of really rich people owned most of the land in the colonies. They realized, you think of it like an equation, P as in 4 people, which meant 4 Europeans and African enslaved persons were greater.
That's why that girl has a mullet.
So if I'm this guy, I got to figure out a way to get some of these people on my team.
That's cool. He seems like a gym teacher that would wrestle too much with the kids.
Yeah, this guy is so feeling for him. He's just a melting pot. He does not understand why people came here for this experiment. He has never been taught.
Absolutely. Well, he's just making up a math equation.
He's holding court with young minds.
They're like, oh yeah. He's saying whiteness is a result of like the Europeans coming over and saying we separate ourselves from blacks. Like, this is horrible sense. You can come here's the equation to it. It makes no sense.
Well, the term white people was actually seen as early as a 1613 play by Thomas Middleton.
Kate Middleton's great.
That's correct.
I think so. Credit where credit is due, royal family. Good job.
It was called Cracker as Cracker.
Powdered wigs everywhere.
You know those for lights, I hear.
What were the powdered wigs?
Yeah, because they all had lights.
Gross. Imagine. Probably shaved heads in there.
Oh, probably. There's my hygiene questions, man. Oh, just gross people. All right. Oh, and here's Rage Against the Machine in Woodstock 1999 playing to a sea of white people. And that sea of white people burns down Woodstock 99, ruining it forever. Yeah, 99 was destroyed. 95, I think, 94 they had. And it was alright, it went alright. Yeah. And then 99 they were like, let's burn stuff.
It's Rage Against the Machine.
And it was Rage's fault because they did what they told them. It's not like 100 generations they did rock and roll before them. Yeah, no. It's funny though, they are now the machine. Yeah, well, that is more the machine. That is the man. My issue with Rage Against the Machine was when Napster came out. They're like, hey, don't steal our music. Yeah, I know we've been preaching anarchy and everything for a while, but come buy our stuff. Buy our t-shirts, our DVDs, or our CDs. You can get our t-shirts at these small mom and pop shop Walmarts. Yeah, they really that's what made that. What you gonna do? Let's talk about this. Story number 3, double mask workout.
Well, he's actually pulling up a switch here really quickly or something.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I had a roommate in college whose favorite band was Rage Against the Machine, and he was the very first person to send me all the songs. You remember in AOL and semester you could like transfer all the free music?
Yes.
Yes. Well, I got my first download. It was 5,000 songs, and it took 2.5 days for somebody to share that with me. But
not a virus one.
Not a virus one, not that I know of at least. But he was the first person. This guy, he's a granola guy from the Northeast that was absolutely Rage Against the Machine fan. He's like the first person to take his free. It's all natural. What the hell's that? I should have known, I guess, at the time.
Oh, natural.
That was awesome. Then it became Navigator. Do you remember that?
Yeah, LimeWire. Yeah, for a while, we're like, Columbia House is on to us.
But then Rage did come out, and there was a fake message from Rage just saying all of our fans have been duped. We don't want you guys anymore as a fan. I don't know if you remember this when it happened in like the late 90s. And it's a huge thing, and it came to me. He's like, I can't believe it. I'm like, I know that's fake, but that's also true. They're just scamming you.
Oh, yeah.
They don't want their stuff out there for free. Come on.
Well, yeah. When I saw it, I remember with Columbia House, I showed my dad, and he's like, "No, they're gonna make you pay $400 for a CD." And it's like, "But I'm a child, and I just signed an agreement, which means nothing."
Yeah.
So I didn't ever buy anything else, but I did get a lot of double albums. Your credit still reflects it.
No, my credit is what they call a top mediocre.
Well, it actually falls off after 7 years, so you're good.
Yeah, Columbia House thing here right now.
I love that.
I was in a thing called community school where they put trouble kids, and my friends and I would go and smoke pot and drink school. And the computer lab would like just do something, so we stole music the whole time. Yeah, I got an A.
I like how I got so pissed about that. That was just the funniest thing to me. And then they started, I don't know if you remember this, they started prosecuting kids.
Yeah, they did.
20-year-old kids who had 10,000 songs on their computer. They had to pay like some outrageous fine, like per song.
We didn't know. It was a brand new one. Download. Okay. But they had no forward thinking at all. This was going to be better for all artists. They just told who thought this was road. They didn't know how to do it yet. But
right.
Once it was done, they were ringing the right. And artists you probably never hear or things you never see. So they was told there was a way. Well, yeah, and often it was mislabeled.
Yeah.
So like here's Etta James, and then it's just like
That's the police. Okay. Exactly. Wouldn't they give you a percentage to trust? Where it was some sort of a rating as to the quality of the story. You would assume, but
well, this is the beginning of that, right? Where they figured out, like, if we license our music to these things, millions of people will be able to listen to our songs instead of having to just put them on radio, just put on concert tours and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, I guess it's okay to download our stuff now as long as it's like a $3 payment.
Right. Or a monthly subscription. Yeah. It's killed the record companies.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I guess that's a good thing. I don't know how much longer Given needs for a source. I can't believe it.
I do know it's 10:15, so I'm probably in trouble.
Just keep going here with the package. What are you,
double
trouble? We'll go. You're right.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah. Would you wrap him up?
Yeah.
Wrap him up in cellophane.
It is
save him for tomorrow.
Gibby show, but we'll pass it back to you, Dave.
Are we gonna? For real?
Double mask it. Let's do the double mask.
Double mask.
You just looked horrified, Dave.
Shock
on your face.
Do I look shocked?
No.
I rarely show emotion. My therapist said, "Get hookers." I'm not even kidding. He fell asleep on the phone and woke up and told me to get hookers, and I fired him.
Professional.
You need to get laid, man.
I know. He's like, "Listen, I know you're taken, but have you ever considered hookers?" Like, what is wrong with you? You were asleep. He's like, I was.
Take two and call me.
Go back to
I've
sleep.
been taking medicine I should prescribe to you. The media has been seriously pushing people to wear double masks lately. This week, we decided to test exactly how that would affect your health.
Look, this is going to be the last set. It just went down to 93. All right, that's it. Call it.
Study says face masks do not affect your lungs or health while you exercise, and wanting to remove it because it's hard to breathe is not a reason to take it off.
The first and most important thing is that we should be wearing masks.
No negative effect on exercise performance or on blood and muscle oxygen levels during a workout.
Wearing a mask could even help you burn more calories.
So maybe inconvenient for some, you can still breathe.
New data that shows 2 masks are indeed better than 1.
So you wear a mask, then you want it to fit better. So one of the ways you could do it, if you would like to, is put a cloth mask over.
And, you know, it doesn't bother me. I even run with a mask on.
I'm just going to be testing my oxygen levels and my pulse as I go through a workout with the entirely benign double mask from what we've heard. So I think we don't want this to get below 95, right? All right, let me rest, get a fair shake here, and see what my pulse is. I've had quite a bit of caffeine this morning. Enough coffee that my urine smelled like Honey Nut Cheerios. Does anyone else get that, specifically with cold brew? I'm peeing and I'm saying, somebody need Cheerios? So I'm sure my pulse will be a little higher, and then we'll see how high it goes and what my oxygen is when I'm getting them canes. I can't get myself wound up. Okay, so you saw the oximeter, now you have a pulse meter here, this thing, but what's funny is because of my chest, look, it's not touching, so I think I have to move it down and move it around. Just let me know if it says I'm dead. All right, let's check the oxygen. Okay, so we have a baseline. Now we're going to test with the Fauci endorsed double mask.
You have a physical covering with one layer. You put another layer on, it just makes common sense.
Got the cotton mask. Where am I supposed to pinch the little namby-pamby metal thing? Is that what I'm supposed to do? This in the cotton mask, okay. Who bought this?
Joy.
Well, I won't be an intern for long. It's set to little Colombian cameraman. It definitely feels unpleasant. All right, 95. If it gets any lower than that, I'm going to have to stop. Oh, that thing had come off. It's contaminated. This might actually be a good one where I could keep it on one finger while lifting. You know me with the other one? Well, my max heart rate is 196, I think. And I'm at 170, so. Oh. This is going to be Look, this is going to be the last set. It just went down to 93. All right, that's it. That's it. All right. Mainly, too, we have to stop because my wife sees this. She sees that it was at 93 for a while. If we continue, she'll beat my ass. She's pregnant with twins, so she's got a weight advantage right now. Normal people want to get this below 95, and I'm feeling it for sure. Just for those who aren't convinced with the size of the control group, I'll force all my interns to do this as well.
We've been here since 5:30 in the morning, and we've just been told we have to work out with not one, but 2 masks.
Yeah, and I don't have any workout clothes, so...
Really? Okay, I'm gonna start rowing without a mask. Not that bad. I can still breathe. I'm still alive. Okay, well, time to do the same thing again, except with 2 masks on. I'm gonna die. I hate you. And then it's hard to like breathe in at the end because the mask is kind of covering my nose as I breathe in, so. So oxygen was about 95 when I put it on. Heart rate was 160 but then dropped. I can't breathe out of this thing. Fauci and the CDC say to wear double mask, disposable with a cloth one on top of it. If you want to suffocate to death, then go for it.
You have a physical covering with one layer. You put another layer on, it just makes common sense.
All right, now I'm doing 1 mile run with no mask on. That felt pretty good, but now we're going to do the Fauci recommended double mask.
Just makes common sense.
Definitely more out of breath with that one. But yeah. Wow.
It just makes common sense.
Yeah, look, I know it's not a scientifically controlled experiment, but no double mask when we're working out. That's it. Like, this is, for me, it's scientific enough. And not to mention, I would probably cut my power output by a significant amount. So it will definitely hurt your workouts. There's no doubt. Look, people are spending all this money, and it's stupid too, on beta-alanine and citrulline and all these stupid supplements to get a pump and to increase oxygen delivery to the muscles, right? If you go to GNC, you go to Vitamin Shop, most of that stuff doesn't do anything, but people spend all of this time and money on something that they think might make a tiny bit of difference. You know, you read about the pump, right? All those nitric oxide boosters. But then all of a sudden, when it comes to a double mask, which definitively, mechanically reduces oxygen levels, oh, that's no big deal. Well, then you know what? Put away your arginine and shut the f up. How about that? Double mask, put away your creatine, put away your little protein bar and your Lululemon panties, and shut the f up.
Wow.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I feel like I worked out.
He told us what to do there at the end. That was very good to get instructions. The double mask thing is probably the dumbest thing that I've seen with it.
Oh,
it makes common sense, Joe.
Yeah, well, I don't think it
common
makes
sense.
common sense at all.
I like to go to stores and scream at people for not wearing 2 masks.
That is
What if they wear a mask that is just like covered with like cheese sauce? You know?
Well, yeah, that's
That
fine.
passes.
Yeah, that's fair because there's another layer.
Yeah, the cheese acts as a
But I'll just be at the store. I'm like, why are you wearing 1 mask? You want my family dead?
What do you think? We just ate at Denny's and you can plow into us?
Yeah,
Come on.
is that what it is? St. Patty?
Did we ever find that source, Gibbon? I know we were.
You want
to find
dance?
a source on a particular comment. We don't want to make a comment though until we have the source for you, unlike CNN or all the other mainstream media news outlets. Gibbon, is that a yay or a nay, my brother? Stephen was furiously texting us like a comment, and he's like, "You got to find the source for this.
The source.
You got to have this source, Stephen." We're doing
so,
okay.
Yeah, going back to the Rage Against the Machines
Yeah.
video, they
Okay.
show a lot of like buffalo imagery, and they're talking about white people, being the cause of like that extinction. But this comes from Town Hall from 2600 to at least 700 years ago. Native people hunted some species to local extinction. The animals only rebounded when the Indians became decimated by disease.
Oh. So we're not to blame for everything, it seems, because white people commonly are referred to as the people who.
And then we
buffaloes.
hunted them again.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
smacked them back
probably.
down.
Yeah, they were probably doing a lot better.
They came back, and then we smacked them down.
Yeah, so that was what we were waiting on. We just wanted to make sure we didn't want to make you have multiple strikes in the same week.
Well,
So,
I mean,
It's too late.
I'm clearly somebody who hates whatever. I
All
don't
of
even-
them.
I hate everything. I really do. It's all so stupid.
It's so dumb.
Yeah.
You're a comic that makes jokes and everything's It's my impression of you, America.
And racist.
Yes.
So.
Oh, he doesn't like that we complain. White man.
Oh,
I'm 5'5". You think I don't know impression? Oppression? I don't know impression.
All of them.
But I know oppression. You ever have to ask a girl to wrangle you down a pair of Husky Boys jeans at Kohl's? I do.
Oh. Well, comment. Remember, comment. Always comment.
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 We love being on YouTube. Thank you guys for staying in who didn't tune out because I'm here. And just comment, mainly about how great I am.
Yeah.
Go to davelanda.com if you want some merch, or get some merch here. It's probably the one I should promote. There's also tour dates.
Or you could do that.
Yeah, there's also some tour dates that I have on my schedule. Come out and see me. I got dates coming up in like Vegas and Florida, Florida. So anyway, all I got to say is Steven, get well and piss off YouTube.
The Halloween Spooktacular. We are glad you're here. We hope your costumes are ready and fantastic. But first, we have a little special treat for you. A lot of people have been asking, how did Steven and I meet? When did this all come together for Louder with Crowder? And we have a little something special for you. Now, tune in next week because we will be telling more of the origin story through video, and you'll want to see that. But first, this goes back to the first night Steven and I ever met. Hope you enjoy.
Yeah, gonna get you. Yeah.
You're gonna get the me.
Spectacular special. Who's open for a casting call? All right, great show for you today. If you can't guess, tweet who you think. I can't do this. Remember I do like Michael Morris, like, Steven really gained weight. No, I'm just really doing this. This is how you do double chin. You have to find a collar, make it too tight, press it up, and then do that. Gosh,
you are disgusting.
Says the man covered in Elmer's glue. We have today, we have Lauren Southern, because she was in the recent Vox video.
Beautiful.
She's calling internationally. We have Kevin Sorbo,
Kevin
Hercules
Sorbo,
himself, and we have
Hercules.
Phil Robertson. And by the way, people watching, we also, your costumes, you can still, we've had a couple, but you can still submit some more costumes. A lot of Crowder themed costumes. Winner gets an autographed t-shirt from Not Gay Jared. Just so you know, Kevin Sorbo had to be pre-taped. That's why it looks different, because we had to tape him this morning. He had a flight to catch. Producing the Me in Video Studio, as always, is Jared, who is not gay. Follow him on Twitter at NotGayJared. Me, describe with your thoughts, your comments, your Photoshops, which are always fun. I fulfill my legal obligations, drawing conclusions. Are we good? We are good. At G. Morgan Jr., the wine man, the sommelier in chief. What's the wine of the day, Mr. Snow?
Wine of the day, Jacob's Creek, finished in a whiskey barrel, actually.
Look at him trying to sound you, right? Yeah, covered up
finished
in a whiskey barrel.
In a whiskey barrel.
Really? Do you like whiskey?
That's so embarrassing.
No, I prefer vodka cranberry. Because off air,
from a whiskey barrel.
Off air, he sounds like Hermie, the elf who wants to be a dentist. For people who don't know, we're going to be talking about the Trump dossier and what's been going on with the DNC and Russia this week. We'll be talking about Corey Feldman. What else are we going to be talking about?
We're going to be talking about.
What's the question of the day? By the way, I forgot that, because usually we do a segment. You know, I guess question of the day. We're going to be talking more so about Trump and Russia. How deafening would you say, in contrast, the media's coverage of it has been?
It's crazy.
Honestly,
it's the week of gifts too, with Uranium One. We got JFK files coming out like it's.
But it has been the slowest news week when it really shouldn't. So okay, we'll get to that. That's comment down below. If you notice the contrast between the treatment of Donald Trump in Russia, supposedly, and the DNC in Russia, actually. Okay. Another news: Californians will soon have non-binary as a gender option. On birth certificates. Now, here's what's important. A lot of people will skim through this. This isn't a driver's license. No. These are birth certificates, meaning parents are making these decisions for their children. Most affected by this, of course, will be medical practitioners. Congratulations, Mrs. Smith. You have a beautiful baby.
Boy!
No, sorry. Dr. Not Gay Jared was not made aware of your desire to have a non-gendered child. I apologize.
No, that's a penis. I'm looking at it right there.
Non-binary! Non-binary is what this baby is. This baby is free from any and all societal constructs. Yep.
That's a boy.
Nope. Malpractice.
Sued.
Bill O'Reilly said this week, there's just no way to, that he was mad at God, quote, over not providing more protection for him from the recent sexual harassment allegations. Which actually, it makes a lot of sense. It explains his latest book release, Killing God.
It's a tough one.
Which, of course, is part 2 to his wildly popular Killing Human Resources. He really does,
He's not a fan.
Why? You know, why would you throw me the lion's den?
Yeah, exactly.
Fox News lady anchors. I can't help myself.
Why did I block caller ID?
Why would you give me a penis and no self-control?
Turns out the no spin zone meant rape.
Oh,
speaking of which,
a terrible transition.
A Vaseline-covered man in a thong was pulled over by police in Oklahoma. This is actually according to the police report.
Was Jared in Oklahoma?
Beebe noticed the man was trembling and appeared nervous. More unusually, he also noticed a nearly empty container of Vaseline in the car and a pornography magazine on the seat next to Kellerman. After Beebe asked for identification, Kellerman handed over an Oklahoma ID card with his name on it. The deputy then asked if Kellerman had been masturbating. Kellerman said that yes, he had indeed been. He had indeed been. I mean, this is one of those stories where you read the headline, and it's the opposite of clickbait. It's pretty much what you expect.
Hello, sir. License and registration, please.
Yes, I was masturbating. Furiously.
He didn't read you your rights.
You don't have to say anything.
It's in the Constitution. You don't have to admit
You
the
can get a
masturbatorial
lawyer.
activity.
You have a right to an attorney.
What does this guy think he's going to get away with?
I don't even know what to say to this. I'm speechless.
Well, there's no need to say anything. Speaking of sweet nothings, Corey Feldman launched a campaign to expose Hollywood pedophilia. This is first off, before we set this up, because there are critics, and it's not that we think anyone should be a pedophile in Hollywood. And I do feel bad for Corey Feldman, but this is his video that he released on Twitter. Here, let's watch this.
But I need to protect myself.
Oh boy!
And I need to protect my family.
And your makeup artist.
Security. And I need a legal team to help represent me, so that I can fulfill this mission. What I'm proposing is a plan that I believe can literally change the entertainment system as we know it.
And by tiger blood.
And I believe that I can also bring down potentially
a documentary.
A pedophile ring that I've been aware of since I was a child.
He's acting right now.
Right off the bat, I can name 6 names. One of them who's still very powerful today. And a story that links all the way up to a studio.
A studio. Oh. I'm not going to say which one.
Invest below.
The only hang up, he wants $10 million. Holy cow. For his Indiegogo. Corey, $10 million. That's a lot. Who molested you, Scrooge McDuck? $10 million. You only need $600 worth of heroin to die. We're going with the Halloween thing. Start.
Insensitive. Insensitive.
It's one of those, like, I understand, and I do feel bad for him. The guy this is clearly someone, he dresses like Michael Jackson.
Yes.
He does.
Then
he has no identity.
He has no identity.
Did he have a porn star wife, too? Not a porn star, I'm sorry. She posed in Playboy.
Well, the thing, maybe I saw the wife swap. He was trying to act like Hugh Hefner in it. He had these, these love angels, he called them. It was clearly a Hugh Hefner ripoff.
He doesn't know who he is.
It is kind of
who are you, Corey?
It is kind of like indentured servitude. When you think he didn't choose to be an actor, and he got thrust into an industry of the Weinsteins of the world, and I am sympathetic.
But the thing is, like, it seems like he's treating it more like an award for turning these people in, than say, just doing the right thing.
Right.
Like, could you imagine if one of the disciples knew Judas was the betrayer, and he was like, "I'll tell you, but I need some sheep and some shekels. I'll let you in on a little secret, but I'm gonna need you to pay up first."
I'm gonna need you to pay up first. And like, and no, he already hung himself.
He already hung himself.
That was fat.
Oh wow, you already knew Jesus? Okay, dang it.
Hey, by the way, just to clear this up, though, hopefully we can clear it up, because here to discuss this issue we have him.
No way.
Corey Feldman himself. Corey, are you there? Thanks for being here.
I'm very glad to be here, Stephen. Thank you.
Sure. Now, obviously, you've heard your critics. Why not just release the names of these predators so that they can't attack again?
See, that's you misunderstand the sensitivity of the issue, Stephen. That's why I need you to go immediately now to my IndiegoGoCampaign.com.
Yeah, okay, Corey, but I mean, $10 million, you can see how one might think it seems a little opportunistic. You can just say who molested you.
No, it's not that simple, Stephen. This is all part of a very careful plan, you see?
Well, it may be that simple, because we have the man here who admits to the crime himself.
Yeah, hey, Stephen, you actually don't need to pay a dime for that information. It was me. I did it.
Dick Molesterson, thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, Stephen, listen, there's no need to pay him $10 million. I am the one, Dick Molesterson, who molested Corey Feldman.
Okay, that is not true, and that's why you need to go to my Indiegogo campaign.
It is absolutely true, Stephen, and I have the VHS tapes to prove it, okay? Mystery solved. I molested Corey Feldman. Hard.
Now, okay, see, that seems pretty cut and dry.
No, it's not.
And actually, I'm going to release all of the evidence, as well as my personal account, my upcoming memoir, which people can support at my GoFundMe, GoFundMe.com/weekendinquiries.
No, I'm the only one here who needs the funding.
I'm looking to raise about $10 million, Stephen.
No, this is absolutely
untrue. If $12 million are raised, I guarantee a bonus chapter on Macaulay Culkin.
Corey Feldman and Dick Molesterson, everybody.
Oh God, no. And that went about
very much as expected. All right, moving on down the trail. This is, I think, the biggest story from the week. Also, probably the one that's gotten the least coverage from CNN.
Can you believe it?
Well, okay, first let's set this up, because you've been following this as well.
Yeah,
the most central proof, for those who don't know, and this is where the question was, if you watch CNN, if you still have cable, have you heard about the Russia dossier and its relation to the DNC, and how much? Comment below. I really want, I'm not a big pollster, but I'm curious.
According to polls.
Because we dig for the news and we're going, why is this not front page? So, to set the context, the most central proof of the Trump-Russia collusion is backfiring on the left. It was a dossier, they called it, right? So this is the one that alleged Trump had directly colluded with the Russians to defeat Clinton, and it's also where the more ubiquitous rumors from which they stem, like the Russian prostitutes and the golden showers.
The golden shower.
At least that was creative.
Right? Yeah, they were creative. That's exactly it. It was creative, out of thin air. Real estate deals that were intended to be bribes.
Yeah.
This is the one that BuzzFeed obtained, I think, somewhere in January 2017.
Yes.
Now, ever since then, the media has nonstop bombarded. I mean, listen, I don't need to tell you this, that Russia influenced the United States election. They're still interfering in U.S. politics. Here, you know this.
It's a question of whether Russian intervention into U.S. politics, into high-level, top-level U.S. politics, whether it stopped during the campaign, or whether it is still happening right now.
I think she has a Russian
inside our
hairstylist. Yes, Mother, this is new trend. They will laugh.
Also-
Score one for Mother.
Also, root for Drago.
I mean, you think they like
If
flew
your
people
roots
over?
die, they die.
They die.
What? You think they like fly people over and have them vote in the elections the way they frame it, like they actually voted in your place?
It's funny that you say that because it turns out, then the Washington Post broke the story. This just broke this week that the Clinton campaign and the DNC had actually funded the Trump dossier. Roll the clip.
The Hillary Clinton campaign and the DNC. What exactly did they do?
Well, I mean, they have a lawyer, and that lawyer went about looking to hire research firms. One of the firms that they hired was this company in Washington here called Fusion GPS. Fusion GPS, in turn, subcontracted out to Christopher Steele, the former British intelligence officer, to help get information about Trump's relationships in Russia. Those reports that Chris Steele produced were then passed back to the lawyer who was representing the Clinton campaign. What we don't really know is how that information was then relayed to the campaign. Our understanding from talking to people who were close to the matter is that those actual Steele reports were not directly handed to the campaign, so we don't really quite understand how the information was passed, who got the information, and we, obviously we want to know, what they did with that information after they received it.
I can take a wild guess.
It's not really that difficult, is it?
But before we get to it, it's important to note that DNC officials have repeatedly, now, for over a year,
denied.
They funded the report.
Never happened.
The only thing they like talking about more than Trump and Russia is DACA, DACA, DACA. And they continue to deny any knowledge of it. Take, for instance, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Demon-in-Chief right here.
When did you learn the DNC and the Clinton campaign were behind the dossier?
I wasn't aware of the arrangements at all.
And then how can you let the DNC be in the dark about the dossier?
I wasn't aware of the arrangements at all.
Or maybe somewhere of the arrangement. Otherwise, you're not really in any position of authority with the DNC. Or you're really stupid. But that would be sexist, so we would be presumptuous. Both. Stop it. Let's send your sexist complaints too. At G. Morgan Jr.
Really
He's the wine man. For those who don't know, Fusion GPS, Christopher Steele were heavily connected with the Kremlin. Yes. Russians participated in creating the dossier. Now, to be fair, the Russian lawyer who Trump Jr. met with was connected directly with this organization, Fusion GPS. Okay. So let's give that. Yeah.
Anybody else bothered that we used a British special agent guy, a spy, to go do this? We couldn't even keep it made in America on this dossier.
That's a good point.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
America first.
America first.
Let's have
British
our
influence.
Own American spies.
There we go.
Break the law and
we don't
violate
have
our
good
own
spies
civil
to
rights.
buy. Come on.
Hire Ollie North. I'm sure he's available. So now there are lawsuits, by the way, being brought against Steele. He said secret agent man himself. Court documents revealed that Fusion GPS was feeding the Trump-Russia narrative to the Washington Post, Yahoo News, New York Times, New Yorker, and CNN even before the election in, get this, face-to-face meetings with journalists. Wow. It wasn't just like an email that might have been, hacked with WikiLeaks and Podesta talking about meeting behind a pizza parlor. It was actually face-to-face. This happened. Even the New York Times admitted, they noted this as of yesterday. There has been no public corroboration of the salacious allegations against Mr. Trump, nor of the specific claims about coordination between his associates and the Russians. None. No corroboration of the rumors with President Donald Trump.
Right. My only problem is they put that at the bottom of the article.
At the bottom. Yeah.
That should have been the lead.
What you put this whole paragraph in the bibliography.
Yeah, exactly. Why is it that small, fine print?
So now we can't say there's definitive proof to put anyone behind bars in this case, but no corroboration at all as far as Mr. Trump's involvement. But we have tons of evidence that directly refutes the allegations against President Donald Trump. And that is important considering how the media has taken the ball and run with it. The New York Times even went on to admit some of the dossier's claims have been challenged with supporting evidence. That means bullshit. For instance, Mr. Trump's longtime personal lawyer, Michael D. Cohen, produced to rebut the dossier's claim that had secret meetings in Prague with a Russian official last year. So what does all this mean? Why does it matter? What are you laughing about?
I don't know, I love this story.
He's a potted plant. He doesn't need a reason.
It's like a little shop of
horrors over here.
What were you going to say something?
Well, I mean, once you prove one of these things false in this article, doesn't that pretty much call into question everything else that they're claiming, especially the golden shower?
Well, that's what's
proven false.
Yes,
proven.
Yes, that's what's interesting. And if we're going to play by the left's own rules, they've been claiming all year that Trump worked on a professional level, meaning exchanged monies with the Russians to directly interfere in the election.
Right.
But he didn't. Only one person did that, or one group, I should say. The DNC and Hillary Clinton's campaign lawyer directly hired a research firm with ties to Putin and Russia to create a falsified report full of information obtained from the Kremlin to influence the 2016 election and to subsequently delegitimize President Trump.
It's even their god and hero Saul Alinsky would be like, I told you to accuse your opponent of doing exactly what you're doing. But dear Lord,
no, you would actually do it. That's what we did. Wait, hold on a second. Hillary Clinton, you're peeing on Russian prostitutes? What? No.
They had to get the story from somewhere.
The only more ironic would be if Trump turned out to be a illegal Mexican immigrant himself.
That would be great. So we should dress up for us Halloween. You know, it's real. So all kidding aside, they're actually in some pretty big trouble with how they handle the payments for this. They actually paid the lawyers.
Don't use PayPal.
Yeah, exactly. They actually paid the law firm and didn't with the FEC. They actually didn't claim it, and so there's some big time legal ramifications to that because it was like 12-point-something million that they paid for this. Yeah. So they're in hot water, not just in kind of a PR sense, but they could legally have some big problems.
Yeah, I know. This is what's incredible to me, and again, more important is the media's.
They're nowhere.
Why is no one? Again, this is an actual. If you're looking for some kind of a red flag, this is it.
This is the absolute.
This is it right here. If this had happened with President Trump, you're talking about actual, just financial ramifications.
Yeah. This is a red flag. Stained all your other laundry.
Yeah. Did you wash a red flag with the wipes again?
No.
Miss Hillary Clinton, I didn't know my fingerprint with Apple Pay wasn't encrypted. I didn't know.
I had a different server for it.
I had no idea Ivan Draco was going to kill that nice black man when I paid him $18 billion.
Yeah. And you know what's trending on Twitter right now? Trump paid $1.75 million or $250,000 more than the past couple of presidents to remodel his Oval Office or the White House. That's what's trending, and not this.
I could not give less of a crap.
But that just shows you what they're doing. Like, this should be front page everywhere, and it's not.
Do you realize that Donald Trump blows his nose with that amount of money?
No, it's our money that he spent doing it. It was taxpayer money that he spent doing it.
Yeah, I know.
But every headline is almost $2 million. He spent 1.5, and they give you the Obama stat. Like at the bottom.
All right, we have 3 guests. We have to get going, but I do want you to comment. I want to see how many of you knew about all of this. Go check out the sources. Read up on these articles. How many of you knew before this? We have Lauren Southern coming up, and then, of course, a pre-tape with Kevin Sorbo and Phil Robertson.
Lauren Southern.
This is a tumbler. Some people might try to tell you it's a mug. They might scream that it's just as good as a hand-etched mug, over and over and over again. They may fill it to the brim with shekels. You might even start to believe that this is a mug. But it's not. This is just a tumbler, an asbestos-laden tumbler.
Bernard Sanders, a man of humble beginnings from Brooklyn, New York, a University of Chicago graduate, noted communist, and perennial unemployed couchsurfer until his early 40s. You know him today as a champion for human rights, income equality, and as the esteemed Senator Sanders.
Healthcare, human rights.
But Senator Sanders holds a dark secret, for when he consumes his devious transformation potion, he turns into Mr. Bernie. Unimpeded by logic, critical thinking, or basic impulse control, Mr. Bernie is an animal of pure instinct, privy to his most primal, carnal, and selfish urges.
Human rights.
And the 1%! Fair share! Income equality!
And this month, Mr. Bernie has but one mission, one fixation.
For crying out loud, it's 2017! Why are so many living so high on the hog? When others are left clearly without Mud Club!
Try Mug Club completely free of charge for the entire month of October at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. That's a full 3-month trial of Mug Club at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub, because anything else would be a violation of human rights.
All right, a horrible intro, but for a very lovely lady. She deserves better than this. She deserves better than
everything
than Hollywood propagandists and Elmer's glue. You can follow her at Lauren_Southern. Thank you so much for being here, Lauren. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. You two are looking very handsome. I mean, creepy, but
well,
still good.
That's how Harvey Weinstein self-described. That's how he described himself when he checked out of rehab. Creepy, but I don't think they were that opposed to it. Come on, let's be real. 3-day rehab for sex addiction. So I reached out to you. It was last minute. I know you've been traveling all over. You were in Japan. We did a video this week that did pretty well based on Vox and their sort of soft encouragement of censorship on YouTube. I didn't realize until halfway through the video that you were actually giving an interview to Vox exclusively. I thought they just pulled from your YouTube video. You said, oh, there's more of a story to that. So do tell.
Right. So I first of all find it, I'm such an idiot because I should always record these things on my end. And I always forget. It was a few months ago, actually, or something that I did this interview. And I was just like, oh, whatever. I'll just do a fun interview. He mentions at the beginning of the video that he put on this queer shirt to try and trigger me. I don't think I could even see it in the interview we were doing. It was just like a shot of his face.
The shirt, right.
Yeah. But there's one part particularly in that interview, it was all cut up completely. It was like an hour long of talking. One part where I talk about Jared Taylor. And he had asked me what I think the limit is for censorship on YouTube. And I was telling him, well, you know what? Sometimes you see videos where it's just people yelling racial slurs, just yelling the N-word or anything. And that's like graffiti. Right. Why even have that? I don't see a point to that. It's not an argument. It's not someone trying to portray something. And it's not really censorship to get rid of graffiti. I still think it should be allowed, but I'd understand if YouTube got rid of it. Okay. However, instead of those videos being taken down, what you're seeing is YouTube sandboxing people like Jared Taylor, who hate him, disagree with him, whatever, fine, but he's actually making an argument and not just screaming racial slurs. So he just cut that part of me saying, Jared Taylor is just making an argument. I can't believe YouTube's censoring him, instead of putting it in contrast with me saying this whole other stuff about it. So he made me look pretty stupid.
I wondered why you would do it, because the one thing is we know, and this isn't an insult to your intelligence. I was like, oh, I wish he hadn't done it, because I could have told you that was going to happen. This is a guy who refuses to debate ever. Like, if it were someone who had a track record of debating someone you disagree with, right? You show up live in real time. But do you think, looking back now, you probably won't do that in the future, where they have all of the control?
Looking back, I'm going to record the entire thing from my end and upload it, because honestly, I think I did a really good job representing us. But if you're cutting out every second word I say, well, you're going to be able to make it look like I'm saying anything, just like they did in this video.
Yeah. That's what I thought they were going to do too. Like, because we've repeatedly, and we've racked up millions and millions of plays rebutting the Vox videos, particularly this guy. Was it Carlos Mendeza? Maza? I don't know.
Something like that.
Yeah. Gatekeeper who gives his parents heart palpitations. That guy. And just blocks everybody. And so that's why I was sitting there like, oh man. You know, Andrew Breitbart was a guy, as a good example, was always willing to get in and stand and bang and trade. But he always said, listen, if you have no control over the medium at all, don't put yourself in a position where they can make your argument for you. And I could see them doing that with you when I watched this. I didn't realize until halfway through the video. I was going, well, that's odd. I don't remember Lauren doing a video on that. Oh, she gave this guy an interview and he butchered it.
You know what? My mindset was they're actually giving a platform for us to present an argument for free speech. And if they're doing that, I can't just say no and not present our side. But you're totally right. They boxed it up. They boxed it up hardcore. What I did find interesting about this video, though, is I think they're getting smarter. He kind of portrayed it in a very sneaky way, where he was trying to be super reasonable, but the end conclusion was still, all of these people are far right and they need to be censored.
Right.
But he made it more reasonable. So usually those kind of videos have like extreme dislikes on them, but they've gotten a lot more sneaky and smart about how they're implementing or promoting their censorship.
Well, I think they probably see, like you've talked about, Jared, the like to dislike ratio, and they have to try and be less.
I think Vox has always been very sneaky. I think they've always been very good at hiding their arguments and manipulating statistical information and manipulating data to present their argument. Like the gun control video we debunked. Yeah. They've always been good at that. I can't see the button. Here we go.
I know you can't get a TriCast. Sorry, you walked into a disaster, Lauren. You wouldn't feel so uncomfortable if you had a wildly inappropriate costume yourself. Yeah, I understand exactly, and I used to be that way. Where it's like, I'm just going to go on anywhere that'll provide a platform, and then you realize, as you become more popular, I don't have enough time in the day to do it, and you have to make sure that the platform where they can't totally manipulate what it is that you say. As long as you have a platform to present your ideas, win, lose, or draw, you can sleep at night. Unfortunately, Vox has no interest in doing that, which is so funny because in that video he says, they have no duty to fact check independent bloggers or face up to debate. I'm like, what? That's you. It's not you. And by the way,
did you ask him to debate you?
Oh, many times, yeah, on Twitter, just like, hey, this is incorrect. I think I'm blocked. Everyone's blocked by this guy. He's known for blocking people.
Okay, well, he sent me an email thanking me for doing the interview with him. So I think I'm going to send him an email back and ask him if he'll do a debate with you.
Yeah,
because
sure.
That would be very fun to see.
I would love to have him on here. I think the reason he conducted an interview, Vox has $300 million in backing. People need to understand this. It's not like, okay, Lauren Southern versus, bisexual Cuban who happens to speak at Vox. It's Lauren Southern versus $300 million in backing from NBC and other corporate sponsors. Not sponsors, people who are actual investors, actual equity stakeholders in the company. Right. And they're sneaky and presenting it as though it's an independent guy, and it's not.
And just so people know, I literally forgot about this interview because it was so long ago. That's how much cutting they did in this interview. That's how much time they put into stringing together this narrative. Unlike us, where you'll make a video every day, just your honest thoughts. Here's what happened. Here's the facts. They have to spend months stringing together the narrative perfectly because they know their ideas aren't quite right. They know censorship isn't exactly moral. So in order to convince the public it is, it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of cutting up people's actual words.
Yes, that's a good point. And I think it's especially important with the left because we see this all the time with Bernie Sanders or the Young Turks. They see, or we saw this with Bernie exactly, where he said, here are the facts. A majority of, as though a poll is a fact. And so the left believes that if a majority of people want something, it is therefore democracy, ergo it is the right argument. And right now, their arguments as it relates to free speech, as it relates to open speech online, I should say, I hate to use the term free speech because First Amendment businesses, it gets complicated. It is a losing argument. It's an unpopular argument. And that's the first time for them when their whole worldview is based on this pseudo-populism. It's tough to realize that most people don't agree with you. Yeah, and one thing I would like to bring up with you, because they say vloggers, independent vloggers have no incentive to fact check. I actually think it's different because you've apologized, and I know I've apologized sometimes for getting things wrong, and the reason is because your audience calls you on it, so you have more of an incentive than anyone.
Absolutely. Well, we don't have these one individual with an agenda that's just backing us with whatever amount of millions of dollars like Vox has. They really don't have an incentive to fact check when the public don't have to hold them accountable. The public can scream and whine as much as they want, and they can get as much dislikes as they want, and they'll still have their millions back now. I completely agree. It's the opposite. The internet will reject you if you repeatedly give them false information. The internet will throw you out. You will no longer get the views you did. 4chan, whoever it is, will just tear you a new one. You'll have a million skeptic channels that'll just rip you to shreds. And it is you are way more connected with the people as an independent blogger than a lot of these personalities like Rachel Maddow on the news. It's almost like an above you thing where people can't go and really send Rachel Maddow emails. She doesn't have Patreon backers. She doesn't really reply to any small critics on Twitter.
Right.
It's a totally different world.
It is a different world. And as a matter of fact, you'll have all those skeptic channels and people who hate you even if you do try and fact check yourself. So that's it happens no matter what. Were you going to say something, Greg?
I was going to say the big issue is that the people who find you on the internet also know how to use the internet. So,
this is true.
I'm like Grandpa watching CNN like, I knew it! Trump did it all! I knew it.
I don't like that Kirsten Powers on Fox News. I'm going to email the man who sells the gold. I think he's the one. They know they can reach you right away.
Yeah.
But listen, I don't need you to set up a debate for me. That's several steps removed. If it happens, great. People are always welcome on this show. I would love to see you and him actually have a conversation in real time, because I think that would be really interesting, where you can maybe ask him about the things that he didn't include with your interview. I wouldn't bet on it, but I'd love to see that. Where's the best place for people to find you so they can actually watch your independent content, Lauren?
Absolutely. I'll try that for sure. And they can find me at Lauren_Southern on Twitter, or just look up my YouTube channel, Lauren Southern.
Lauren Southern. And we have next, I believe we have, who do we have next?
There we go. Keep clicking. You got it.
And now for Barely Legal with Bill Richmond, sponsored by Mug Club.
Hi, I'm Bill Richmond, the half-Asian lawyer with Louder with Crowder, here to help clear up confusion and dispel myths regarding commonly misunderstood legal terms. We have a question this week from Dan from Mississippi. Dan asks, Bill, last week, I couldn't tell whether we were talking about being liable or the term libel because of your thick half-Asian accent. Dan, I'm glad to help. While some people would consider me to be from a third world, war-ravaged country known as Chicago, Illinois, I think the problem lies in the fact that you need to get the shit out of your ears. Last week, we were clearly talking about being liable for civil damages or civil remedies in a civil lawsuit. By comparison, libel is the written communication of false statements that harm the reputation of another. It falls under the umbrella of defamation. The other version of defamation is spoken or oral, and it's called slander. So if I were to come to your house and tell your family that you have the same amount of IQ points as you do teeth in your head, and if that weren't true, that might be slander. I hope I've cleared up that confusion for you. And for Louder with Crowder, cheers.
This has been Barely Legal with Bill Richmond, sponsored by Mug Club.
All right, but he's a busy man. He's all over the place right now.
Man.
But probably not for the reasons that he would like to be. But I grew up watching him.
Yes.
You can follow him at KSorbs. I've met him a couple times. I don't think he remembers me because everyone's coming up and always fawning over him. That's what happens when you are Mr. Kevin Sorbo. Thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. I hope you love my little lovely hotel background that I'm at right here in New York City right now.
I do love the hotel background.
Your background's a little cooler. It looks like a cool little man cave going there.
It is a little cooler. I wouldn't use the term man cave just because legally we're not supposed to say that. Apparently, sexual harassment behind the scenes. Yeah, Z cave. Yes, exactly.
Oh my God.
Hey, you know, speaking of men and not men, just to get you in hot water. I grew up. I watched you as Hercules, and I don't know if you remember. I don't know if it was a spinoff or had anything to do with your show, but in Canada, then there was Young Hercules, and it was Ryan Gosling, and he's a. Yeah, but he's tiny. And so as a kid, I remember being sorely disappointed. Did you ever visit that set and think like, this kid?
Well, he came on the show as a cadet at the school that I grew up on, that Hercules was trained on as a youth. And so I worked with him. And I remember going on to my wife and said, I just worked with this kid. He's only like 20 years old. He's good. There was something about him. He's got a charismatic thing about him. And then when they picked up the show, I didn't really think about it. You're right, back then, because he's in good shape now, but back then he was a skinny little kid. And, but I remember when the show got canceled, we went out to dinner before he's coming back to America, and I said, Ryan, you're 20 years old, you're a good actor. you'll do fine. And now look at this guy today.
Yeah.
He's all over the place. So
just advise him to put on some Timberlands, give himself a few inches of height, and then he can do Hercules. I just remember, like, you know, you're lean, he's lean, but I remember meeting you. You're about 6'3". I had a friend who dated him in Cornwall, Ontario. I just remember as a kid going like, Hercules, come on. I wasn't so much concerned with performance so much as the guy wanted to be Hercules. Hey, speaking of Herculean ability, the sexual harassment in Hollywood. You weren't coming on for this originally, but you just told the story. It was in Mediaite. Was reading it this morning about Versace sexually harassing you. It's pretty blatant, the story. Hand goes. Can you explain it for people who don't know?
I got to tell the story because it's funny how it wasn't a Hollywood Reporter or what was it in Variety? I can't remember now.
It's everywhere now.
I did them on the Adam Carolla show, and they want to talk about it. To me, it's in my book, and the way they write it, they make it look like, oh my God, it was so traumatic to me. It was so. I had 3.5 years in Europe when I was doing the modeling thing. All right, so I'm living in Europe. I meet with Versace. He liked me. He puts me in his fashion shows, men and women. Because of my height, I'm in the women's shows because they're 6'1" in their heels, and I'm 6'3", so it look like a midget guy walking with these tall women. And then I get invited to this dinner, huge party, big party, and there's like 80 people there, and I meet Versace, and I meet Pavarotti, I meet Richard Gere, I meet all these people.
Yeah.
And I get called to another dinner later on. I said, what the heck, I'm going to go. And my girlfriend at the time said, you know, he's probably going to hit on you. And I said, you know what? The guy's already mentioned he likes me for my possibly do his campaign. Why not? That's what we're out there for anyway. Get these big campaigns, being GQ. So I go to that party. Then I go to another dinner party. It's about 12. Then the fourth time, it says him and myself.
Yeah, that's not a party. That's just
well, we're sitting at this restaurant. We're in some like private room. There were people all around, and all of a sudden his hand goes on my thigh, and I said, Johnny, come on, give me a break. You know that I'm straight. You know, he goes, I know, that's why I like you. And like, he goes, you're not a girl man. He goes,
you thought you were hard gets.
That's it. I'm attracted to that, he said. And then he goes, in life, you must make love to the dog and to the cat and to the girl and to the boy. You must make love to everything. It's all about life. And I laughed as he's saying this to me. I said, you know, buddy, all my life, I've been on this road and you're on this road. Without missing a beat, he says, I build a bridge.
and the bridge is my wiener.
You know, I never got his campaign, but we remained friends. And was that sexual harassment? I guess it is, but I knew what it was.
No, that is sexual harassment.
You are his forbidden fruit.
I'm an empty guy, so I'm not going to worry about it and think, oh my gosh, my career's over. Because I knew I wanted to be an actor anyway. The whole modeling thing, only because I was dating a model at the time, happened. I was going to move to LA from Minnesota, but this was a sidetrack of my life, which I don't regret because I got to spend 3.5 years in Europe. And it was kind of cool to see how socialism can destroy countries. Variety, I can't remember now.
It's everywhere now.
I did them on the Adam Carolla show, and they want to talk about it. To me, it's in my book. And the way they write it, they make it look like, oh my God, it was so traumatic to me. It was so. I had 3.5 years in Europe when I was doing the modeling thing. All right, so I'm living in Europe. I meet with Versace. He liked me. He puts me in his fashion shows, men and women. Because of my height, I'm in the women's shows because they're 6'1" in their heels, and I'm 6'3", so it look like a midget guy walking with these tall women. And then I get invited to this dinner, huge party, big party, and there's like 80 people there, and I meet Versace, and I meet Pavarotti, I meet Richard Gere, I meet all these people.
Yeah.
And I get called to another dinner later on. I said, what the heck, I'm going to go. And my girlfriend at the time said, you know, he's probably going to hit on you. And I said, you know what? The guy's already mentioned he likes me for my possibly do his campaign. Why not? That's what we're out there for anyway. Get these big campaigns, being GQ. So I go to that party. Then I go to another dinner party. It's about 12. Then the fourth time, it says him and myself.
Yeah, that's not a party. That's just
well, we're sitting at this restaurant, and we're in some like private room. There were people all around, and all of a sudden his hand goes on my thigh, and I said, Johnny, come on, give me a break. You know that I'm straight. You know, he goes, I know, that's why I like you. And like, he goes, you're not a girl man. He goes,
he thought you were hard gets.
That's it. I'm attracted to that, he said. And then he goes, in life, you must make love to the dog and to the cat and to the girl and to the boy. You must make love to everything. It's all about life. And I laughed as he's saying this to me. I said, you know, buddy, all my life, I've been on this road and you're on this road. Without missing a beat, he says, I build a bridge.
and the bridge is my wiener.
You know, I never got his campaign, but we remained friends. And was that sexual harassment? I guess it is, but I knew what it was.
No, that is sexual harassment.
You are his forbidden fruit.
I'm not an empty guy, so I'm not going to worry about it and think, oh my gosh, my career's over. Because I knew I wanted to be an actor anyway. The whole modeling thing, only because I was dating a model at the time, happened. I was going to move to LA from Minnesota, but this was a sidetrack of my life, which I don't regret because I got to spend 3.5 years in Europe. And it was kind of cool to see how socialism can destroy countries.
There you go. I was raised in Montreal, and Nake J was just there for the first time recently. He was like, I had no idea this is... No, Montreal, beautiful city to visit.
Oh, beautiful city.
Yeah, broken, just a spirit of brokenness in socialism. And taxes are up even more, the sales taxes from when I last left, because Harper was still prime minister when I lived there. But I do find it interesting. It was like the Pepe Le Pew. You're like, I'm straight. He's like, yes, talk dirty to me. That's and here's one thing I will say that I really respect about this, because if you, okay, just so you know, that's sexual harassment. All right, I appreciate you're playing cool with it.
Sure it is. I'm a big enough guy not to let it. I mean, I wasn't distraught.
No,
you know,
no, and
me,
that's what I appreciate about you,
fun.
because you have these other celebrities out now who talk about the sexual harassment, but they talk about it as though it's traumatic, and then they don't name names. Whereas you were very nonchalant about it. You're like, yeah, listen, this happened. Versace, if I'd have let him, would have reached up, grabbed my balls. I told him not to. I didn't get the gig, but you named the name and you didn't play the victim. Have you noticed it's a stark contrast to everyone else coming out? Like nobody ever says, I did it. Whether it's Weinstein.
It's 20 years later, it became really distraught over it.
Yeah, 20 years later, all of a sudden they're having PTSD flashbacks. This is very unique in the way you presented this story. Have you noticed that?
Well, I just think it's funny how, I mean, I'm sure that I'm going to get people coming at me now, and I'm going to laugh at it because it's a joke. It's in my book, True Strength. It's in the book. Check it out. I'm not blasting. I'm not being mean to him. To me, it's like, I respected his talent. I loved his suits. You kidding me? The best suits around were Versace's. So it was. I just think it's kind of funny. But you know, they're going to take anything if you have a different point of view if you're a conservative, and they're going to blow it up and make it look like, even though they'll do the same thing, but it's okay if they do it.
But I do wonder why now they bring it up. Like you said, if it's in your book, why didn't anyone care back then? Was it just because, you know, straight, white, tall male, you think?
They didn't read my book.
Except for Versace, he had it by his nightstand. You're like, oh, yes, I remember. I built a bridge. Hey, one question before I want to move on to the other projects. I've heard this, you know, having been an actor for a good portion of my life before I started doing stand-up, that more male models are straight than actors. It's actually rare for male models to be gay. It's usually actors who are gay. I have no experience clearly in the male modeling world. Was that your experience? It's just an aside.
I don't know what the stats are, but I don't disagree with that because almost pretty much every single guy that I met over in Europe, in Italy, and in France, and London, wherever, as far as I knew, they were straight. There was only one guy that told me after about a year, he goes, by the way, I'm gay. I went, what, really? I had no idea.
And then he reached up your leg and said, I'll build a bridge.
No, but it was, you know what? I can't disagree with that. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. It's like male cheerleaders. They're the straightest of them all.
They're the smartest of them all.
Smart.
Those guys are brilliant. When people used to mock George W. Bush, like, he was a male cheerleader, I'm like, did you see where he went to school?
Such a player.
Did you see the ladies? Okay, so we can move on from this. I'm glad there's no post-traumatic stress with Versace.
I'm doing okay.
You can send him my way. I'll build a bridge if he gives me some suits.
Look, I grew up watching I Dream of Jeannie, and I met Barbara Eden years ago, and I told her, I was only like 7 when I watched the show, and I knew I had no problem with my sexual identity. So it was like,
yes, very quickly.
Look at her, okay, I'm done.
Yes, exactly. As opposed to Knock Jared, who was just looking at the red Power Ranger thinking, okay, this is my bag. Tell us about your we don't have a ton of time, but your latest project, you know, Let There Be Light. A lot of people now who are younger, who maybe weren't introduced to you with your previous work like Hercules, this is kind of how they've come to know you in a lot of faith-based works. What was the transition like? And then, of course, that leads into Let There Be Light.
Well, you know, it wasn't really a transition. I mean, I did Hercules 7 years, which was certainly a family-friendly show. Then I did Andromeda 5 years up there in Vancouver. I lived in the BC for 5 years, loved it. And then since then, I've shot over 50 movies. There's probably 15 I wish I didn't do. But I did a movie back in 2011 called What If? And it's by the Pureflix guys, the same guys I did a really successful movie with them called God's Not Dead.
Right.
Soul Surfer, the Bethany Hamilton story. So that's kind of a road I wasn't planning on going down. I am a Christian. I am a conservative. But I wasn't on purpose saying, okay, now I'm just going to do Christian movies. But once I came out of the conservative closet, the tolerant world of Hollywood stopped calling me.
Yes.
You know, the ones who stand for tolerance. And so I've stayed alive doing, you know, independent movies. This movie, Let There Be Light, is just an amazing movie. My wife co-wrote it with Dan Gordon. Dan Gordon is a big Hollywood writer. He wrote The Hurricane with Denzel Washington. He wrote Passenger 57, Wesley Snipes, White Earp with Kevin Costner. They came in, wrote this. About less than 2 weeks after I read the script, I get a call from Sean Hannity. And Sean says, Kevin, I want to do a movie with you. I like your faith-based movies. Do you have one? Yep, we got one. Flew to New York. We pitched him. He wrote a check right then and there. Less than 6 months later, we're filming this movie, and now it's done, and it opens this weekend.
But he's not starring in it, correct? Sean Hannity is just
he's in the movie a little bit as himself.
Okay, I was gonna say that might be a little rough because I've done some bits with Sean.
No, I'm the lead in it, and my wife is the female lead in it, and actually my 2 boys, who I'm gonna call to come in here because you have huge fans with my 2 sons.
Oh, geez,
they gotta poke their heads in and say hi here.
Get them watching somebody else, Kevin. Get them watching. Get them in a room with Versace for all I care. Build some bridges for the love of God. Turn the dial.
This is a great movie, and people got to go to LetThereBeLightMovie.com. LetThereBeLightMovie.com because we're an independent film. We're a $3 million movie, all right? That's like catering on Pirates of the Caribbean. We don't have $150 million to throw out there for all these promotion stuff. So people stop me all the time. Used to be because of Hercules. Now they stop me all the time because of my faith-based movies. Please make more. And I said, well, then you have to support them. So please go to LetThereBeLightMovie.com. Support the movie. If it's not in your town, you can go to the theater and say, we'll fill this sucker up, and they'll bring it there. I promise.
Yeah, and a lot of people are doing that. Again, it's Let There Be Light. It comes to theaters, or if it's not in your theater, this Friday. Friday. And yeah, but I want to, we'll have you back and talk about that because we have Phil Robertson on today's show as well.
Wants to get me.
And he knows this all too well, coming out in the Tolerant Left. They went after him. So it just so happens that you're two stories correspondent. That's Let There Be Light film at K-Storbs. LetThereBeLightMovie.com. Damn it, I ruined the plug. I'm trying to build bridges. I'm not as good. Let There Be Light.
He's going to poke his head in here right now.
Oh, there we go. Okay, before the break, the music's coming in.
Brayden.
Look at him.
Brayden's in the movie playing my son.
There you go. You make good-looking children. That's another skill. You're just full of male modeling and acting and making humans. We'll be right back after this.
What are you going to say?
Hey there, handsome. No, not you. Oh, Lord, no. I'm talking about that snazzy T-shirt. Looks like someone's been dropping some coin at louderwithcrowdershop.com. Now, come near, let the world see, don't be shy. There we go, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, now, someone's trying to be a sneaky fellow. Let's go, wear that bad boy loud and proud. Nothing to be ashamed of here. Say, what's the big idea? Stop kidding around and show everybody your swag. Don't make me come down there. Well, now your T-shirt just says socialism, which is far more embarrassing. There we go, see, nothing to be afraid of. Available exclusively at louderwithcrowdershop.com. Mug clubbers are almost never beaten up for wearing a long-sleeve socialism is for fags t-shirt. Unless, of course, you're sickly looking and lacking self-confidence. And that's why we now sell long-sleeve versions. Perfect for those cool summer nights and covering up a lifetime of gym avoidance and poor decisions. Get yours now at louderwithcrowdershop.com. That's louderwithcrowdershop.com. Because anywhere else would be pure faggotry.
So October's wrapping up. Louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. It is Mug Club is a human right month. It's the end of it. You could have been trying it this whole month, but you can still try. There's time left. Actually, I think a 7-day trial goes at this point. Either way, you're getting 7 days. But louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. For those who miss, you see the clips every day on YouTube. We do a show every single day. It's also what keeps everybody employed. Unfortunately, yeah, even not Gay Jared. It's $99 annually.
That's for you.
$69 for students, veterans, or active military. We're going to blow past 1 million subscribers on YouTube here. The only completely independent channel that I know. We don't have multiple shows in this channel. It's not like Young Turks. There's some other conservative channels that have many shows in their channel. I don't begrudge those people for that, but this is the only show on this channel. We're doing 1 video a day, 5 times a week, and the growth is entirely because of people like you who subscribe, who join the Mug Club. It is the paid content that allows us to continue releasing more and more free content. We appreciate it so much. And listen, the more you keep joining, the more we'll grow, and we'll fight back as best we can. And if you don't, I'm going to go molest the umbrella tree. Let's be honest, I'm going to do it anyway. louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub.
There we go. Keep clinking. Are you guys in the pool? You guys in the pool? I'm recording message. Are you guys in the pool?
All right, very glad to have our next guest. Now, before I bring him on, I want to run a clip. This is for people out there. If you're a Mug Club or if you're a subscriber to CRTV, it's the latest show announced. You guys know him, of course, as Happy 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 from Duck Dynasty. Notorious, or just famous depending on where you line up. Let's see a clip of this, now available for people at CRTV.
Let me tell you a story.
I'm driving home and I see a dark object in the middle of the road.
It was a grizzly bear, just stalking him.
All I saw was a white flash come at my face.
Huh?
And then I blacked out.
The woods, they're always quiet. There's no one here but me.
That looks intense.
Looks like Breaking Bad-esque.
Looks like Breaking Bad with
Maybe
beards.
Phil Robertson goes on a drug spree.
Well, hold on a second. No, I highly doubt it. You can follow him on the Twitter at Duck Commander PR. The leader of the Robertson family, Mr. Robertson, Phil Robertson. How are you, sir?
Doing well.
Well, we're glad to have you here. So this show, like I say, it looks intense. Now, you obviously kind of took a hiatus from sort of, I guess, broadcast your own program after Duck Dynasty. What made you want to come out and do this? And how is it different? Like, what are we going to see from Phil Robertson that people haven't seen before, that it's now unfiltered?
Well, my oldest son said, Dad, he said, when someone catches you on a cell phone and you say a few words or offer a little advice, we noticed that usually there are a lot of people who respond to that, as in millions.
Yeah.
He then said, therefore, Dad, you need to talk more. And I said, well, figure out how I can do that and show it to me, and we'll talk it over. You have to remember, I'm not computer savvy. I've never been on the internet. Me knowingly clicked onto it. I don't fool with that, nor cell phone. So I'm sort of illiterate when it comes to cell phones or computers.
Well, there probably aren't a ton of them out in the woods, but that's got to feel good. Most kids are not telling their dad, like, hey, Dad, I need you to talk more. Shut up, Dad, stop. So that's got to feel good.
Little unusual, but I said, okay, let's talk more. I said, hey, figure out, if we're going to do this, figure out how you get a little revenue stream, and we'll try to get a few words out to America. I think they need a few. So
yeah, well,
they took it from there.
That's an important point because a lot of people want to hear what you have to say. Duck Dynasty sort of, I will tell you this. I don't have cable, okay? So kind of like you with television. I was not a viewer of Duck Dynasty because I haven't had cable my entire adult life. I stumbled on it accidentally, actually, the day after my wedding. So we were waiting before we left for our honeymoon. We were in a hotel and it was raining. There wasn't much to do. And I watched it and I said, it's just a reality show where people are decent. And then it hit me, this is very bizarre. It's a reality show where people are decent. And that's where it registered with a lot of people. And then you were run out on the rails from the entertainment industry, I'm putting this in quotes here, simply for being decent. Do you feel like you were kind of a landmark there? Because it was really striking how most of America reacted to your comments versus the publications and media.
Well, the guy walks up to me in a magazine interview on how that got started, and he asked me, did I believe homosexual behavior was a sin? And I quoted 1 Corinthians 6, 9, and 10. Don't be deceived. Neither the sexually immoral, the idolaters, the adulterers, the male prostitutes, the homosexual offenders, thieves, greedy, drunkards, slanderers, or swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. And I just let that was my answer. I just quoted a Bible verse.
Right.
Amazingly, it hit the news media that I was a low-down, sorry, good-for-nothing. And I basically was thinking, well, they're arguing with God here. I just gave them a Bible verse. But the news media didn't know it was a Bible verse. Yeah. So 2 weeks later, they finally found out it's a Bible verse. By that time, the public, when I got fired, they told me later, they said, Mr. Robinson, we didn't actually fire you. We put you on what we called an indefinite hiatus. I said, yeah, I read that. I said, I looked up hiatus, and it said a gap in the proceedings. I said, I think you sent me down the road.
Only in Hollywood is 2,000-year-old information shocking.
Right, yeah, exactly. I think the Weinsteins could get on that. Be like, hey, listen, it seems he was quoting a blogger named Corinthian. I believe it's second. I'm not sure. Can someone get a fact checker on this? And they didn't.
All I have to say is be careful when you quote Bible verses in America because you can hit the road in a heartbeat.
Well, but what surprises me is this wasn't news in the sense like anybody who knew about Duck Dynasty, you're a Christian conservative family. I mean, it's pretty obvious, if not from the beard. Let's be real here, by the way. Congratulations. I can't grow one. I look like a freak. But it's pretty obvious. It just seems as though this was, again, selective outrage. The magazine, right, I think it was GQ, it might have been Esquire, I don't know, decided, I'm going to avoid swindlers and thieves. And regardless of people even watching right now, whether they agree or not, said, I'm going to pick the outrage today that Phil Robertson has a problem with homosexuals. No one who would have watched the show. This is why I think it's so important for people to see your show and subscribe there at CRTV. No one who watched Duck Dynasty was offended by it. That's what's so weird to me. Yeah.
Yeah, not at all. So you have to remember, what's amazing is everyone was shocked after all the smoke cleared because they said, Mr. Robinson, did you hear from any group, the other 9 groups? It was 10 sins, but only the homosexuals hollered. And I was thinking, well, it looked like Washington, D.C. would have called me swindlers, slanderers, but they didn't call. So I'm thinking, well, maybe I didn't hit them all. So it was amazing.
Yes, exactly. I think they're going, hold on a second. I think the Clintons have that in a dossier. Let's just do the homosexuals. That's politically expedient today. Let me ask you this. So now you have the show Into the Woods. What can people expect with this? Like, how is it different from Duck Dynasty? Because obviously that's this major network where whether you guys want to say things or not, it's pretty apparent now there were things that they didn't want to be broadcast. What can people expect when you just go into the woods? You just going to shoot stuff and say things?
No, this could be a little more intense. You have to remember, in our culture today, there's so many divorces, there's so many broken homes. Miss Kay and I, every day, deal with people that I noticed Trump today is declaring war on people on opioids. Well, Miss Kay and I, we go to the rehabs, to the prisons, and to all the people who come from all over the nation. Right. They drive down, they hitchhike down, they get on a bus and come down. We counsel them, and we try to get them to where they turn away from drug use, opioids, heroin, crystal meth. So we, on an ongoing basis, these are the people we work with. We point them to Jesus and say, look, you can be forgiven. I know you're in the rehab. What you need is to be redeemed instead, along with rehabilitation. There's a difference.
No, that's important. And you can only do it, right? The people you're dealing with are, again, the people you would list from that Corinthians verse. Swindlers, stealers, drunkards, all of these people. And you can only help them. You can only help them. Let's get rid of even the spiritual side for people who watch who are atheists. Let's just talk rehabilitation. If you recognizing, first step, acknowledging a problem. That would mean, I'm a thief. I should probably get on that. I'm a drunk. I should get on that. You need a judge to fix it.
That's the show, dude.
That's it.
And boy, we have plenty of listeners and plenty of ones, hey, get out of me. Salt water made us. I'm like, salt water? So we begin there, and we just morph out. you liable to see like a guy like a astrophysicist. He'll be riding along with me, you know, and we'll let the astrophysicist. I know some, so got to remember I'm a C+ man, but every once in a while I run with A+ men. Just to hear what they have to say.
Well, you're selling yourself short, because I've heard some stories about you. I mean, even football, people have to pull that out of you.
He was a monster.
A monster. For people who don't know, a lot of our audience, they're very young. They don't know how you Terry Bradshaw ended up afterward only being fortunate enough because of your spot that was vacant. You're very humble in this. You're much smarter and also a much better athlete than most people know. Remember,
I just concluded that it would be much safer to chase ducks than to have large, violent men chasing me. You understand what I'm saying?
I do understand, but I know the coach was none too happy about it because he had
the chase is not the problem. It's when they catch you that's when the problem comes up.
Yes, I can imagine. And then you can't be an astrophysicist because you've been clocked in the head one too many times. And back then, for
there you go.
Maybe
there you go. Hey.
Maybe they had leather helmets, which not too protective. You would think about that, Jared. You think they got on that quicker? Like, this leather's not really protecting them from that 300-pound man. All right, Mr. Robertson, we do have to get going here and wrap this program up today. Where's the best place for people to watch and follow this new show? I know some folks are excited.
CRTV.com. That's what they told me to say. Remember, I'm a computer illiterate. I'm trying to get these words down, .com and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me, by the way, how do you function without operating a cell phone or a computer? My answer is very peacefully.
Yes, I can imagine. When people say, Phil can't be reached right now. Oh, what, he has it on airplane mode? No, he is airplane mode. He doesn't have a cell phone.
I'm jealous. So jealous.
That's it.
All right. Well, you know what? It probably comes with a lot less complications. That is at Duck Commander PR. You can watch it on CRTV for Muggle members and subscribers. Mr. Robertson, thank you so much. We appreciate it, brother. And we're going to wrap this show up because there's some music.
There we go. Keep clinking.
Don't forget, kids, that October is Mug Club Human Rights Month. You can try it for 1 month, absolutely free. Those sons of bitches and filthy whores in the 1% can't keep it all to themselves.
Try Mug Club completely free of charge for the entire month of October at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. That's a full 3-month trial of Mug Club at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub, because anything else would be a violation of human rights.
Thank you so much, Phil Robertson, Kevin Sorbo, Lauren Southern. Great show. Morning.
I can't get my headphones dropped in my bucket.
Your headphones dropped in your bucket. Sound guy Edward. By the way, who is Sound Guy Edward?
Sound Guy Edward. No, get back there. Sit down. Dear Lord. Sound Guy Edward is an unnamed Hollywood pedophile.
Yeah, of course he is. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I thought. It just reminded me, being as fat as Harvey Weinstein and the floating problem. When I was a kid, you remember those floaty belts? Remember those?
Yeah, they're awesome.
You can talk, Joe. Let's say just don't interrupt my closing set. You can talk now.
I was told not to say. I was told to sit here quietly and look like a gay middle-aged guy.
Did you remember those floaty belts when you were a kid?
Yeah.
They were the most dangerous thing I can think of. I remember as a kid, you'd have to kind of swing yourself, tip over, and then you're upside down with your legs kicking, and there's no way to get back.
I lost 6 friends.
That's true.
Yeah.
Jared's the guy tipping them over under the water.
And a fern. The Fern Gully mascot should not have gone that way. It's hilarious. You deserved more. Oh, okay. This is a story people have been asking me about. And by the way, we just tweeted. We tweeted out who was the winner for the costume contest. We're disappointed. You can do more. No. Bernie Sanders was on my flight. We went to Burlington, Vermont to shoot a video. It's not out yet. And Bernie Sanders was on my flight. You can see here. Wow. This is him. And it's just so iconic. He was sitting he was priority boarding and seated right at look at the drape, the dividing line between first class and him. And that's a point of pride for him. He's basically in first class without the snacks. And every time they came by with the free drinks, he was on his iPad and he did this. He was like, and he tried to go back nonchalantly.
I pretend this big guy who can't resist tipping his feet over the line a little bit
And by the way, what was that? He had no carry-on. No check bag. But he also didn't have a briefcase. So no work was being done. He's flying back from Burlington to D.C., I should say. Had a layover in D.C.
That's normal.
And, I texted you guys. I'm like, hey, he's on the plane. I'm like, oh, my gosh, you have to do something. You have to mess. I'm like, I'm not going to mess with him. You have to get a selfie. So I changed into my Socialisms for Figs shirt, naturally, in the airport. By the way, if you've never changed in an airplane bathroom, guaranteed way to end up
I just
like
left out on a plane.
Tommy gun.
You have it just at the
Well, it was in my check. It was in my my carry-on. So I put it on, and I was planning on just getting a selfie with him. This was the night after the Ted Cruz debate, and I couldn't. He walked off the plane. And I tell you, it was like a painting. It was so sad. Everyone walked one way, and he walked down this hallway. And it wasn't like it was a hallway that there were no guards around him. He just was walking alone. And the guy was walking alone down a hallway, barely able to move. And I just said, I can't.
So you go to trigger shirt for nothing.
Yeah, I know. I put it on, and I told you guys I can't do it because it's like finding your fiercest rival, and you have the dagger, and he's just sleeping. You're like, I can't. It was midnight. He was tired. And here's the thing: I don't hate Bernie Sanders. I really don't. I think his ideas are wrong. I think his ideas stem from an evil ideology.
They suck.
But I would much rather host him on the show or have some kind of a debate. It doesn't matter who it is. I wouldn't go up and just harass somebody unless it had been somebody who would harass me first. But anyways, so Bernie Sanders was on my flight, and a lot of people think missed opportunity. I think, I'd probably be upset if someone just came up to me and sandbagged me. But then I go back and forth, like, he also wants to take all my stuff.
I love your honesty.
I was so conflicted. I don't know what to do. You tell me what you thought. If I should have done something, you're a pansy.
Man, maybe there.
I just felt so bad for him. It was like, I mean, it'd be like even if Kim Jong Un were here, I wouldn't like him, but I wouldn't be like, piss off, Kim Jong, and kick him down a cliff. I still probably feel bad because he's so little.
I think Chang's the only guy that you would do that to.
Well, Chang, I was
on the other hand,
he forced my hand, and as I talked about on Joe Rogan, I'm never going to do that again. I felt bad doing it. Jared knows that.
Yeah.
But he had called me out before and then offered no recourse with debate. I thought it was so cowardly. This was the only way it could ever happen. So that was a very special situation, and people know it. Anyway, this also ties me to something really sad. We were in Montreal recently.
Yeah,
and
first time.
I visited. This was your first time there. First off, were you surprised at all when you went? Because this was your first time, and you did seem surprised.
I was surprised, particularly. I mean, just aesthetically, it felt so much more like Europe. Just even aesthetically, much less culturally speaking.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really interesting. I mean, they're so close to the, like 40 minutes into the border.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, we're in Europe.
And like I said, 10 minutes less than 10 minutes when we stopped at that place to exchange, exchange monies, they didn't speak a word of English.
Not a word of English.
10 minutes from the Vermont border.
In a really crappy gas station. Now I know why you're so fixated on like nice gas stations, because this is sad as F.
It was really Imagine how small your world must be. And that's why when people say, oh, but they love their healthcare more. Yeah, but these are people who live 10 minutes from the United States and have never learned the language. If you were to ask them, they would say, I'm happier only speaking French. And not French that even people in France can understand, mind you, only in rural Quebec.
So that's one thing I understand. Like people who live like 10 miles into the border, I'm like, why wouldn't you just like, why are you here?
Yeah, it was 4 miles.
I don't understand. 4
we
miles into the border.
On the way back.
Yeah,
it was 4 miles from
makes
the border.
No sense to me. It's like, why would you don't speak a word of English, and you're paying half your salary, your minimum wage salary in taxes. Yeah. I don't know how they do it.
I can tell you exactly what it is, and that's kind of what I've been deliberating over this week is enough good enough is good enough.
Yeah.
And that's the big difference between when people talk about I just watched a debate recently, I can't remember who it was, they were talking about conservatism versus liberalism. Going back to Quebec to Montreal, great foods and beautiful areas, but you would probably say being there, I would have much more in common being raised with someone from Europe than most kids in the United States.
Oh yeah, by far. Yeah. Certainly more than anyone in the U.S.
Yeah, and I definitely, when I moved to the States, it was much more of a culture shock than I would even say. I would say where I was raised is much more similar to Ireland when we visited than it would be to, say, Texas.
Yeah, certainly
or
the
California.
culture of people, the culture, the kind of the, and you'll get into that.
But it's a culture of good enough is good enough. And these people don't learn English. They're living right beyond the border. I had friends there who they just seemed so broken over being in this place. Taxes have gone up, sales taxes. And it's one of those issues, these people have never thought of it. And that's why I always say, it goes back to anytime people get in debates, whether it's Ted Cruz and Bernie Sanders, or recently, I can't remember who it was, some kind of a YouTube debate, saying, well, actually, people in these countries, when asked, much prefer their health care. Well, yeah, but these people also are paying 16% sales tax, and they're still paying for 70% of the drugs they want. If you ask someone in Quebec saying, hey, are you happy or not speaking English? Are you happy that you've never been to the United States of America? A majority of them are going to say yes. That's a subjective question. It's about giving an opinion. The fact that a majority of people give a specific opinion doesn't mean that it's good. It doesn't mean that it's right.
And also, we talk about this with some of your friends. There's a big difference between the people who know and the people who don't know. People who have kind of been red pill and it's like, you know what? They're broken because they know this doesn't have to be this way. They know there's a different world out there, and they've seen it and they tasted it. That's why like Sven Computer's here.
Sven Computer.
I can't even say his name, but it's here.
I'm not because the plant is heavy. It wears on you.
This is a tiring.
Well, when a guy came up, when we were there, a few people who came up who were fans, we thought, oh no, Montreal, this is for sure. They're going to be trying to punch us. And they were the most passionate fans. Like, man, listen, I know, man, I know. I mean, no one here, my family doesn't get it, and that's what we say too. Like, typically, our average viewer is you guys are good. Typically, our average viewer is a male, 18 to 35. But when we get a woman who comes up, they are very, very passionate. Like at the Gosnell play, still going on in New York City, by the way. I highly recommend you go check it out. Also, Owen Benjamin's recent stand-up special. I promise them I'll get their plugs in. Or when we were in New York, every single person who came up was either black, Latino, female, one was gay. They tend to be the most passionate. And the reason for it is, like we've talked about this, they go against the grain. And with Montreal, it's interesting you use the term red pill. Again, they will go through their entire lives It's a culture of leisure, not a culture of productivity at all. It's why everything just gets a little more worn down. We think it's quaint. We think there's more history. We think there's more culture. It's just that their old crap looks just like their new crap. That's the thing. Everything is old crap. I sat and I spoke to the lady at our hotel in Old Port, Montreal, and she was from France. And I asked her what the tax, I think it's 16% in Quebec, if I'm not mistaken. When I left, it was lower because of Stephen Harper, and now it's back up. She said, yeah, that's, it's kind of expensive, but it's not that bad. I said, what's your income tax like? And I was somewhere around 52%, something like that. I said, in Texas, there's no state tax? There's no state tax at all? She's like, oh, really? When you buy something? I said, no, there's no state income tax. She said, what? I said, there's no state income tax in Texas. I have a lot of family in Texas. None. You mean on your income, like when you get your paycheck? Yep. None. I said, nope. And they have a surplus. How is that? I'm like, how is that? How do you think that is? And she actually said, I don't know. I would think they have like bankrupt, I hear of the debt. I go, yeah, well, think about it. People have more money to spend. We have nearly non-existent unemployment. And there's more disposable income. And so actually, the government makes more in revenue in taxes when you give people the freedom to choose what they can do with their own dollars. She's like, oh, I never think of it like that. I want to travel so much, but I never think I have to go to Texas now. And that's the thing. It is really important for you. This is why I say the prism through which you look at the world determines, first off, what is right and wrong. Because it's effectively an act of force, 52% income tax, right? It's nice that you want things paid for, but it's not an actual it's not an actual legitimate role of government. It can only be done through force. We've talked about that. But people who don't think of these issues, once they start thinking about them, their minds will begin to change. That's where you see, we talked about this, the Change My Mind, that segment that went up. We were so surprised, and I'm so happy. And and proud, not of me, but of the fans who watch this show, that is edging up on a million plays. It was me sitting down for 20 minutes, if you haven't watched it, letting people come up and change my mind. It is the opposite. It is antithetical to cable news. It is the opposite of sound bites. It is speak and let me hear you out and let me get you to question your own position. And people start changing their own minds. And it's very different from when we had a debate this week. Constein came on from TechCrunch, where he came on hostile and he was ready to defend his worldview because this is what I've got to be glued to this. I've got to stick with this because my paycheck is beholden to it. But those people change my mind. They've never thought of these issues, these kids in college. They've never thought of where right comes from. People in Quebec have never thought about the fact that when you give people more freedom, you can actually make more taxes and revenue. People in Quebec have never thought of the fact that it is absolutely, here's something, morally reprehensible for Canada to rely on the United States for its national defense. When we talk about North Korea and if they could have a missile hit United States mainland, well, before that, Canada. Does Canada have a defense system? No. Who do they rely on? The United States. So they literally rely on they can have socialized healthcare at 52% income tax and paying for 70% of the drugs that you want because they, which is morally completely repugnant, depend on the United States for their national security, and no one thinks of it. No one thinks of it. I was talking with people in Canada saying, hey, what do you think would change if you had to pay for your own national security? This person said, well, I can't believe the United States spends so much on its military and they can't spend on healthcare. It's absurd. I said, what do you think would happen if there were to be some kind of a war to break out with Canada? So what do you mean? I said, let's just use North Korea as an example. I know they're not really a threat, but if they're talking about sending a missile over, right? Let's get past Guam. How would Canada defend itself? Well, that's we're the United States are our allies, right? So do you think it might change your country's economic outlook if you had to pay for your own when it comes to protecting yourself? Can you see how maybe it irks people in the United States? They think we're arrogant. No, I think it is so arrogant. And that is the one thing I could not get past. Bernie Sanders, the arrogance of wanting to take my stuff. I was looking at him just seething over this on the plane, then landing in Canada in a land of people who think they're entitled to take your stuff. And if you say, hold on, don't take my stuff, they call the United States arrogant. And you don't need to feel guilty about that. We get people all the time, well, I travel abroad and I'm afraid because they don't like Americans. You know why they don't like Americans? Because they rely on us for everything, for medical innovations, for national security. And then we say, you know what? Hey, maybe it's time to start paying for your own stuff. Maybe it's time for you to start innovating. Maybe it's time for you to start benefiting us, the rest of the world, instead of us entirely subsidizing you. Maybe it's time to defend yourself. Can you believe how arrogant the Americans are? Yeah, in that sense, I am so proud of American arrogance because I've seen the arrogance from Quebec and Montreal. I hadn't been there in a decade. I went back and it broke my heart because socialism creates an entirely soulless people. It sucks the life out of you. And I saw broken shells of men and women who I used to know. And you can just see it beats them down. The United States is the only place where that doesn't happen anymore. There still is some hope. Thank God for it. Guess that's arrogant. See you next week.
Welcome, everybody. What an outstanding turnout. Thank you all for joining us here tonight. My name is Frank Harvey. I have the distinct privilege of serving as the
Guys, this is really like fucked. Can we? Let's hurry up.
Yes, no, we are going, correct?
Okay.
We're going, okay.
What's going on, fuckers? Podcast, Trailer Park Boys, official podcast.
Which number?
Podcast. It's 27.
Podcast number 27. Very excited to have a guest in the studio today. Fucking one of the best rockers I've ever seen live. Right there, Adam Baldwin. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
Well, yes, I'm very excited to have you here. I'm a big fan. People that don't know, I mean, this is going all over the world right now. He is fucking awesome. Very good.
Thanks, Bob.
I don't want to start shit with you, but I think you've got a bit of a man crush on him as well. Just by the way you're dressed today, you're trying to. What does that look? Axl Rose? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm not. Sometimes I dress like this. I'm
Well,
not showing.
This still worked pretty good for her.
Well, why don't you answer?
Firefly is such a cultural phenomenon, and everyone wants it to come back. Do you ever get tired of people saying, oh, come on, please, bring it back, bring it back?
I get tired of it. I feel sad that I'm not able to say, yes, we're doing it.
You know who I have here today?
Who do you have here today?
Only Adam Baldwin, that's all. And Adam, it's great to have you here.
Thank you, Stan.
Okay.
Thanks, Jenna.
Now,
Cheers.
And Jenna, a toast.
Sláinte.
Here we go.
Chendan.
Eat your hearts out, you out there who are thirsty. We're having a great time. So tell me, have you ever wanted to play a superhero?
I would like to avoid the tights at this time. Being a 50-year-old, I'd like to get away from the whole tights and things.
Well, you don't always need tights as a superhero.
That's true.
Look at Iron Man. No tights, just a heavy goddamn suit of iron armor.
You got a point there. How about a supervillain? I could go for a supervillain.
Would you like to? You could be a good Dr. Doom. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And would you rather be a villain than a hero?
I think playing a villain gives you an opportunity to really chew the furniture. And I like to chew the furniture. The characters that I grew up watching were Westerns, Eli Wallachs and Jason Robards. And those are the kind of characters that I really admire and want, like, just chew this.
See, that's the difference between us. I like Errol Flynn and John Wayne. I like the good guys. And who do you get me as a
Villains.
guy?
Hey,
a guy who leads into the bad guys.
I would play a supervillain.
I like the good guys too, you know, the Dirty Harrys of the world.
Oh, he's one of my. Clint Eastwood to me can do no wrong.
Well, I want to talk about Comic-Con because all of us were down there. So what nerdy thing did you buy?
I didn't buy anything this time. No.
I didn't either, between you and me.
Yeah, it's Comic-Con is it's a very crowded affair, and it's tough to get in there and really dig deep. On some of the other conventions you can go to, they're a little more intimate, and you can actually buy stuff.
I think that's the one word you'd never use for Comic-Con, intimate. It is a mad panic. You can't make your way through the hall without bumping into people.
Although I will say this particular Comic-Con was special. It was the 10th anniversary of Firefly, and we got together, and there were intimate moments behind the scenes.
Oh, tell us about it.
Oh, yeah, we want to hear about the intimate moments.
That
leave it to you.
It was kissing and hugging. We were able to have this wonderful panel, 6,000 people. Tears were shed. We expressed our love, and that's the most important thing for me whenever I go to these conventions is to share the love between the fans and the cast that we worked with. It was a family atmosphere, and it's something that we all created together. And that's the way I look at it whenever I go to these panels, is we created this together.
And you know something? Those fans are the greatest people in the world. They enjoy what you do. They enjoy the stories you're telling. They enjoy the way you act it. And basically, you're bringing enjoyment and entertainment into their life.
I'm curious, and I've wanted to ask you this for a while. Do you ever get tired of people, because Firefly is such a cultural phenomenon, and everyone wants it to come back. Do you ever get tired of people saying, oh, come on, please, bring it back, bring it back?
I don't get tired of it. I feel sad that I'm not able to say, yes, we're doing it. We brought this up at the panel with Joss, and Joss said, you know, it's kind of like Camelot. It sits there, and it's this beautiful thing. It's this beautiful, shining city on a hill, if you will, that you are reticent to go back and maybe diminish. You don't want to diminish it. It sits there, and maybe it's just best that we had that for the time that we had it. It's a beautiful thing, and onward we go.
I want to know difference in directing style between Stanley Kubrick and Joss Whedon.
You want me to toot my own horn now, huh? I'm the only living individual to have worked with both Stanley
And that is something
and
to
Joss
say.
Whedon.
That is something to say.
Actor, anyway, that I know of.
Tell us about the
That I'll
difference
admit.
between, if there is any.
Well, Stanley, I worked with him on, not Stanley Kubrick. I worked with him in '85, '86 on Full Metal Jacket. He was very focused. We were at the mercy of English weather, and in that time, there were moments where we really loved each other, and there were moments where he would get a little cranky with us. Whereas Joss, we didn't have as much time because we were working on a television show, but we had at least a half a year to get to know each other on those 14 episodes of Firefly, and then the movie later. And we've all remained friends since. But Joss, his attention to detail and the words are so very crucial to Joss. His writing is so beautiful and clear and fun. Just makes it fun. They're not dissimilar in their attention to detail, but Joss is much younger and better looking.
Adam, it's great to
Stan,
have you here.
thank you for having me. Really,
really. The only thing, if we could only have gotten you to open up and talk a little more, but I can understand some actors are shy. They, you have to prod them to get a word out of them.
Next time we'll talk about my childhood.
I can't wait. Hey, great seeing you.
Salud.
Thanks for coming.
God bless.
Excelsior.
I was just thinking that this morning too. I'm like, wow, it's so amazing to live in the present and not knowing what tomorrow will bring, or the next hour, or the next situation, not knowing what it will bring or how you're going to deal with it. It is very destructive to think about those things, what tomorrow is going to bring, or to think about yesterday. It would destroy you. It is amazing to live that way, to live in the present.
Amen.
Are you doing the silent prayer, Joe? No.
No, I don't know.
Amazing.
I've heard you say it before.
So my producer Nick is here, the anchor baby. Nick, the anchor baby.
Hello.
So your barber
Good
must
morning.
be closed.
It's 80911 with the diamond. Happy Bolshevik Day. Knows that Kansas
What's Bolshevik?
beats me.
Bolshevik.
Same thing.
He black. Bolshevik.
No. Bolshevik.
Right. Bolshevik. Not Bolsheva.
All right, but don't be trying to pretend you know Nigga James is in your ear.
Let me go to Gerald, a first-time caller out of West Virginia.
I'm just wanting to know why you think Christianity is the religion that we should follow.
Yeah, Christianity is the number one religion because it's the only religion that requires it's the only religion that requires that you repent, a change of heart. Other religions don't require that, so they're no good.
Zoroastrianism did.
Zoroastrianism ain't no good. I never heard of it, but it doesn't sound nice. It sounds black.
No, it's not.
It sounds like Alu Akbar.
No, it's not. It was the first religion.
But why are you worshiping Zoroaster?
Before you ignore it and just not go read up on it and just see.
No, but you're worshiping Zoroastrian religion.
Zoroastrianism?
Yeah.
Zoroastrianism was the first religion that was basically.
Well, why are you worshiping that?
Well, I'm not worshiping it.
Yes, you are. You're promoting it. You promoted Zoroastrian religion.
I'm not promoting it.
You are. That's what you're talking about.
I just brought it up to your attention.
Oh, I never heard of that.
I was trying to give you an example. even Muslims, when you're putting out Allah Akbars, you're putting them down. Well, you're putting them down because you do not know their religion.
I know that they'll blow you up and cut your head off. That's all I need to know.
Oh yes, they're very evil people. There's some of them
What else do I need to know then?
But there are Christians that will cut your head off too.
No, it's not.
Don't you remember all the killings they did in the back in the Roman days?
No, I wasn't around.
They killed a lot. Well, I know you weren't around, but Christians killed a lot of Romans. Christians killed a lot of other people too. So I mean,
that's not what's happening now, though.
There's evil all around, and you cannot just basically say that Christianity is the only way to go.
All right, thank you, Darryl. I appreciate it. Dartmouth College awarded Seuss with an honorary doctor, finally legitimizing the doctor in his pen name. Okay. Seuss was his mother's maiden name. But he supported FDR and condemned investigation of communists. Oh, that's Dr. Seuss? He doesn't look like a doctor. He looked like the cartoons he was painting. Poor Dr. Seuss. They banned his book. Your wife, does she work, or is she going to stay at home with the children and watch over your children?
Well, right now she's out of a job, so
good. Keep it that way. Amazing. Men and women are waking up around the world. Waking up around the world. It's Africa, 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 in Africa. T is out of Delaware. T, thank you for calling. Get it off your chest.
Hi, Jesse. How are you?
All is well, T. How you doing?
I am doing fine. First, I have to tell you one thing. I have to give you a compliment. You look so good for your age. You are handsome.
Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing. You remind me of my father. He looks so good for his age, too.
Amazing. So, when you don't have anger, you have good health.
And I believe that, Jesse. I truly believe that.
Yeah. Get a job. But I'm trying to tell y'all black folks, y'all need to wake up. Y'all need to come back to common sense and start seeing things for yourself. Because these blacks who are representing you and these liberal whites who are representing you, they don't care about you. Not one iota. They don't live in those areas. They don't have to think about that. You the one got to think about it. They're living behind a gated fence with police bodyguards, and they're loaded. Believe me, liberals have guns. While y'all keep voting for these people, talking about racism this and racism and slavery, you're getting your butt killed. And they're making it where the cops can't even come and help you. You're living in the ghettos. Your representatives are not. And for you blacks who are pretending that black on black crime does not exist, you need to get off the peyote. Fabian is out of Texas. Fabian, thank you for calling and thanks for holding. Get it off your chest.
Hey, Jesse. Pleasure to talk to you again, man.
Thank you for calling, man. I appreciate that.
I just want to let you know I called you before I moved to Texas. Then, I was fed up with California.
Yes.
I tried, Jesse. I tried to tell everybody about Newsom. Nobody wanted to listen. But I moved to Texas. It's a beautiful scenery. I see deer in my backyard. I see cardinals. I see everything. But I also see liberals.
What?
The thing is, yeah, exactly.
I interviewed a Buddhist priest. I was happy to do it because so many people have asked me about Buddhism. And the only thing I knew about Buddhism when I moved to LA, I would see a fat guy sitting around in a cafe, like a fat statue, and people would put money in his lap. That's the only thing I knew about Buddhism. I do know that they meditate, but that's about it. So it is Friday. I know, where did the bill come from? Something must be wrong. My engineer just walked in. I'm stunned. Joel is stunned. The world is stunned.
Recently, you've read articles about me and a Lyft driver. Another example of being black in America and being put in a position where I have to be the one to look out for my personal safety. Didn't expect the Lyft driver to do it. Certainly didn't expect the police to do it. It was my responsibility to make sure I got home safe, and I did everything I could to get home safe. Where you're living in a city where white supremacists are probably riding around in their big trucks with their flags, and you're a black person and somebody wants to put on the side of the road at night, not going to happen.
What an evil woman. Lady, the one thing I can assure you, you can walk home stark naked and go past 1,000 flags. Ain't nobody gonna touch you. You ain't got to worry. You're safe. You're safe, lady. Such an evil woman. Where is she from? Africa somewhere? Looks like she's from that part of Africa where the blacks are hungry and they're like really skinny.
Is there like American supremacists? Is there Chinese supremacists?
No,
like,
just white supremacists.
just white. Okay. All right. You know what?
And I was going to ask you about this like a long time ago, and I forgot about the death penalty. You know, because there's a lot of people think that's righteous. For
inflation of the dollar too. I have a little bit of a segment on that later too. Okay. Hey, let me do this real quick. I forgot two little things here. If you do want to join us today, it's through Super Chats, enterstream.live/Red Ice TV. Look at that butchered lower third there. I'm not sure what's going on with there. I got to fix that. Another way, of course, is still dlive.tv/Red Ice TV. Oh, wait, are we? Yeah, sorry, I set this to family friendly. I just remembered. Let me save that. Right, here we go. Okay, so Bill O'Reilly says Red Ice TV and Red Ice member streams not working. Really? Is that so? Let me see here. Let me check. Thank you for the heads up there. Who said that? Now I lost my place. Okay, let me see. This should be working. This should be working. Let me just check real quick, folks. Sorry about this. Okay, let's see. Maybe it's VK. No, that should be working. It looks like it's working on my end. Maybe you need to refresh. I guess you're looking at DLive anyway. Mine is working anyway, so I'm not sure if it's something on your end. Maybe it's there's a block or something. Not sure, or some what do you call it? Ad blocker or something. No, it should be working. I have the player and everything's up both on redicemembers.com and Red Ice TV, so it might just be something on your end. Who said that? I just lost a message real quick. That's why I lost my place here. Anyway, let me go back up here. Lord Aragon, happy Paddy's Day. That's right. I was going to say happy St. Patrick's Day. Holy smokes. What happens when you're confused and a bit late in the beginning, eh? That's right. Happy St. Patrick's Day, both to our Irish viewers and, of course, those in America, too. I'm not sure which country it's taken off more in. I guess it's actually in Ireland, but it became huge. Of course, in America, too. So not too much drinking, but thank you for the reminder. Brad C. simply says, hey, Red Ice and chat with the diamond. Thank you. Appreciate that. Marty Leeds, thank you for the diamond. Actually, 2 in a row. Thank you, Marty. Always good to see you. Thanks so much for your support. Virginian Drifter with a diamond says, welcome back, Henrik. How's Idaho? How been? Hail Red Ice. It's been very good. I enjoy it very much so far. Everything's good and moving along. So, yeah, so tomorrow... we're moving the studio, by the way, so there won't be a Flashback Friday on Friday because everything will be in boxes basically, and we're setting up in a new location, a new move that we're doing here. We're kind of in a temporary space, and then we're going to go essentially to another temporary space, but it's going to be a little bit more long term until we find kind of what we need basically for a more permanent location. But yeah, so we hope to be back to for the next maybe no-go zone. I hope that if everything goes as it should, we should be back for that. But so, yeah, no Flashback Friday on this Friday and no Weekend Warrior either. And we'll set things up and be back as soon as we can. Thank you, Virginian Drifter. Appreciate that. Yellow Beard with a Ninja Genie. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. That's very kind of you. He says, my third son was born yesterday. Congratulations, sir. That's awesome. Anti-Whites on Suicide Watch. Be well, brothers and sisters. That's right. If there's one thing we can do, ladies and gentlemen, that's more rebellious than anything else, it's to have a lot of beautiful white children, because that's what our enemies hate, and there's nothing they can do about it. At least not yet. We'll see how crazy they get. But yeah, that's very good news. Thank you, sir, and congratulations. Fantastic. Angard Ketik, sorry if I butcher your name there with the diamond. Hail Yellowbeard's news on, indeed. Very well done. Exactly. Thank you. Brad C. with a diamond says, make white babies. Hail Yellowbeard. Indeed. Thank you. And Lord Aragon as well joins in. Hail Yellowbeard. Make us super proud. Thank you so much. It's good. Awesome news, Yellowbeard. Thank you. Virginian Drifter with a diamond says, seconding the previous sentiment, make white babies. That's right. Bill O'Reilly with a diamond. Here it is. That's the message I was losing there. Red Eyes TV and Red Eyes member streams not working. It should be working if you do have a, what do you call it, ad blocker. Try to turn that off if you... There shouldn't be an issue with the Brave browser, because I used that myself with their shield up, so that should be working. But yeah, it probably should be on your end. If not, send me an email if you can't figure it out, and we'll try to help you out. Yellowbeard with another diamond. Thank you. Bill O'Reilly again with a... Diamond says, you're right, Privacy Badger was blocking it. There you go. Okay. Yeah, so we embed a player, and so sometimes the ad blockers can be really picky when it comes to the embedded players and stuff like that. All right, thank you for that. And we have two over on Entropy Stream as well, entropystream.live/Red Eyes TV. Let me take those, and then we'll dive into some of the topics here, ladies and gentlemen. Bill O'Reilly said, hello everyone, and welcome to the no-go zone where the go stops here. No, the go does not stop here. We have a guest host tonight. Please welcome Henrik Palmer. Well, thank you, Bill. I appreciate that. Good to be on the show with you, sir. Conrad Kurz over there too. Hail Red Eyes family and fellow members. Haven't been around. Just bought a house. Well, congratulations, Conrad. That's great news. Hope you're enjoying it so far. Always fun to have new spaces. I do enjoy that. New. Hopefully it's in a good area as well. Thank you, gentlemen, for that. Appreciate it. Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's dive into the strange story here. Strange. It depends on how you see it, right? But something feels amiss with it. The timing is. Well, it depends on how you look at it. I'm not saying any of these things are good, but from the point of view of our elite friends at the very top, the scum that rise to the surface, as it was, are definitely having a field day with this, because it's I guess they're getting 3 flies with 1 stone, or 3 birds, I guess, with 1 stone. So apparently 8 people have been killed and shot at 3 different spas around Atlanta, but then it turns out, I think these are massage parlors and spas that offers happy endings, I would assume, because we're talking about some the allegation so far is that a sex addict have gone to these locations and shot them up, right? So there's this narrative now being spun that it's an anti-Asian hate crime, basically. We'll look at some of what the perp himself said, or the suspect said himself. But let's check out the initial report here first.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you for joining us. Multiple people are dead after several shootings at massage parlors in Georgia Tuesday. Atlanta police say 4 women, all believed to be of Asian descent, were shot and killed at 2 spas in the city. Earlier Tuesday, at least 4 people were shot and killed during a shooting at a 3rd massage parlor in Cherokee County, Georgia, which is north of Atlanta. For more, let's bring in CBS News digital journalist Jesse Mitchell. Jesse, thank you so much for being with us. So walk us through what authorities say happened.
Is that like the second-class journalist, or is it first class now?
Good evening, Elaine. There is a lot of information coming out. As you can imagine, this investigation is still unfolding. And just about an hour ago, the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office did say that they have captured the suspect they were looking for. And it all started there north of Atlanta in Cherokee County in the Ackworth area. That's where Young's Spa is. and multiple people were shot. At least 3 dead. We're now hearing 4 dead and multiple injured in this shooting as Cherokee County officials were starting to figure out what happened and look for a description of a suspect. They did release a surveillance photo of what appeared to be a white man coming out of the spa and getting into a car.
They would.
And
I don't think.
just
Let me
as
pause there. I don't think. Have they? Do they ever mention if it's a non-white person? Do they ever mention when it was like? I mean, Elliot Rodger. He was, I guess, kind of Asian. I don't know, but that never came up, right? If it's a black shooter, do they say that it's a black shooter? It's, as far as I know, the only time I've heard race singled out, it's when it's a white shooter. But you know, prove me wrong.
they were
The buffer, eh? This is how it's going to be. CBS News. All right, let me see. I hope there's no issue with the connection. Hope I'm coming through fine still, and not my entire connection that's gone down. Let me back up here a little bit, see if we can.
and just as they were
No, let's skip forward here a bit then. Might have to refresh. Boomer Tech on CBS News. I don't think this is my fault. Let me refresh that. Sorry, guys. Not sure why that's why this is the case. Let me skip forward here right
Hi,
away.
everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you.
Okay, let's.
21-year-old
Sorry.
shooting happened anyone therapy spot where they
Where were we?
found releasing
Here we go.
that
Okay, sorry,
photo. Atlanta police then responded to Gold Spa, which is in Midtown Atlanta. There they found 3 Asian women dead on that scene. And as they arrived, they say that they heard shots across the street, across Piedmont Road there at the aromatherapy spa, where they found another woman of Asian descent deceased at that scene just across the street. So, of course, authorities were looking for anyone who could have fit the description of the person in Cherokee County. They are not saying whether these are connected at this time. However, once the Atlanta shooting happened, not long after that, Cherokee County Sheriff's Office released the name Robert Aaron Long, 21-year-old man from Woodstock, Georgia, which is near Ackworth, where the
So why, does anybody in chat know why do they always do the 3 names when it comes to shooters? Is it just so that there won't be any confusion with another person named that? Is that the only reason they do it? I don't know. I would assume that's the reason, but it's always funny when they wheel out the 3 names, right?
first shooting happened. And then just about an hour ago, they said that.
Yeah, exactly, Chad. I believe there are at least 2 white victims as well that have been shot. We'll get to that in a moment. I think that's judging from the names, as far as I know. I don't think they've released like photos or something like that yet. But judging from the names, it was at least 1 Latino person. So, you know, we'll see how they spin this. But it dovetails beautifully with this idea that there's, you know, anti-Asian hate crimes or Asian hate crimes, I guess. Specifically in New York, but in California, there's been some of this too, I believe. And then they refuse to talk about that the perpetrators of most of those attacks were black, and they kind of try to spin it as it's white people, right? Remember, they had, I have a clip from this later here, but there was this march against white nationalism by this Asian group in New York City. So this will fit perfectly into this narrative that this is just attacks on Asian people for no reason, while it seems to suggest that this had nothing to do with it whatsoever. I would assume maybe it's because there's a lot of Asian women working at these spas or something. Anyway, let's continue there.
They found him in Crisp County, Georgia, which is over 100 miles south of Atlanta. So if you look at that path, Cherokee County is north of Atlanta. The second set of shootings happened in Midtown Atlanta, and then he was captured in Crisp County. Now, Atlanta police have not said that this man was their suspect at this time, but they are working to connect those dots, Elaine.
All right.
Yeah, and you know, Jesse, I know there's still a lot we
can't just click the player to stop it. Anyway, okay, so that's what we had, and I think this is from a little while ago here, so it's not the absolute latest. Let's see if there's anything new in this one right here.
This morning, the FBI is now investigating a shooting spree that left 8 people dead at multiple massage parlors in the Atlanta area. Police first identified 21-year-old Robert Long as the suspect in a shooting that killed 4 people at a spa in Cherokee County, Georgia. About 1 hour later, investigators say a gunman matching Long's description walked into 2 other massage parlors in Atlanta, killing 4 more people.
It appears that all victims are female.
And race?
It appears that they may be Asian.
Atlanta police then
This is from
dispatching
yesterday, I
officers
believe,
to check
last night.
nearby similar businesses.
This started up in Cherokee County. My understanding, they shot up a spot there. They've shot up 2 spots here in Zone 2. So we need to make sure if we have any Asian spots, we need to be checking on them.
Police capture Long after a brief pursuit. This morning, investigators say it's extremely likely he's connected to all 3 shootings. 6 of the 8 victims are of Asian descent. Authorities are now trying to determine a motive and whether race played a role. Racially motivated attacks targeting Asian Americans have been on the rise nationwide. Overnight, the New York City Police Department's counterterrorism unit said it's deploying assets to our great Asian communities across the city out of an abundance of caution. Police in Oakland, California, the scene of several recent attacks on Asians, say they're also monitoring the Georgia shootings. An Asian American advocacy group saying this latest attack will only exacerbate the fear and pain that the Asian American community continues to endure. Police did not release the victims' names, even though they haven't released a motive. The number one.
And I think we have those too. But so that there you can see, I think this is from late last night, and there you can see the narrative immediately, how it's being spun, right? Oh, this is an Asian hate crime, or intentionally because it's Asians. And of course, since it's a white guy, then you can blame, white supremacy and stuff like that. So here's an update from a little bit earlier today. Cherokee officials tells us Robert Aaron Long confessed to the shooting Tuesday at 3. Metro Atlanta Asian spas. Investigators say Long told them killings weren't racially motivated, but he blames his spas for providing an outlet for his addiction to sex. So I guess this must mean then that this is a spas with a happy ending, I assume. Otherwise, does this mean that they're operating illegally then too? Am I understanding the situation correct? So here's those who've been killed, I guess, so far. 8, I would say 8. So this is actually, we need an update on this here too. But Delina Ashley Wan, that could be Asian. Paul Andre Michaels, not a very Asian name, if you ask me. Si Chao Yang, that's definitely Asian. Dao Yu Feng, that's Asian. Elicias R. Hernandez Ortiz. That doesn't really sound too Asian, if you ask me. But what do I know? I'm just a bigot doing a racist internet show, right? So I have to be proven wrong here by authoritative sources. So here's an update too regarding the sex addiction thing. There was Malkin here said it doesn't matter what the suspect himself tells you what motivated him. Biden admin, media, SJWs, and more on woke Asians will all continue to insist that it was motivated by bigotry so they can weaponize this against us. It's what they do, she said, which of course is absolutely right. This, not the least, comes in the wake of Feinstein's proposed assault weapons, so-called assault weapons ban. They've tried this so many times, and they're doing it over and over and over again. They'll never let them go. But miraculously, just within days of some cases, they introduce new bills, right? It's like a new admin, new White House. Let's do the push again kind of thing, right? They keep doing it. And so just within days of that, we have an attack like that, right? So I'm not going to like run out here and say that it's a gay op, or that it's a false flag right away, or that it's a fake shooting or something like that. But it's amazing how convenient it is, right? And so then you have one angle on the assault weapons ban introduction by Feinstein. You have the continued kind of Asian, like we got to stand up for Asians now. Remember, there was this immediate like whitewashing of the situation, damage control, where basically, due to the fact that people, at least on the internet, started mentioning, well, the attacks on Asians are primarily by blacks, and so then it was like, well, this is counterintuitive to our to racial solidarity and stuff like that. It's basically, we have to have all these other groups go together to fight white people, right? It's to solidify the anti-whiteness in our culture. That's how they're going to seek to spin it, I believe. Anyway, let's listen to the police chief, I believe, here in Georgia.
The suspect did take responsibility for the shootings. He said that early on once we began the interviews with him. He claims that these, and as the chief said, this is still early, but he does claim that it was not racially motivated. He apparently has an issue, what he considers a sex addiction, and sees these locations as something that allows him to go to these places, and it's a temptation for him that he wanted to eliminate. Like I said, it's still early on, but
did he get something there or not?
Those were comments that he made. The suspect did.
All right, so we have just holy shit. All right, dude. I don't know. Is this true? Is this a gay op? Is that what it is? So Robert Aaron Long, police claim Georgia suspect said it basically had a bad day, and sex addiction led to massage parlor murders. Let's see if there's anything additional in this video here. Oh, this is just a little short. Okay, never mind then. It's just a little short video, music, text kind of thing. Yeah, so Robert Aaron Long, 21-year-old man who alleged he shot and killed 8 people at Atlanta area massage parlors, apparently was a frequent visitor to the establishments prior to his spree, and told police he went on his rampage because he had a really bad day. Yeah. Cherokee County Sheriff Frank Reynolds said interviews with the subject revealed that his shootings may not have been racially motivated, but tied to sexual issues. So if he's frequented some of these areas in the past, I must assume that they were running some kind of illegal activity there. It doesn't justify it. I'm not trying to say that, but I'm just saying there must be a reason for that then, right? It's kind of could open up another bag of worms here, where you're saying that Asian massage parlors are running, kind of a black market prostitution, business at some of these outlets. I'm not sure. Here's the clip that I mentioned. This is just from a few days ago. It's a little bit more than that. February 20th. Several hundred people from the Washington Square Park United Against White Nationalism rally are now marching through Chelsea. This protest is in response to anti-Asian /AAPI violence happening in New York and across the country. So again, it was this, they're marching against so-called white nationalism then, when, as far as I believe, there was not a single white person that had been attacking Asians, at least not in this batch of videos and things like that we've seen coming out from New York and I think California as well. But now with Robert Long, they've kind of gotten this in a way. I'm just waiting for them to say that somehow he was reading certain websites or the usual kind of stuff that they do, right? Anyway, let's look a little bit more here. Some of the brave march here in New York. Yeah. Okay. Very, very good stuff, right? Yeah, so here's some of the headlines and kind of how they spin that. Let me close some of these down here. Atlanta shooting puts spotlight on surging anti-Asian sentiment in America. Now, I think that they try to claim, I guess because of the pandemic, right, and the Wu flu, and Asian people are spreaders of COVID and all that stuff, right? That's something that kind of started picking up speed a while ago. But it is kind of interesting how there's been this push recently to kind of make it seem that Asians. Remember, we covered some of this where the other group started turning on Asians, right? Did you guys remember that? I think it was specifically in a Weekend Warrior show. If you guys are members, some of you watching, we covered this idea that there's Asians were like singled out as basically being whites. They're part of being whites and they need to be oppressed in the same way, basically, with some of the narratives. This is some of the things that started in California, but it's spread to other parts as well. And then you've seen, I think, consequently kind of a coordinated push to kind of try to scale back on that essentially and say, whoa, take it easy. We're all in this together against the white man, right? So we gotta team up here now. And so these kinds of things, these kinds of shootings, when they happen, will kind of fit, perfectly into that narrative, if you know what I mean, right? Okay, let me do a couple of these real quick here. I saw a couple over on Entropy Stream. James Fitzgerald St. Patrick's Day is actually fairly sad for us Irish folks with a more pagan orientation. It essentially celebrates the expulsion of the Druids by the Christians. Now, that's true. I guess I'm not sure at the story of what he arrived in. Was it the 5th century, right? In Ireland, I think he was a Briton or something, or like he was from the main British island, I believe. And then he went to, I think his original name was Maywin. I was reading a little bit earlier about it today. And he went there, and then apparently he claims it was like what he had. I'm not sure if he converted there first or something like that. But no, this was the story. He was a slave first in Ireland at the time. Then he ended up fleeing, and he fled, I think, to France for a while, and apparently that's where he converted to Christianity, and then went back to Ireland. And then the story is apparently Ireland was full of snakes those days. I think it's an analogy, right? And then he kicked all of the snakes out of the country, right? And kind of that's when the conversion happened. I would assume some things there's some truth in it, but obviously some mythology and storytelling, fairy tales on top of it too. But yeah, no, I get your point, James, for sure. I'm not too familiar with the battle between Christianity and pre-Christian Native European traditions when it comes to Ireland. I've studied them quite a bit in places like Scandinavia, the Baltic countries and stuff like that, which of course was a horrendous process. I mean, there's no escaping it. It was a horrifically, what's the word I'm looking for? Ethnocide, whatever you call it, right? Their own people turned on each other essentially over religion, which is sad. But it is what it is today, and I'd rather we celebrate it. But it's turned into European traditions kind of along the way. But I get it, James. Totally understand. Thank you for that. Plain Physics over on Entropy says half of the time they say that the person is white if the person is Hispanic. That's true. Which, to be fair, is possible, but many times isn't the case. Yeah, didn't it do that with one of the Walmart shooter or something in was it Arizona or Nevada or something like that? It's a couple of years ago. Even the was it the MAGA bomber, the guy who drove around in the white van, like the Fed van with all these Trump stickers on the paint on the windows and stuff like that on the inside. He was the one who apparently sent bombs, right, to like mainstream media. And it wasn't anything in there. It was like, it wasn't any, he was like LARPing basically or something. But I think they try to pull him off as a kind of a white supremacist. I forget what his name was, but it was definitely Rodrigo, type, his clearly Hispanic name. Lycan Warrior, Chuck Schumer is already weaponizing the anti-Asian hate crime issue to berate white supremacy, and he offers a link there. I got to pull that up. That's a good segue. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it will just continue to pour in the bullshit and the propaganda here. So let me move that over here, guys, and let's pull that up because that's a good tip, actually. Let me see here. Here it is. While I open this here, Chuck Schumer would do it, I would assume, and most of the other groups too. I would assume that the assault weapon, it's a dumb name, but you know what I'm saying. That would be, part of something that they jump on as well. Here's the tweet here, shared by Lycan Warrior. Atlanta was shocked last night by a series of shootings, leaving 8 people dead, 6 of Asian descent. And again, wasn't racist. He said that it was all these other whites and Latinos shot as well. We can't lose our violence. Sorry, we can't lose. Let me try that again. We can't lose our vigilance against the forces of hate, bigotry, discrimination. We must stop Asian hate. Oh, they got a little icon there from Twitter too. How lovely. And we must move forward on legislation to help stop the gun violence epidemic. Well, there you go, Lycan. This kind of encapsulates it. So it's let's do all of what we want right away, which makes you think. Now, I mean, I know about MK Ultra programs and the all various kind of things. Even like Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, was like a victim of mind control attempts by the FBI. Right? They were giving him. It was part of like these LSD trials and all kind of stuff. They're messing with his head and stuff like that. They haven't stopped with that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that this is that. I can't say that at this point. There's no evidence of that at this stage. But just be aware that these kinds of things, they do these kinds of things. They experiment on people. They drive them mad and insane. They learn to control people in different ways. They compartmentalize them. They tend to go for individuals that already have kind of a split personality or kind of schizophrenic tendencies and things like that. They isolate and compartmentalize certain kind of individuals inside, and then they kind of train and groom them essentially. And who knows? I mean, it could be completely coincidental, of course, but it's amazing how it's like all these things coincide at the same time. So I wouldn't. I'm not going to say that it is that, but I say I wouldn't put it past them because that's the kind of stuff that they do. It's incredible, right? Okay. Third World Immigrant over on DLive donates a 123 diamonds. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And thank you to everyone gifting subs. As a philosopher gifts a sub to Mr. Wright. Appreciate that. There's others subbing over on DLive too. Very kind of you all. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Wright donates 4 diamonds, followed by a Ninjagini. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Appreciate that. Always good to see you, sir. Thank you. Boomhauser with a diamond. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. And see, the Purist 777 is resub for 1 month and is now on a 15-month sub streak. Thank you, Purist. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. American Life with the Diamond. Henrik, I have a link to the second W on A story today, which, yeah, can you link that just straight up in chat? Just put it straight in the chat. You don't have to do like, super chat or anything like that. Just put it in there. There it is. Is that you? Yeah, San Francisco. Let me copy that. Thank you. Let me move that over. I'm actually not sure which story it is yet, but let me pull it up here. Okay. Here we go. Witness elderly Asian woman beats up man attacking her in San Francisco. This is the link. It's got to be the link you're talking about, right? Let me open that up here. Thank you, American Life. Appreciate that. Let me pause this here for a second. Witnesses, elderly Asian woman beats up man attacking her in San Francisco. When is this from? This is from just today. This is from today. An elderly woman being attacked on Market Street in San Francisco Wednesday. The latest victim in a wave of attacks on Asians in the Bay Area turned the tables on her assailant, leaving him with injuries that required a trip to the hospital. Well, I guess good for her then. Let me check this out here.
Police say they are investigating an aggravated assault on an elderly Asian woman. The circumstances of this incident are not yet clear, and police have not confirmed whether or not this is a hate crime. Of course, we'll be following up on the KPIX5 News at 5. Violence against Asian Americans has skyrocketed this year, and the community is calling on police and politicians to do something about it. KPIX5's Emily Turner tells us what's being done.
The call for change goes from the streets, where police have escalated and upped their patrols, all the way to the state capitol. The pictures are heartbreaking, and we want to warn you, hard to see. But this is the fear Bay Area Asian Americans say they're living with simply because they're Asian.
Somebody just pushed me and hit me. And I lose consciousness, and when I wake up, I'm all bloodied up. I didn't even see the person. I didn't lose anything. All my belongings is with me. They didn't rob me. So I think it's a hate crime.
Danny Yu Chang was just walking back to work from lunch when he was attacked Monday on Market Street.
I cannot see on my left eye.
Hate crimes against Asian Americans rose 150% in 2020, even as hate crimes overall dropped.
Look at those white supremacists there, lads. You see that?
This 71-year-old grandmother was pushed to the ground and her purse stolen. Yesterday, a man was punched for saying good morning, and another assault left 75-year-old Pak Ho dead in Oakland last week. And for every crime reported, State Assemblyman David Chu says there are more that aren't.
Is not just the incredible violence in a number of incidents, but how racism has manifested itself in so many ways.
I should pull that up. It's fascinating how this comes. And I'm not saying that this is not happening or anything like that, but the coordinated kind of counter push against the kind of stuff that we saw. And I have to break. I can't remember like the headline or exactly how it was framed at the time, but I remember we reported on it and talked. It was like quite interesting how it's like basically Asians are benefiting from like white supremacy, and basically because they were scoring well in school and these kinds of things, they need to be held back and all that kind of stuff, right? And that's taking kind of a side turn because of this here now. But anyway, let's look at the rest of the video here.
Other Asian American and Pacific Islanders are proposing a statewide hotline for reporting and dealing with hate crimes, as well as legislation for restorative justice programs. They also want the governor to appoint an attorney general from the community.
The reality is at this point, thoughts and prayers are not enough. We need action, we need leadership, and we need someone who truly understands our community.
Imagine whites doing something like this too, by the way, because of course, as we know, white people attacked every day. It's one of the primary victims, of course, especially in America, but in Europe and things like that too. We're the victims of crime far more than we are, criminals or turning to violent crime and things like this. imagine us doing the. I mean, you have what the Shomrim, for example. They're very big in New York, even London, right? The Jewish community, they have their own police force. These different guards that walk around and watch out for their own. Remember we had like. Remember when we had that in like Finland? I think in Sweden too. We had the Sons of Odin walking around. Remember the stories? Remember the hit pieces? This was, and it was they weren't doing anything. They were there to deter violence. And when other gangs and things like that, there's massive issues with rape in many Nordic countries. A lot of women are not safe walking alone and things like that. And so as soon as they were patrolling the streets and looking out for their own, all hell broke loose in the media. It was a shitstorm. They were basically like almost, terrorist labeled at that point. It's incredible, right?
Chu and his community say that will hopefully help curb the alarming trend that often targets the oldest and most infirm.
We should respect each other and try to live harmoniously with each other.
The AAPI says in just the last year, they've logged 3,800 cases of hate crimes against the Asian or Pacific Islander communities. 1,600 of those are in California alone.
Yeah.
In San Francisco, Emily
All right,
Turner.
let me pause right there. So yeah, that's pretty. That's incredible stuff, right? Good video. Thank you for that to American Life. I appreciate that. Good video on that. Is this footage of the actual attack? Just to come up on Market, a Asian woman on Market Street, blah blah blah. Effort, I got more details. I think this is probably afterwards, right? Yeah, this is right after, obviously. Right after the fact. Doesn't this show also the wonderful like multiculturalism? Oh, so is that the perp? Okay, so that was a white supremacist. Is that what they're trying to argue here? Did they even say anything about it? I would assume that it was if it was a white guy, it would be brought up immediately in the story and in the article. That's fascinating if that's actually the case. The incident happened on Market Street and Charles J. Brennan Place and McAllister Street around 10:30 a.m. San Francisco police said they've been investigating an aggravated assault by a man who appears to be in his 30s. Was that him in the what do you call it? The gurney there? Is that what it is? A gurney? Someone say he looks like a crazy bum. Shit, he's gotten a good beating there. Look at his balls bloody around the mouth. Oh God! Imagine this. This is what Robert Putnam was talking about. I assume when he said, "Well, initially when diversity comes in, it will be problematic. There will be problems initially, but it's all worth it in the end, because we'll all become one race, and then we'll just be the human race, and then we'll all get along, right?" So is this what he's talking about? All right. Anyway, I'll have to look into that, but I would assume that if there was a white perp, that would be brought up immediately, if nothing else. Okay, thank you, American Life. Good one there. Brad C. with the diamond. Thank you. Celebrate all is lost with a Ninja Guinea. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. White Rabbit Radio's hosting. Thank you for that. Tim, follow Tim Murdoch on D Live here as well. White Rabbit Radio. Always good to see you, Tim. Thank you. Okay, let me see here. Just want to make sure we're cleared that off. Yes. Okay, so we talked about those stories. Let me see what we had next here. Oh, this one too. This there's another Twitter purge here. Of course, they never have enough, right? It's always QAnon. There's always some kind of faction that Twitter is slashing and burning and stuff like that. So let's check out the video in relation to this here.
CEOs of top technology companies will face very hard questions on Capitol Hill next week about the spread of misinformation and their ability to control what is posted. The Capitol siege on January 6th was fueled by false claims of election fraud. Much of the planning also took place online. CBS News senior investigative correspondent Catherine Herod shares new exclusive details about Twitter's decision to shut down tens of thousands of accounts linked to the conspiracy theory QAnon.
This should be good.
After rioters pushed their way into the Capitol on January 6th to violently block the Electoral College certification, Twitter now tells CBS News the social media platform purged more than 150,000 accounts associated with QAnon. That's double the number previously reported.
There are folks on one side who say that the platforms are censoring and taking down free speech, and there are others who say that the platforms aren't doing enough.
Alexandra Givens leads the Center for Democracy and Technology that promotes laws and policy supporting free speech.
Deciding to remove someone from a social media account does have significant impact on their ability to find other people, to express their views, and to communicate.
You're not going on camera because you have significant security concerns. That's correct.
Senior Twitter officials tracking the QAnon conspiracy theory agreed to speak with CBS News on the condition their identities were protected.
Do you both receive threats?
According to these officials, most of the shuttered accounts belong to Americans, not so-called bots, computer software designed to spread misinformation. Twitter told us they used machine learning and some human review to determine the accounts that violated their coordinated harmful activity policy. After the riots, suspended users were notified and allowed to appeal. The officials said the success rate of appeals was near zero, and they have high confidence in their decisions. Twitter officials said many of the same accounts suspended were first monitored. As early as last July, Twitter began lowering the profile of these accounts based on QAnon content posted, who they interacted with, as well as other online behaviors.
It's one of the tools that platforms are
like what? Can you give an example?
Is they try to balance this really hard trade-off between the fear of silencing speech, but also mitigating some of the concerns about it.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a balance. They try to strike that balance in in an incredibly objective way. I gotta say. It's amazing that we've reached this point where like QAnon is the big issue of concern, and we'll get to some stories here too in a bit regarding some of the other stuff that goes on these platforms. And yet this is where the discussion is now. I know this is because of the goofball riot on January 6th and all that stuff, the selfie opportunity that happened. But I mean, I showed a couple of headlines, like it was last week or whatever, like the NPR specifically, we just bombarding these articles out. Like every week there's something new with like misinformation and conspiracy theories and stuff like that. And then they can use things like Q, where they just like anybody can go in and say anything. And this is what Q believes, and make up some stupid shit and then run with that. Or in the same way that you have these people go on in comments to people's videos and say, look at what kind of people they attract. Look at these crazy comments. And then they can say Q, what's the big deal, right? Look, if people want to believe stupid shit, let them believe dumb shit. It's up to them. And I've mentioned this many times before, but the danger begins when you're saying you're classifying certain thoughts and certain beliefs as essentially illegal, right? Because then we're in thought crime territory, and that's basically, okay, well, what happens if you're not allowed to believe what you want to believe, right? And if you refuse to give up those beliefs, what happens then? What's the law going to do about that? And the only way they can know that is to know what's in your mind, right? What's in your brain? What are you thinking? And how do they ban those thoughts? That's next. And that's why I did those technology episodes, like 4 or 5 episodes back here on No Go Zone, where I essentially talk about that they can insert memory, they can take out memory, they can essentially with the right frequency, essentially. It sounds woo-woo and cuckoo, whatever, but essentially they've learned and decoded the language of the brain, right? Synapses or the way that our brain communicates. Facebook is working on technologies that are there to read our minds and stuff like that. I mean, the shit that they're working on right now is frightening. And then couple that with some goofball conspiracy that they jump on and say, well, this is clearly not we have to shut this down kind of thing. This is dodgy territory. I'm very worried about this, to be honest.
When does mitigating violence or mitigating speech become censorship?
It's a hard balance to strike.
Should Twitter have done more?
There is no balance. They censor everything. I can't stress this enough, but you have these boomers on MSNBC. They're still sitting around and saying Facebook is killing Joe Scarborough, right? Sitting around and talking about how they'd say a right-wing recruitment, operation happening on Facebook, right? And it's never good enough for these people. They've removed and banned and blocked and censored like everything and everybody and anything that the media calls on, they've done. And then these boomers show up and talk about how this massive problem on Twitter and Facebook still. What do they want? It's insane.
And done it sooner.
There are a lot of disinformation experts who think that the signs were on the wall and action should have been taken sooner. I think you can imagine that Twitter was struggling with the gravity.
I'm sure the never again, right? We're just a moment away from that.
Of the situation.
Twitter used similar tools against Al-Qaeda and ISIS to monitor.
So who's Al-Qaeda and ISIS now? Well, turns out that those white supremacists, the white ISIS, right? That meme became real. It was a meme back in like 2005, maybe 7, 8, something like that. White ISIS or white Al-Qaeda, and here we are.
Monitor and limit their terrorist propaganda. Asked if they used the same strategy last summer against Antifa supporters as riots erupted in Seattle and Portland, Twitter said their approach was different.
When the ideology leads someone to
pointing to
wait, are you telling me that they did something towards that? It's press X to doubt. What have they done? Twitter is a virtual organization platform for Antifa.
ISIS to monitor and limit their terrorist propaganda. Asked if they used the same strategy last summer against Antifa supporters.
You're saying they used the same tactics that they use against ISIS and Al-Qaeda on Antifa in America? It's just complete fucking bullshit.
As riots erupted in Seattle and Portland, Twitter said their approach was different.
When the ideology leads someone to
pointing to the FBI director's congressional testimony that Antifa is an ideology, not an organization. Twitter officials say they want users to have a
blah blah blah. Yeah, Rose City Antifa is definitely not anything like it. Because there's no symbols and no handbooks. Mark Bray didn't write a handbook about Antifa. There's no flags or kind of logos or things like that. There's no organizational body where you can go and approach. There's no bookstores in California or comic book stores that are organizing protest. Never heard of such a thing.
Quote, path back to healthy behavior.
If there was right-wingers doing the kind of things that we've seen Antifa done, you would see this nonstop doxing, people threatened, they lost their jobs, they've been outed, they've been jailed, they've been charged. They don't do anything basically against these people. They treat them with kitty gloves, right? Many of the attorney generals are dropping cases left and right on these people. They arrest them. There's a little bit of a slap on the wrist here and there, but that's about it. They get a free pass. They're useful idiots. The system is using them to their favor, right?
And their approach is focused on de-radicalization and rehabilitation. Twitter chief Jack Dorsey recently told investors users...
Look at the graph he got there. I'm sorry. Look at the font. The font, there was some very excited person there at, where are we, CBS Morning News. Look at the look at the Jack's text animation there. Gold.
Twitter chief Jack Dorsey recently told investors users are increasingly skeptical of his platform.
We agree many people don't trust us. Never has this been more pronounced than the last few years. This isn't just about our actions to promote healthy conversation. It goes broader and deeper.
Asked if they should have done more sooner, a Twitter official said they started taking action as early as 2016, and they tried a variety of enforcement options, but after January 6th, more aggressive steps were needed. On rehabilitation and the role of a social media company, they said it will take outside partnerships. Bottom line, this is about free speech and the intersection with social media, Anthony.
No, so many tricky questions.
So many tricky. Yeah, it's such a tricky. Oh my, what do we do about that free speech, huh? Yeah. Well, our hands are tied because we can't censor. Is that what they're trying to? They're trying to pretend this? Is that what it, it's just this unbelievable gaslighting? There's no cancel culture. There's no one being banned. There's not conservatives being more banned or whatever, right? They're driving that narrative still. It's incredible. So the next step here, as I said, is very important: rehabilitation. So these people, not social media alone, right? But these groups and these organizations and stuff they're gonna start to basically get inside of your head, get into your brain, and kind of surgically remove certain ideas that are unpopular. This is the next kind of territory. And again, we showed those headlines from NPR where they're talking about I started reading, was it the last no-go zone? It kind of blurs together a little bit, to be honest, but the NPR piece about how there were these, what do they call them again? Is it this one? There were people that are trying to, yes, that's right, exit counselors. Here's the story. I read a little bit of, this is an amazing piece. I should go through more of this too. Exit counselors strain to pull Americans out of a web of false conspiracies, right? So it says, these people have given up completely on the idea that there are not just ideological differences, but like you can, there's always room for doubt, and you, even though you might be very likely that you have, the truth on your side, there could always be something that shows up that proves that wrong, and you have to change your worldview, right? But that has exited completely the narrative and the worldview that these people try to push. It's like, we have the truth, we know the truth, the absolute truth, and it's the side that we represent, and there isn't anything else. And if you continue to go against that, basically at this point, you're a dangerous terrorist, and you need to be reeled in. You need to be controlled. We need to know what your thoughts are. We need to be able to read your brain in some kind of way, so we can ensure that you're not going to go and do something crazy, right? That's where we are. But this article was incredible. The way that they try to, take people out of these. I mean, they call them cults and stuff, and it's not always wrong, obviously. But it's funny that the very system that is doing this, you could apply the very same terminology, behavioral patterns, and all that kind of stuff on that too. It's one big cult that believes all these things, right? It's just incredible. And as someone in chat pointed out, too, my screen just died there, so I have to reboot that. But check out this story here. I'll get to that in a moment, because you hit the nail on the head regarding what Russia is doing. Right? We just talked about Twitter, what they're doing and stuff like that. Putin vows to take down Twitter. Service will be blocked in Russia in 30 days if it does not delete banned content. This is related to porn, suicide, and Navalny protests, which is, I like that they want to block that. That's funny. Russia has vowed to remove Twitter in a row over banned content. Watchdog says site failed to remove content about suicide, drugs, and child porn. That's right, folks. Not only Twitter, Facebook is a problem. We'll look at that in a moment, too. But critics say move is designed to stop opposition leaders organizing protests. Oy vey. Comes a day after Alex Navalny posted his first update from inside jail. But they're right, though. I mean, there's sexualized content, child pornography on these platforms. Imagine that anything like this was going on the Gabs or the BitChutes or stuff like that, right? Any kind of murder or, like they do on Facebook, right? They stream abuse, they stream murders, all that kind of stuff, right? Anyway, Russia has threatened to block Twitter within 30 days unless the site acts to remove what the government refers to as banned content. The deputy head of Watchdog, Roskomnadzor, said Tuesday that the ban would come into effect unless Twitter removed the content, which he said includes child pornography and information on child suicide and drugs. But critics say the crackdown is actually an attempt to stop Putin's political opponent organizing rallies. Yeah, because they're totally not concerned with child porn and access to that. Of course not. As they did a number of cities earlier this year, Subotin issued his threat just a day after Putin's main critic, Alexei Navalny, posted his first update from inside jail, sharing an image of himself with a shaved head. Good stuff. Is there something in here? Let me listen to this here. Oh, is this someone scrolling? There's no report. Good stuff. Okay. All right. It's basically B-roll. Okay, I thought it was a report or something. Let me go past that then. Twitter is not reacting to a request as they should. If the situation carries on, then it will be blocked in a month without a court order, Subotin said. Good. I hope they do it. These platforms, remember Facebook sort of banned news in Australia or something like that, and then unfortunately they cut a deal or something. But it's beautiful to see these social media companies shoot themselves in the foot in this way, right? And as a reminder as well, check out this here. Facebook, we report on this in the Weekend Warrior show, but a reminder here. Facebook, a hotbed of child sexual abuse material. with 20.3 million reports, far more than Pornhub. Now, Pornhub is bad enough on its own, right? It has massive issues. There's underaged, girls. There's rape, people that have been kidnapped and filmed against their will and stuff. It's uploaded to these pornography websites, and specifically Pornhub is a hub for that kind of activity. But Facebook is where it's at when it comes to this stuff. It's unbelievable, right? Unbelievable. Nothing is being done, and you're supposed to that you have the Greg Abbotts that are trying to legislate into effect that we shouldn't be banned off of Facebook. We need to be on Facebook. We need to have Facebook spying on us. They need to have profiles on us. They need to collect all the data that they can on us and all that kind of stuff, right? And but Gab though is anti-Semitic. That's the problem. He couldn't even mention something about child porn and Facebook and the major problem that they have. No, the problem is the anti-Semitism on Gab. That's the issue, right? By the way, someone said Gab was down here a minute ago. I haven't. I was posting a link to the show her earlier that worked for me, but yeah, they have had issues. I mean, they are turning into a decent alternative and stuff like that. So there's always problems in the wake of that, and they always want to try to kind of take out their competition. So we'll probably see much more of that. But it's incredible. Imagine any of this taking place on some of the big alternative platforms like BitChute and stuff like that. Guys, let me just do this 1 second. Sorry, let me restart the screen here. It's flashing back and forth. I have an issue with it. But with you in 10 seconds. Hang on. All right, there we go. I think we're back. Yes, sorry about that. Yeah, my screen keeps going in and out sometime. Yeah, it was plain physics that said that earlier over on Entropy Stream. It said, meanwhile, Russia asked the important questions like telling Twitter to clean up its child porn act or they will be banned. Exactly. So good timing on that plain physics. Thank you for reminding me about that too. By the way, okay, should we maybe we should do the hologram bit here? Let me see. Let me scroll back up here. Let me do a couple of the D-Lives here too. Lord Aragon says, with the diamond that they shut down my account, you bastards. Your Twitter, I assume. Not surprised, but yeah, I don't know why we're on there still, to be honest. Well, it's because we're feds. We run a Zionist Fed operation around here. That's why we're probably on there still. We've still gotten the approval from the FBI that we can have our Twitter accounts for now. Eh? No, but I'm sure it will come. I mean, and that's why we try to urge people to go over to our Telegram too. It just follows there instead. I think it's good. I've changed my tune on this. Yes, it's aggravating with the banning and stuff like that, but frankly, we cannot be in a position where we are dependent on these hostile platforms that they get to choose. They can do whatever they want when the hands. I mean, just think about the YouTube situation. I was, scared. I don't know what the right word is. Upset, scared, I guess, to a certain extent, or afraid that after we lost our YouTube, is that it? Because that's where the majority of our audience is, so people aren't going to tune in. And of course, we don't get as many views on some of the videos and stuff like that. But at the same time, what's important is we have a sizable audience, a good audience, you guys that follow creators like us to other platforms and go to alternatives. You're willing to use BitChute, Odyssey. You go to Telegram or Rumble or whatever you prefer, VK basically, and that's what it's about. But more than that, we need. I mean, BitChute and I think probably Odyssey. I think are definitely good options and good guys. Web 3.0, the decentralized internet. That's where it's going to be at. And it's good that we're pushed off of YouTube. We shouldn't be on YouTube. Our audiences shouldn't be on YouTube. None of us should. They're spying on us. They're making money on us, and they're using it against us, right? Get off of there. Get on the alternatives. And more and more people do that, and more and more creators that do that, the better it's going to be, the better off we're going to be. We need to be in control of our own stuff, right? So yeah, sorry about that, Lord Aragon. If it was your Twitter account you lost there, but I'm sure all of our times are limited on these major big platforms anyway. Blas Delizo with the diamond says Q-tardism is an ideology. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's not an organization. You're right regarding the previous clip there from regarding the banning of Q accounts and stuff. That's definitely not. There's no centralized committee or organization. It's literally just like what someone who claims their Q on 4chan, or that's how it began, right? And anybody can just say that they're like, oh, I follow Q or something in their Twitter profile, and then they say, oh, that's a Q follower, a card-carrying member. Anybody can do it, but that's definitely an ideology. But of course, they have decided to go after them anyways. A good point, Blas de Lazo. I appreciate that. Celebrate all is lost with 2 diamonds. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. White Rabbit Radio with a diamond as well. Says Twitter suspended my account. Sorry, Tim. It's a bummer. I'm not surprised though. You had was it Euro Rabbit, I think, on Twitter, and he links up instead. Maybe we could put this in chat a couple of times here. But t.me/White Rabbit Radio is where to follow Tim, or White Rabbit Radio primarily. Tim Murdoch does great work. t.me/White Rabbit Radio. Sorry about that, Tim, but not surprised. As I said, I'm sure all of our days are numbered on these platforms. Unwashed was hosting. Thank you for that, sir. Thank you for that. Good to see you. And Salosifer gives a 1-month sub to Unwashed. Thank you for that. And Unwashed donates a diamond and says, yeah, what is it? WWG1, WG1G. Was it where we go? One we go all. 1W, I'm not sure about that. One we go or something. Always looked kind of gay. Yeah, exactly. I guess that was the distinguishing mark, right? Wasn't that one of them? It was just, yeah, where we go, one we go all or something, and then they put that in their Twitter bio, and that was the proof enough, right, that you had, your Q account getting banned. Okay, all right, so let's check this out here with the Biden hologram. Now, I don't know what to make of this. Oh, someone said mixed sleazy. I just happened to see it in the chat. My Pillow Man, Michael Liddell, something big is coming. New channel banned on YouTube. Yeah, of course, I'm not surprised. Wasn't he one of the kind of organizers, right? Of the I mean, he wasn't, but that's how they spun it, right? He was one of the organizers of the goofball riot on January 6th, I believe. So yeah, so what do you guys think of this here? I'm sure you saw it was going around yesterday. A lot of people were looking at this footage, and many people at least can't make sense of it, right? It is very strange. It shows, I'm going to bring in some other footage here too so we can show that. So it shows Joe Biden's hand over the microphone. There's either it's just something with like an optical illusion or whatever you want to call it that's happening, but it's something that looks very odd with it, right? I think there's more to the story than just what you see in the film, and the reason for that we will get to in a bit. And it was interesting enough, even The Hill, that I think was one of the first. I mean, this clip was picked up by a lot of stations. There were even other angles. We'll take a look at those in a moment too. But it was interesting nonetheless that The Hill tweeted this out, because they're actually the outlet that were talking about. They were talking about holograms, basically. They were saying, why can't we have a Biden hologram? He's losing his ability to do good public speeches and stuff like that, basically, right? Let me show you that screenshot real quick here too. Let me see, where is it? Here it is. This is the one right here, right? So it shows Biden's hand over the mic on the side. As far as I understand, then the only way that you can get this is if the boom mic with the dead cat, which is the name for the fuzz hairy adapter addition to the microphone, and it's a windbreaker essentially to make sure that the wind doesn't disturb the microphone, is if they got that in and then up and under Biden's arm, right? But there's something with the angle that doesn't make sense. Now, I'm not saying this like, oh, it's a green screen or something. It's just odd, and the jury is still out on what it is and what's happening, and why, right? So here's let's take a look at the video here first.
Travel to the southern border, sir? Not at the moment. Have you decided when you're able to share
you guys see that?
thoughts with other countries? Is it allies or neighbors first? Who who will be the first country to get U.S. vaccines? I've been talking with several countries already.
So it's not about what he says. And there, of course, in the second time, the hand is behind the microphone. Now, let me go back here. Sorry, let me slow down. Whoa, sorry. Let me back up and slow down right there. Is it impossible? I don't know. The strangest is then when he backs up and goes forward again, his hand is going to be behind the mic. Let's try it. Let's go forward here a bit. Let me see here. There, right? There was behind. There is behind again. So the question is, how much does that mic move back and forth?
I've been talking with several countries already. Well, I'll let you know.
There, behind it. So what the fuck is going on right there? Is it just an illusion? They have the boom mic. It's in and it goes in under his arm temporarily. It's just that it looks also. Now I know there are compression issues. There's all kinds of things that does happen, right? There's artifacts that you can kind of get from. I work with video quite a bit, and occasionally you see some kind of weird stuff. But it has that look almost too, where his arm and specifically his sleeve. Let me go back to the clip here, where his sleeve kind of goes. Let me back up here a little bit. Where his sleeve kind of goes over it. Where it just looks fake. I can't explain it. Even the other mic for a little bit there. I mean, look at that, like right there. Even the other mic, I think he goes. Does he go above that too? Yeah, there. The other mic too. Are they sitting from the side? Are we over analyzing this? Is the internet? Is it made to make people look dumb and crazy? Because I don't know. Is it possible? Yeah, maybe it's possible. It was just an angle. So here's the second angle, right? Here's the second angle, which shows the same thing, but it does. It's I don't know. Let's look at the second angle. See what you guys think.
Do you have any plans to travel to the southern border, sir? Not at the moment. Have you decided when you're able to share shots with other countries?
There it's behind it, obviously.
Allies or neighbors first? Who will be the first country to get U.S. vaccines? I've been talking with several countries.
It's moving quite a bit. Is the boom operator handling it back and forth? Then people were even pointing out, listen to the audio and look at the helicopter. Okay, that angle cut off. Let me go over to the other one here then. The other angle they have it. They were pointing out that the helicopter is not spinning, right? But the sound is there, or the rotors are not spinning. But then I believe that was corrected. I believe that it turned out that other footage of what is it? He's not Air Force One, obviously, but it's whatever his what the name is for the presidential helicopter, whatever. I guess the engine is on. The engine is on, but I guess the rotors are not engaged or something, so you still have that noise. But there were a number of things like that people were pointing out yesterday, and it was just like this. Oh my God, everything is fake. It's fake and gay, right? But it's not out of the blue. It's not completely unreasonable, and that's the reason why I wanted to cover it as well, because we even just a few days ago, before we saw this, reported on this story. From the Hill, remember, the same account that tweeted out this video. Again, many other outlets had it and stuff like that too. Even Fox News had it. We can show, that we can demonstrate that to you in a moment here too, that it's like it was featured on a lot of different channels and stuff like that. So it wasn't like it was just the one clip, right? But they actually proposed Biden, that they should go with Biden as a hologram to ensure basically his performance, right? Let me go over to this angle. We can look at the article a bit here. Joe Biden isn't a hologram. I'm glad that they point that out first, though, so they kind of they put our questions to rest, because gods know what we would have thought if that line wasn't there. Joe Biden isn't a hologram. Okay, but the relative absence from the public stage of a newly elected U.S. president and leader of the free world is sparking no small amount of speculation and chatter about the brave new world of possibilities offered by technological advancements and the unprecedented control over information on the internet. So far, Under Biden, there have been none of the extended press availabilities to which we've gotten accustomed under President Trump. No impromptu sessions with the media where he fields questions and attacks dealing with dozens of wide-ranging topics. Biden even skipped the traditional live in-person February address to Congress. Gee, I wonder why. We've only seen him primarily in the form of various proof-of-life-like video clips distributed on the internet where he reads scripted remarks from a teleprompter. Now, this is the Hill. This is the Hill. This could have been like the a obscure conspiracy WordPress site in 2006. This is like, but the language is amazing. Anyway, even some officials who work in the Biden administration told me they can't help but wonder why. And it has them mulling over far-fetched speculation that upon a further examination starts to look almost like it is not completely outside the realm of possibility. In June 2019, I published a story on deep fake technology. I explored how artificial intelligence, computer technology, has put special effects, once reserved as expensive and time-consuming accomplishments of Hollywood films, in the hands of almost anybody with a computer and the desire to use it. As I showed in the report, this AI technology can make people who didn't say or do something look very much like they said or did the thing. I urge everyone to watch the story here and keep in mind two things. First, the technology has advanced further by leaps and bounds since my original report, and second, our intelligence agencies have have capabilities far beyond whatever it is we see in public. It's amazing that this is the Hill, to be honest. The way that they'd be like, oh, yeah, we'll talk about the DARPA Black Ops and what they're experimenting on down in their DUMBs, their deep underground bunkers, right? Anyway, some years ago, a government source with access to intelligence at the highest levels explained to me, without divulging any classified information, that any technological thing that we can imagine is actually being researched or accomplished in the secret channels of our government. And he told me things that are beyond our ability to imagine are also being done. Some of the things we know are already possible. Scientists can build lifelike robots or droids that are getting harder and harder to distinguish from humans. They can even interact and take part in rational-sounding two-way conversations. Hologram-like figures can make campaign appearances, as India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi did as early as 2012, and even be resurrected from the grave, as pop star Michael Jackson was for live performances. What would be necessary if powerful interests wanted to construct a believable artificial reality surrounding the most powerful political positions on the planet? First, of course, the technological capability. Beyond that, it seems to me they would need to have a pretty tight grip on the information landscape, meaning primarily the internet, so that any material exposing the effort or contrary to the goal could be discredited or even expunged. And finally, there obviously would have to be a serious element of secrecy, a willingness and an ability among those with knowledge and information to keep the whole thing under wraps. Seems pretty unlikely, except in movies. Now back to Biden. The White House has announced that he will finally give his first primetime address to the nation on Thursday. That's 7 weeks, 2 days after it was inaugurated. The topic will be 1-year anniversary of the COVID-19 lockdowns. From what's been said so far, it appears that if there's no plan for a live audience of reporters, no questions and answer sessions afters. Still no word on a date for Biden's belated address to Congress, but a White House spokesman has said that because of the coronavirus epidemic, any joint session speech would look different than in the past. Joe Biden isn't a hologram. They assure us and put our questions here to rest once more in the Hill article. But if he wanted to be, and if powerful people with access to the latest technology wanted to make him one, it seems as though there might be little they couldn't accomplish. So is that what are they doing a beta? Are they doing a beta test? There's Fox News using the footage too here, right? Are they doing a beta test and someone screwed up in the composition? Look at the way that first microphone kind of shakes a little bit too. Also looks kind of weird, to be honest. The first one, his hands goes over that one too, right there. And then the other one under. And then he goes in between and they disappear. And I just can't see that they're moving, this way, back and forward that much. So I don't know. I still don't know what to make of it. Do they do stuff like this? See, that's the other thing I was thinking about too. Someone said, like, they were convinced it was fake, and then they're like, but why? Why would you do something like this? What's the point? And the point is not only to beta test, technologies and stuff like that, right? The point, I think, partially also, let me lower that a bit. The point also is to see for people that look at this kind of stuff and point this out. See, there his hand is behind it, in that angle. It will drive them insane that the rest of the world at least refuse to consider or look at stuff like this. It's not the only thing. This is, we have all kinds of people all the time are looking at this kind of stuff, right? So it will drive those people insane that no one else is watching it, while the other side that refuse to look at this stuff thinks that the other side is completely insane, right? It's a wedge issue, right? It's just one little thing. We don't have to stare ourselves blind on it, but if you take all these kinds of things in together, it's like there's a whole faction that's like thinks everything is fake and gay. Like for good reason, because it's like, this is what they do. They fuck with their heads, right? Sorry for the bad language, folks, but you get the idea, right? They screw with their heads. And it will cause further rifts and an impossibility for people to, move forward politically, agree on things and issues and stuff, and it's helping to cause more discord between the already widening wounds that exist, not only in America but in Europe and stuff like that too. So potentially, if this is what it is, if they were experimenting with something, well, let's say that the mics were, for some reason, I don't know why, but let's say that the mics then were added in after or something, and there's some kind of composition, or they're doing something live. I would assume it looks like there was it was done live, the camera crew right there or something, that they're testing something new, they're testing new technology. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. It's just so bizarre. Give me a chat. Let's give a little test here. Give me a 1 for this is some kind of technology, right? It's not really him that was really there at that time. Or 2, it's just an optical illusion. It's the camera. It's nothing to see there. This is crazy bullshit talk, and it's just discrediting everything we're doing because we're seen as insane, right? So 1 would be any possible, whatever it is, right? It's they're experimenting with something, green screen, some kind of technology or hologram or something like that. Let me see what we get here in chat. Definitely mostly 1s so far. Some 2s. 3, it's a manipulated mic. Yeah, it could be the mic too, but that seems kind of almost harder, unless they're just testing it, right? Goes in under behind his hand or something like that. And yeah, mostly there's some 2s, but there's definitely mostly 1. Yeah, some say it's weird for sure, but saw another angle of the same video. Well, again, that's the one I was playing there, right? The other angle, and that one is still shows the same thing as far as I'm concerned, right? The other angle, right? Let's look at that again. It looks like mostly 1s in chat. See, you can see right at the bottom right there. His hand goes above that mic, doesn't it? Let me see. I'll go back. See that mic, his hand is above. See that? So it's like it's not even the same in that angle. It's not even the same mic. He points, makes that movement where he points down like that. I don't know. It's just bizarre. The point is, even if this is nothing burger, and this is just like, what are you doing? Like, you're spending time on this shit. Just know that this is what they want to do. They're fearing when the day when Biden's either mental, cognitive ability is so poor that he won't be able to do his job. And what are you going to do then? Well, it seems, at least for now, then they're not going to hand it over to Kamala Harris. They're going to give the job to a hologram, to a deep fake. LBTV appearances. Look, there's people that have been on stage. It looks like they're on stage. As I said, they have the technology. They could be out walking around, I guess, or be up on if they're on the right place. It looks like it's them, pretty much, right? But yeah, so they're messing with our heads, lads. That's the point here too. Okay. Let me ensure there's nothing else here in chat real quick. Yellow Beard with the diamond. Thank you, sir, and congrats again to your 3rd son. Well done, sir. Thank you. Brad C with another diamond. Blas De Lazo with the diamond says Tulsi had Tulsi had a moving pimple during the debates. I don't remember that. That's one thing I missed. Flynn Photo sends a diamond and says, Devin Stack's take. Yeah, I saw that he yesterday, he was very like gung-ho, like, oh, it's fake, I've worked in video, blah, blah, blah. And at least on Twitter, I saw later that he changed his mind or like, oh, there's something. I think that's what he said. Let me see if I can see that here. Yeah, he said, as I discussed in my stream upon viewing the second angle, this is probably just a mix of oddly placed mics. Yeah, see, that's what I thought initially too, and a trick of perspective. Now that and that's what I recognize that too, right? That you know, sometimes weird things happen with angles and cameras, and so the mic is far off to the side. I just don't know how it looks like you're getting it in and under between his arm and his torso or crotch, essentially. Judging from the second angle, that mic was it was off to his right side, or in the screen to the left side of the screen, too much for it to end up between his hand and between his torso / crotch, however long it went up. That's what's making it so bizarre to me, right? But yeah, I know. Sometimes things aren't as they appear. Looks like it probably jumped the gun, he said. Yeah, that's what I saw he said on Twitter too. I don't know. I think the jury's still out. I'm not sure. But considering that they're looking at doing these kinds of things, I wouldn't put it past them. And at some point, if it's true that they want to work towards that, at some point you will probably see something like that, or you won't know, right? He will make an address or an appearance, and we'll think, oh, look at that. That's that's glitchy Biden for you. That's just how we act, and we're all fooled. We have a digital president. Plain Physics says over on Entropy, the coup plotters have decided that our fake president isn't fake enough, so they have to make him faker. Weekend at Bernie's 2.0. Yeah, I mean, it's they're getting the technology now, right? And eventually they don't even have to do projections. Eventually they don't even have to do stuff like this. They will just insert memories into your brain. And you could have sworn that you saw something, or you remembered it just as like you just saw it, essentially. They can also extract memories, which is, I don't know which one is more frightening. I guess it doesn't matter. But input and output, it's terrifying. So sticking to some of the things here that Biden has talked about. Recently, Biden is proposing a tax hike. Big surprise. $1 trillion in new taxes, says former aide from Market Watch. You got to pay for all this. You know, stimulus is being sent out. People are getting their money from the government. They're happy about this. Of course, inflation is going to be out of control. We'll see if it happens this year or the next one, but we are basically just waiting for the inevitable at this point. Eurozone is equally bad off, to be honest. They're printing way too much money. And somehow they have to pay for this, or our future generations will pay for this. That's why I say get into crypto if you can. Get into Bitcoin, research some of your alts, get into that. Get silver, get some golds, spread out, diversify. Do not only sit and hold things in the US dollar if you do and have it, because I don't think this is going to end very, very good. Now that the coronavirus relief package is actually law, it's onto infrastructure for the Biden administration and its razor-thin Democratic majority in Congress. But infrastructure legislation will come with strings attached, with very hefty new taxes. The White House will propose $1 trillion worth of new taxes, according to Sarah Bianchi, head of U.S. public policy and political strategy at Evercore ISI and the former director of economic domestic policy for then Vice President Joe Biden. Officials include Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen have started suggesting what will be in the White House plan, or what will be in the White House plan. Bianchi said hiking the corporate tax rate to 28% from 21%, establishing a global minimum tax, and raising what's called the global intangible low-taxed income ratio to 21% will be in this plan, or his plan. The plan will probably include nearly doubling capital gains taxes on those with income over $1 million, and likely will include taxing unrealized gains at death, so death taxes, ending carried interest, and raising the top individual income tax rate. Fantastic. More taxes, folks. It's going to solve the issue, of course, right? Other possibilities include restoring the 2009 estate tax policies, limiting individual deductions, phasing out some business income deductions, and establishing a financial transactions tax. Is that That's a Tobin tax, essentially, right? That's what that is. Remember, there's all these socialists and commies who were proposing this a few years ago, a Tobin tax. I guess that was on some of the highest, financial institutions and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, maybe that. But believe me, those are going to be hit hardest, as always, is the middle class, right? Those with a lot of money, it's like, yeah, sure, they'll lose more money. But at least they have money. For people that don't have much money are going to be taxed to death. That's going to be great. Bianchi said Congress isn't likely to swallow the whole proposal. Hopefully not. She suggested it was only agreed to $500 billion for new taxes, so half of that. All right, we'll see what happens to that. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. Deep nostalgia. Gotta go check that out later. Okay, what else do we have here? Yeah, so we have this little, I guess, presentation today by. What's his name again? Powell, right? The head of the Federal Reserve. They made some comments today. I know that Yellen have mentioned some comments recently, the head of the Treasury, right? And so he basically is trying to, it's fine. Don't worry about the inflation. We got this under, we have it under, it's manageable. We got it under control and shit like that, right? Okay. So, anyway, Zero Hedge here has the headline Dovish. I had to look up. What was that again? Dovish? It was like the way you present language or something. Let me just see a reminder what that was. Is it related to bullish or bearish? Dovish refers to the tone of language used to describe a situation and the associated implications for action. For example, if the Federal Reserve Bank, that's the option, the suggestion they use, refers to inflation in a dovish tone, it is unlikely that they would take aggressive actions. Okay. Uber dovish, FOMC, and I think that stands for, what was it again? The Federal, there was a commission, federal, all these abbreviations here. Was it the Federal, the Federal Open Market Committee. That's right. So that's a subset of the Federal Reserve. Anyway, so Uber Dovish FOMC, Federal Open Market Committee statement confirms nothing will change on rates policy through 2023. Someone commented on this here, Nothing Burger from the Fed, passive easing continues. GDP has been revised, inflation has been revised up, unemployment revised down. Despite all this, the median dot still at 0 through 2023, though a few more see a hike. Chair Powell probably has time to help these folks understand the new policy framework. Today's market chaos is brought to you by the word SLR and the number 2023. What was SLR? Supplemental liquidity ratio. That's right. Whether the Fed will mention it, though, it mentioned its thoughts on the now politicized, sorry, I'm having trouble reading here, the now politicized Supplemental Liquidity Ratio, SLR, exemption decision, which will spark turbulence in bank stocks and treasuries, and whether the Fed's forward-looking dot plot of rate expectations is adjusted hawkishly for 2023. If no adjustments, stonks will soar. Going into the event, there was no fear. Since the last FOMC statement, January 27th, Bitcoin has doubled. Stocks have soared, along with bond yields, price plunged, and as the dollar gained, gold tumbled. Interesting. Inflation expectations have exploded, for no good reason. And the Zero Hedge always have a number of funny charts you can look at to go into the weeds and details. And sometimes I just kind of glaze over when there's too many fucking graphs and shit. But anyway, what I can tell you though is that they do not have things under control, unless they're going for some like Phoenix. I remember the Phoenix currency. Was it on? Was it the economic? Was it foreign policy? It will probably be digital currency. Let me see if I can find that classic. Yeah, here it is. The Economist, right? The Rothschild publication had this. Let me pull this up for you guys. Do you guys remember this? This is probably what they're eventually going to go for. Get ready for a world currency, the Phoenix, right? This is the Rothschild owned the Economist. This is a couple of years old now, but basically, America have things like the Clowen-Piven strategy, basically drive everything into the ground. The goal is to ruin and to wreck the existing currencies, essentially. And obviously gain as much power and as much land and as much assets and as much money and wealth and power on the way down, obviously. You just don't go over to something like this. That's why I don't think it's not going to be Bitcoin or something like people think. It'll be a one world currency. As far as I know, they don't have enough claws into Bitcoin, even if they control over 50% of the network or something like that. So I think there will be something new, some kind of digital currency or something like that pops up, right? So that's what's coming, regardless. But on the way down, they also talk about the modern monetary theory, which I believe one of the things they're discussing there is the merger of the Treasury and the Federal Reserve, I believe, if I have that correct. I was reading about it a while back, modern monetary theory. And it's basically like, well, nothing is really worth anything. I'm obviously overtly simplifying here, but not too much. I mean, it's like modern monetary theory is basically like, well, we can just print money. How about that? You know, it's like we it's not based on anything, and why can't we just print more money and be happy? You know, merge the Fed, merge the Treasury, which is kind of people were alluding to. They kind of already did in a way by putting Janet Yellen, who previously was the chair of the Fed, and now she's at the head of the Treasury. So it's like a swing door kind of political thing, right? They're all just just going round and round. Yeah, it's just exactly. That's what MMT is, Mr. Ninjaberg. Absolutely correct. That's what I think we look at. That's why, of course, we on this program, on this show, we recommend that you, our dear audience, if you do have some money to spare, go into cryptocurrency. What's the price today? 57. It's been going up here, circling up and down a bit here. It was down to 54.3, something like that, 1,000 per Bitcoin. Now it's up to 58,610. I think there's going to be a bigger crash. We'll see what happens. I think there's going to be some kind of attempt to scare people out of the market again, and then the whales and others are going to buy up as much as they can. But I could be wrong. There could be a bull run, and that's it. And when the plane takes off and it's going to the moon, you better be aboard the ship. I think that these prices still are cheap in comparison to where it will go, right? So look into it. If you haven't, it's just a recommendation, because as the dollar inflates and declines and stuff, companies, businesses, all these institutions are going to go and at least have some percentage of their assets placed into Bitcoin. And at that point, there's no end in sight. We're talking maybe 500,000 per Bitcoin, something like that. Again, there's no promises. No one making promises. Look into it for yourself. But you definitely want to be a part of that. Want to be a part of that ride, folks. Okay, this is another thing that happened today as well. I want to quickly cover this here. We're going to wrap up here in a little bit, guys. But we have a little bit more to go. Alejandro Mayorkas is now the head of the Department of Homeland Security. And today he was testifying to the House Homeland Security Committee. And he was talking about, we have heard these talks about a crisis at the border and stuff, and the current administration have been denying it, and it's not a problem, no biggie. Biden is basically, please don't come to the border, and then of course they've come anyway, and they are welcome centers now. The Department of Homeland Security are running welcome centers, and people are let go and let in only after being held for a very short time. Anyway, this is what he said in his opening statement. Listen to this here.
That I should recognize this tragic event that took place in the surrounding areas of Atlanta.
Yeah, he talks about the shooting first, of course.
Yesterday. Our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of that tragic event, those who lost their lives, as well as those who were injured. We are tracking that event very carefully. I have already been briefed on it, and I know that the Federal Bureau of Investigation is working underway to understand all of the facts, and that the individual who is a suspect of that event is in custody.
He's a white supremacist, didn't you hear?
More than 240,000 individuals dedicate their talent and energy each day to protecting our homeland security. It is an honor to appear before you to represent them and the critical work they perform in the service of the American people. DHS personnel protect our country from foreign and domestic terrorism while also protecting our privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. They secure and manage our borders while also restoring America as a place of refuge. They support a whole-of-government effort to defeat a pandemic that has impacted every part of American life while also facilitating the legitimate trade and travel needed for a strong economy. The challenges we face are great, but we do not face them alone. The Department of Homeland Security is fundamentally a department of partnerships. Congress, all of you, is one of our essential partners. I commit to working with this committee on a bipartisan basis to ensure the success of our Homeland Security mission.
Yeah, complete bullshit.
43 days into my tenure as Secretary, I look forward to sharing what we have done and where we are headed. I will start with what is top of mind for every American, which is our effort to defeat the COVID-19 pandemic. On the first day of this administration, President Biden challenged FEMA to stand up 100 federally supported community vaccination centers in only 30 days. In fact, FEMA did not stand up 100 federally supported community vaccination centers in 30 days. It stood up 441. Today, that number is well over 900 and growing by the day. President Biden also challenged us to deliver 100 million vaccinations across the country in 100 days. Last week, we passed 90 million doses and are on track to reach the president's ambitious goal. Another top priority for our department is increasing the nation's cybersecurity resilience and protecting our critical infrastructure, especially in light of the recent campaigns exploiting SolarWinds and Microsoft Exchange and the growing threat of ransomware. As a first step, I have directed grant funding that will provide an additional $25 million for state and local entities across the country to improve their cybersecurity, raising the total minimum amount they must devote together to this critical mission to $77 million. The Department's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, remains laser-focused on protecting and providing assistance to federal civilian agencies and working with the private sector to improve our defenses. Thank you very much to all of you for your leadership in recognizing the importance of this issue and for the $650 million you recently appropriated for CISA to enhance our ability to protect the nation against cyber
650 million
attacks.
All right, so a bunch of bullshit, obviously here, but yeah, the pandemic issue, even to the side, that's another issue in itself, and we have some updates on this too here, both when it comes to the vaccine and stuff. But it's just this blatant denial of the issue at the border, and the fact that ICE or DHS facilities are turning into welcome centers, and that ICE are being neutered and all that kind of stuff, right? So there's a major problem at the border. They're letting all these people in, and they're letting them come. Biden is seen as the migrant president kind of thing. And I saw this today too. It's from the EU, and we can look at the kind of the similar pattern here. Actually, theirs is not only happening in America. 700,000 people gained EU citizenship in 2019. I think this is partially also because some of the statistics is now finally out. I'm not sure they even have it for 2020 yet. Recipients of EU member states citizens / main countries that granted them in 2019. Morocco was number one of the ones of the recipients of citizenship. Albania number 2. UK number 3. I guess is that Brexit then. Syria number 4. Turkey number 5. Romania number 6. Brazil number 7. Ukraine number 8. And the main member states who granted citizenship, right? Spain, Italy, France topped that, number 1. Italy number 2. Then you have Germany, Sweden, France number 3. Or I guess it's broken down by the percentage there too. But Sweden is high on that list, by the way, too. Just when it comes to the Syrian, they were like per capita, the one that were taken in the most, and that's why I have them on their own number 4 on the list there too. Germany, of course, followed shortly after. Also Italy and Portugal and Poland were some of the receiver of these two. So this is happening in the EU too. We are being replaced by people outside of our continent, obviously, and the same thing is happening in America. Now, let me switch over to talk about Brussels. Let me just close a couple of windows here, guys, because it was lagging a bit here. Close some of these Biden windows. And I wanted to show you, was it the Financial Times? Yeah, that's right. They have a bullshit thing here. So let me pull up archive here instead. Brussels to propose Oh, you can't see that. Sorry. Let me go over here. Yeah, my shit's not in order. Here we go. There we go. Brussels to propose COVID certificate to allow EU-wide travel. What a surprise, right? Move comes after push by tourism-reliant countries badly hit by the pandemic. However, we've also seen, going back to that graph I showed you here, statistics, where if you come and seek asylum and refugee status in many European countries, then you do not have to have some kind of COVID passport or something like that. People entering into Sweden from Denmark or Norway, meaning Norwegian or Danish citizens, are forced right now to take a test once a week and to show that they have their papers in order. However, if you come from Syria or North Africa or something like that, you do not have to show those. You do not have to do a test, right? So the borders are wide open for people who claim refugee status and asylum seekers and stuff like that. But for our own population, our own Europeans internally, we are basically approaching like, the Stasi, the full-on just Stasi, show your papers, please, kind of move here. Brussels is to propose the creation of a COVID-19 certificate to allow EU citizens to travel inside the bloc after push by tourism-reliant countries devastated by the pandemic. Remember, this was exactly what Bill Gates talked about, right? People were, despite that, kind of making fun of it at the time. We talked about that there needs to be some kind of certificate or proof that we have certain things, that we can travel. They're going to have their little zones and stuff. And you think borders are going to remain wide open. But if you want to make a move, if you want to travel somewhere, you're going to have to show your papers, and your vaccine records too.